Chapter 11. Man Remakes Himself. 1. The first of the great brains. Those who sought to produce a super brain embarked upon a great enterprise of research and experiment in a remote corner of the planet. It is unnecessary to tell in detail how they fared. Working first in secret, they later strove to persuade the world to approve of their scheme, but only succeeded in dividing mankind into two parties. The body politic was torn asunder. There were religious wars. But after a few centuries of intermittent bloodshed, the two sects, those who sought to produce communicants and those who sought the super brain, settled down in different regions to pursue their respective aims unmolested. In time, each developed into a kind of nation, united by a religious faith and crusading spirit. There was little cultural intercourse between the two. Those who desired to produce the super brain employed four methods, namely selective breeding, manipulation of the hereditary factors in germ cells cultivated in the laboratory, manipulation of the fertilized ovum, cultivated also in the laboratory, and manipulation of the growing body. At first they produced innumerable tragic abortions. These we need not observe. But at length, several thousand years after the earliest experiments, something was produced which seemed to promise success. A human ovum had been carefully selected, fertilized in the laboratory, and largely reorganized by artificial means. By inhibiting the growth of the embryo's body and the lower organs of the brain itself, and at the same time greatly stimulating the growth of the cerebral hemispheres, the dauntless experimenters succeeded at last in creating an organism which consisted of a brain 12 feet across, and a body most of which was reduced to a mere vestige upon the undersurface of the brain. The only parts of the body which were allowed to attain the natural size were the arms and hands. These sinewy organs of manipulation were induced to key themselves at the shoulders into the solid masonry which formed the creature's house. Thus they were able to get a purchase for their work. The hands were the normal six-fingered hands of the third men, very greatly enlarged and improved. The fantastic organism was generated and matured in a building designed to house both it and the complicated machinery which was necessary to keep it alive. A self-regulating pump, electrically driven, served it as a heart. A chemical factory poured the necessary materials into its blood and removed waste products, thus taking the place of digestive organs and the normal battery of glands. Its lungs consisted of a great room full of oxidizing tubes, through which a constant wind was driven by an electric fan. The same fan forced air through the artificial organs of speech. These organs were so constructed that the natural nerve fibers, issuing from the speech centers of the brain, could stimulate appropriate electrical controls so as to produce sounds identical with those which they would have produced from a living throat and mouth. The sensory equipment of this trunkless brain was a blend of the natural and the artificial. The optic nerves were induced to grow out along two flexible probosces, 5 feet long, each of which bore a huge eye at the end. But by a very ingenious alteration of the structure of the eye, the natural lens could be moved aside at will, so that the retina could be applied to any of a great diversity of optical instruments. The ears also could be projected upon stalks, and were so arranged that the actual nerve endings could be brought into contact with artificial resonators of various kinds, or could listen directly to the microscopic rhythms of the most minute organisms. Scent and taste were developed as a chemical sense, which could distinguish almost all compounds and elements by their flavor. Pressure, warmth, and cold were detected only by the fingers, but there with great subtlety. Sensory pain was to have been eliminated from the organism altogether, but this end was not achieved. The creature was successfully launched upon life, and was actually kept alive for 4 years. But though at first all went well, in his second year the unfortunate child, if such he may be called, began to suffer severe pain, and to show symptoms of mental derangement. In spite of all that his devoted foster parents could do, he gradually sank into insanity and died. He had succumbed to his own brain weight and to certain failures in the chemical regulation of his blood. We may overlook the next 400 years, during which sundry vain attempts were made to repeat the great experiment more successfully. Let us pass on to the first true individual of the fourth human species. He was produced in the same artificial manner as his forerunners, and was designed upon the same general plan. His mechanical and chemical machinery, however, was far more efficient, and his makers expected that, owing to careful adjustments of the mechanisms of growth and decay, he would prove to be immortal. His general plan also was changed in one important respect. His makers built a large circular brain turret, which they divided with many partitions, radiating from a central space, and covered everywhere with pigeonholes. By a technique which took centuries to develop, they induced the cells of the growing embryonic brain to spread outwards, not as normal hemispheres of convolutions, but into the pigeonholes which had been prepared for them. Thus the artificial cranium had to be a roomy turret of ferro-concrete some 40 feet in diameter. A door and a passage led from the outer world into the center of the turret, and thence other passages radiated between tiers of little cupboards. Innumerable tubes of glass, metal, and a kind of vulcanite conveyed blood and chemicals over the whole system. Electric radiators preserved an even warmth in every cupboard, and throughout the innumerable carefully protected channels of the nerve fibers. Thermometers, dials, pressure gauges, indicators of all sorts, inform the attendants of every physical change in this strange, half-natural, half-artificial system, this preposterous factory of mind. 8 years after its inception, the organism had filled its brain room and attained the mentality of a newborn infant. His advance to maturity seemed to his foster parents dishearteningly slow. Not till almost at the end of his 5th decade could he be said to have reached the mental standard of a bright adolescent. But there was no real reason for disappointment. Within another decade, this pioneer of the fourth men had learned all that the third men could teach him, and had also seen that a great part of their wisdom was folly. In manual dexterity he could already vie with the best, but though manipulation afforded him intense delight, he used his hands almost wholly in service of his tireless curiosity. In fact, it was evident that curiosity was his main characteristic. He was a huge bump of curiosity equipped with most cunning hands. A Department of State had been created to look after his nurture and education. An army of learned persons was kept in readiness to answer his impatient questions and assist him in his own scientific experiments. Now that he had attained maturity, these unfortunate pundits found themselves hopelessly outclassed, and reduced to mere clerks, bottle washers, and errand boys. Hundreds of his servants were forever scurrying into every corner of the planet to seek information and specimens, and the significance of their errands was by now often quite beyond the range of their own intelligence. They were careful, however, not to let their ignorance appear to the public. On the contrary, they succeeded in gaining much prestige from the mere mysteriousness of their errands. The great brain was wholly lacking in all normal instinctive responses, save curiosity and constructiveness. Instinctive fear he knew not, though of course he was capable of cold caution in any circumstances which threatened to damage him and hinder his passionate research. Anger he knew not, but only an adamantine firmness in the face of opposition. Normal hunger and thirst he knew not, but only an experience of faintness when his blood was not properly supplied with nutriment. Sex was wholly absent from his mentality. Instinctive tenderness and instinctive group feeling were not possible to him, for he was without the bowels of mercy. The heroic devotion of his most intimate servants called forth no gratitude, but only cold approval. At first he interested himself not at all in the affairs of the society which maintained him, served his every whim, and adored him. But in time he began to take pleasure in suggesting brilliant solutions of all the current problems of social organization. His advice was increasingly sought and accepted. He became autocrat of the state. His own intelligence and complete detachment combined with the people's superstitious reverence to establish him far more securely than any ordinary tyrant. He cared nothing for the petty troubles of his people, but he was determined to be served by a harmonious, healthy, and potent race. And as relaxation from the more serious excitement of research in physics and astronomy, the study of human nature was not without attractions. It may seem strange that one so completely devoid of human sympathy could have the tact to govern a race of the emotional third men, but he had built up for himself a very accurate behavioristic psychology. And like the skillful master of animals, he knew unerringly how much could be expected of his people, even though their emotions were almost wholly foreign to him. Thus, for instance, while he thoroughly despised their admiration of animals and plants and their religion of life, he soon learned not to seem hostile to these obsessions, but rather to use them for his own ends. He himself was interested in animals only as material for experiments. In this respect his people readily helped him, partly because he assured them that his goal was the further improvement of all types, partly because they were fascinated by his complete disregard in his experimentation of the common techniques for preventing pain. The orgy of vicarious suffering awakened in his people the long-suppressed lust and cruelty, which, in spite of their intuitive insight into animal nature, was so strong a factor in the third human species. Little by little, the great brain probed the material universe and the universe of mentality. He mastered the principles of biological evolution, and constructed for his own delight a detailed history of life on Earth. He learned, by marvelous archaeological technique, the story of all the earlier human peoples, and of the Martian episode, matters which had remained hidden from the third men. He discovered the principles of relativity and the quantum theory, the nature of the atom as a complex system of wave trains. He measured the cosmos, and with his delicate instruments he counted the planetary systems in much of the remote universe. He casually solved, to his own satisfaction at least, the ancient problems of good and evil, of mind and its object, of the one and the many, and of truth and error. He created many new departments of state for the purpose of recording his discoveries in an artificial language which he devised for the purpose. Each department consisted of many colleges of carefully bred and educated specialists who could understand the subject of their own department to some extent, but the coordination of all, and true insight into each, lay with the great brain alone. 2. The Tragedy of the Fourth Men. When some 3,000 years had passed since his beginning, the unique individual determined to create others of his kind. Not that he suffered from loneliness, not that he yearned for love, or even for intellectual companionship, but solely for the undertaking of more profound research. He needed the cooperation of beings of his own mental stature. He therefore designed and had built in various regions of the planet turrets and factories like his own, though greatly improved. Into each he sent by his servants a cell of his own vestigial body, and directed how it should be cultivated so as to produce a new individual. At the same time, he caused far-reaching operations to be performed upon himself, so that he should be remade upon a more ample plan. Of the new capacities which he inculcated in himself and his progeny, the most important was direct sensitivity to radiation. This was achieved by incorporating in each brain tissue a specially bred strain of Martian parasites. These henceforth were to live in the great brain as integral members of each one of its cells. Each brain was also equipped with a powerful wireless transmitting apparatus. Thus should the widely scattered sessile population maintain direct telepathic contact with one another. The undertaking was successfully accomplished. Some 10,000 of these new individuals, each specialized for his particular locality and office, now constituted the Fourth Men. On the highest mountains were super-astronomers with vast observatories, whose instruments were partly artificial, partly natural excrescences of their own brains. In the very entrails of the planet, others, specially adapted to heat, studied the subterranean forces, and were kept in telepathic union with the astronomers. In the tropics, in the Arctic, in the forests, the deserts, and on the ocean floor, the fourth men indulged their immense curiosity. And in the homeland, around the father of the race, a group of great buildings housed 100 individuals. In the service of this worldwide population, those races of third men which had originally cooperated to produce the new human species tilled the land, tended the cattle, manufactured the immense material requisites of the new civilization, and satisfied their spirits with an ever more stereotyped ritual of their vital art. This degradation of the whole race to a menial position had occurred slowly, imperceptibly, but the result was none the less irksome. Occasionally there were sparks of rebellion, but they always failed to kindle serious trouble, for the prestige and persuasiveness of the fourth men were irresistible. At length, however, a crisis occurred. For some 3,000 years the fourth men had pursued their research with constant success, but latterly progress had been slow. It was becoming increasingly difficult to devise new lines of research. True, there was still much detail to be filled in, even in their knowledge of their own planet, and very much in their knowledge of the stars. But there was no prospect of opening up entirely new fields which might throw some light on the essential nature of things. Indeed, it began to dawn on them that they had scarcely plumbed a surface ripple of the ocean of mystery. Their knowledge seemed to them perfectly systematic, yet wholly enigmatic. They had a growing sense that, though in a manner they knew almost everything, they really knew nothing. The normal mind, when it experiences intellectual frustration, can seek recreation in companionship or physical exercise or art. But for the fourth men there was no such escape. These activities were impossible and meaningless to them. The great brains were wholeheartedly interested in the objective world, but solely as a vast stimulus to intellection, never for its own sake. They admired only the intellective process itself, and the interpreted formula and principles which it devised. They cared no more for men and women than for material in a test tube, no more for one another than for mechanical calculators. Nay, of each one of them it might almost be said that he cared ever for himself solely as an instrument of knowing. Many of the species had actually sacrificed their sanity, even in some cases their lives, to the obsessive lust of intellection. As the sense of frustration became more and more oppressive, the fourth men suffered more and more from the one-sidedness of their nature. Though so completely dispassionate while their intellectual life proceeded smoothly, now that it was thwarted, they began to be confused by foolish whims and cravings which they disguised from themselves under a cloak of excuses. Cecil and incapable of affection, they continually witnessed the free movement, the group life, the love-making of their menials. Such activities became an offense to them, and filled them with a cold jealousy, which it was altogether beneath their dignity to notice. The affairs of the serf population began to be conducted by their masters with less than the accustomed justice. Serious grievances arose. The climax occurred in connection with a great revival of research, which it was said would break down the impalpable barriers and set knowledge in progress again. The great brains were to be multiplied 1,000-fold, and the resources of the whole planet were to be devoted far more strictly than before to the crusade of intellection. The menial third men would therefore have to put up with more work and less pleasure. Formerly they would willingly have accepted this fate for the glory of serving the superhuman brains. But the days of their blind devotion were past. It was murmured among them that the great experiment of their forefathers had proved a great disaster, and that the fourth men, the great brains, in spite of their devilish cunning, were mere abortions. Matters came to a head when the tyrants announced that all useless animals must be slaughtered, since their upkeep was too great an economic burden upon the world community. The vital art, moreover, was to be practiced in future only by the great brains themselves. This announcement threw the third men into violent excitement, and divided them into two parties. Many of those whose lives were spent in direct service of the great brains favored implicit obedience, though even these were deeply distressed. The majority, on the other hand, absolutely refused to permit the impious slaughter or even to surrender their privileges as vital artists, for they said to kill off the fauna of the planet would be to violate the fair form of the universe by blotting out many of its most beautiful features. It would be an outrage to the life god, and he would surely avenge it. They therefore urged that the time was come for all true human beings to stand together and depose the tyrants, and this, they pointed out, could easily be done. It was only necessary to cut a few electric cables connecting the great brains with the subterranean generating stations. The electric pumps would then cease to supply the brain turrets with aerated blood, or in the few cases in which the great brains were so located that they could control their own source of power in wind or water, it was necessary merely to refrain from transporting food to their digestion laboratories. The personal attendants of the great brains shrank from such action, for their whole lives had been devoted, proudly and even in a manner lovingly, to service of the revered beings. But the agriculturalists determined to withhold supplies. The great brains, therefore, armed their servitors with a diversity of ingenious weapons. Immense destruction was done, but since the rebels were decimated, there were not enough hands to work the fields. Some of the great brains and many of their servants actually died of starvation. And as hardship increased, the servants themselves began to drift over to the rebels. It now seemed certain to the third men that the great brains would very soon be impotent, and the planet once more under the control of natural beings. But the tyrants were not to be so easily defeated. Already for some centuries they had been secretly experimenting with the means of gaining a far more thorough dominion over the natural species. At the 11th hour, they succeeded. In this undertaking they had been favored by the results which a section of the natural species itself had produced long ago in the effort to breed specialized communicants to keep in touch with the unseen world. That sect or theocratic nation which had striven for many centuries toward this goal had finally attained what they regarded as success. There came into existence an hereditary caste of communicants. Now, though these beings were subject to mediumistic trances in which they apparently conversed with denizens of the other world and received instructions about the ordering of matters terrestrial, they were in fact merely abnormally suggestible. Trained from childhood in the lore of the unseen world, their minds, during the trance, were amazingly fertile in developing fantasies based on that lore. Left to themselves, they were merely folk who were abnormally lacking in initiative and intelligence. Indeed, so naive were they, and so sluggish, that they were mentally more like cattle than human beings. Yet under the influence of suggestion, they became both intelligent and vigorous. Their intelligence, however, operating strictly in service of the suggestion, was wholly incapable of criticizing the suggestion itself. There is no need to revert to the downfall of this theocratic society, beyond saying that, since both private and public affairs were regulated by reference to the sayings of the communicants, inevitably the state fell into chaos. The other community of the third men, that which was engaged upon breeding the great brains, gradually dominated the whole planet. The mediumistic stock, however, remained in existence, and was treated with a half-contemptuous reverence. The mediums were still generally regarded as in some manner specially gifted with the divine spirit, but they were now thought to be too holy for their sayings to have any relation to mundane affairs. It was by means of this mediumistic stock that the great brains had intended to consolidate their position. Their earlier efforts may be passed over, but in the end they produced a race of living and even intelligent machines, whose will they could control absolutely, even at a great distance. For the new variety of third men was telepathically united with its masters. Martian units had been incorporated in its nervous system. At the last moment, the great brains were able to put into the field an army of these perfect slaves, which they equipped with the most efficient lethal weapons. The remnant of original servants discovered too late that they had been helping to produce their supplanters. They joined the rebels, only to share in the general destruction. In a few months, all the third men, save the new docile variety, were destroyed, except for a few specimens which were preserved in cages for experimental purposes. And in a few years, every type of animal that was not known to be directly or indirectly necessary to human life had been exterminated. None were preserved even as specimens, for the great brains had already studied them through and through. But though the great brains were now absolute possessors of the earth, they were, after all, no nearer their goal than before. The actual struggle with the natural species had provided them with an aim, but now that the struggle was over, they began to be obsessed once more with their intellectual failure. With painful clarity, they realized that, in spite of their vast weight of neural tissue, in spite of their immense knowledge and cunning, they were practically no nearer the ultimate truth than their predecessors had been. Both were infinitely far from it. For the fourth men, the great brains, there was no possible life but the life of intellect. And the life of intellect had become barren. Evidently something more than mere bulk of brain was needed for the solving of the deeper intellectual problems. They must therefore somehow create a new brain quality, or organic formation of brain, capable of a mode of vision or insight impossible in their present state. They must learn somehow to remake their own brain tissues upon a new plan. With this aim, and partly through unwitting jealousy of the natural and more balanced species which had created them, they began to use their captive specimens of that species for a great new enterprise of research into the nature of human brain tissue. It was hoped thus to find some hint of the direction in which the new evolutionary leap should take place. The unfortunate specimens were therefore submitted to 1,000 ingenious physiological and psychological tortures. Some were kept alive with their brains spread out permanently on a laboratory table for microscopic observation during their diverse psychological reactions. Others were put into fantastic states of mental abnormality. Others were maintained in perfect health of body and mind, only to be felled at last by some ingeniously contrived tragic experience. New types were produced, which, it was hoped, might show evidence of emergence into a qualitatively higher mode of mentality. But in fact, they succeeded only in ranging through the whole gamut of insanity. The research continued for some thousands of years, but gradually slackened, so utterly barren did it prove to be. As this frustration became more and more evident, a change began to come over the minds of the fourth men. They knew, of course, that the natural species valued many things and activities which they themselves did not appreciate at all. Hitherto, this had seemed a symptom merely of the low mental development of the natural species. But the behavior of the unfortunate specimens upon whom they had been experimenting had gradually given the fourth men a greater insight into the likings and admirations of the natural species, so that they had learned to distinguish between those desires which were fundamental and those merely accidental cravings which clear thinking would have dismissed. In fact, they came to see that certain activities and certain objects were appreciated by these beings with the same clear-sighted conviction as they themselves appreciated knowledge. For instance, the natural human beings valued one another, and were sometimes capable of sacrificing themselves for the sake of others. They also valued love itself, and again they valued very seriously their artistic activities. And the activities of their bodies and of animal bodies appeared to them to have intrinsic excellence. Little by little, the fourth men began to realize that what was wrong with themselves was not merely their intellectual limitation, but far more seriously the limitation of their insight into values. And this weakness, they saw, was the result not of paucity of intellective brain, but of paucity of body and lower brain tissues. This defect they could not remedy. It was obviously impossible to remake themselves so radically that they should become of a more normal type. Should they concentrate their efforts upon the production of new individuals more harmonious than themselves? Such a work, it might be supposed, would have seemed unattractive to them. But no. They argued thus: it is our nature to care most for knowing. Full knowledge is to be attained only by minds both more penetrating and more broadly based than ours. Let us, therefore, waste no more time in seeking to achieve the goal in ourselves. Let us seek rather to produce a kind of being free from our limitations, in whom we may attain the goal of perfect knowledge vicariously. The producing of such a being will exercise all our powers, and will afford the highest kind of fulfillment possible to us. To refrain from this work would be irrational. Thus it came about that the artificial fourth men began to work in a new spirit upon the surviving specimens of the third men to produce their own supplanters. 3. The fifth men. The plan of the proposed new human being was worked out in great detail before any attempt was made to produce an actual individual. Essentially, he was to be a normal human organism, with all the bodily functions of the natural type. But he was to be perfected through and through. Care must be taken to give him the greatest possible bulk of brain compatible with such a general plan, but no more. Very carefully his creators calculated the dimensions and internal proportions which their creature must have. His brain could not be nearly as large as their own, since he would have to carry it about with him, and maintain it with his own physiological machinery. On the other hand, if it was to be at all larger than the natural brain, the rest of the organism must be proportionately sturdy. Like the second men, the new species must be titanic. Indeed, it must be such as to dwarf even those natural giants. The body, however, must not be so huge as to be seriously hampered by its own weight, and by the necessity of having bones so massive as to be unmanageable. In working out the general proportions of the new man, his makers took into account the possibility of devising more efficient bone and muscle. After some centuries of patient experiment, they did actually invent a means of inducing in germ cells a tendency toward far stronger bone tissues and far more powerful muscle. At the same time, they devised nerve tissues more highly specialized for their particular functions. And in the new brain, so minute compared with their own, smallness was to be compensated for by efficiency of design, both in the individual cells and in their organization. Further, it was found possible to economize somewhat in bulk and vital energy by improvements in the digestive system. Certain new models of microorganisms were produced, which, living symbiotically in the human gut, should render the whole process of digestion easier, more rapid, and less erratic. Special attention was given to the system of self-repair in all tissues, especially in those which had hitherto been the earliest to wear out. And at the same time, the mechanism regulating growth and general senescence was so designed that the new man should reach maturity at the age of 200 years, and should remain in full vigor for at least 3,000 years, when, with the first serious symptom of decay, his heart should suddenly cease functioning. There had been some dispute whether the new being should be endowed with perennial life like his makers, but in the end it had been decided that, since he was intended only as a transitional type, it would be safer to allow him only a finite, though a prolonged, lifetime. There must be no possibility that he should be tempted to regard himself as life's final expression. In sensory equipment, the new man was to have all the advantages of the second and third men, and in addition, a still wider range and finer discrimination in every sense organ. More important was the incorporation of Martian units in the new model of germ cell. As the organism developed, these should propagate themselves and congregate in the cells of the brain, so that every brain area might be sensitive to ethereal vibrations, and the whole might emit a strong system of radiation. But care was taken so that this telepathic faculty of the new species should remain subordinate. there must be no danger that the individual should become a mere resonator of the herd. Long drawn-out chemical research enabled the fourth man to design also far-reaching improvements in the secretions of the new man, so that he should maintain both a perfect physiological equilibrium and a well-balanced temperament. For they would determine that though he should experience all the range of emotional life, his passions should not run into disastrous excess, nor should he be prone to some one emotion in season and out of season. It was necessary also to revise in great detail the whole system of natural reflexes, abolishing some, modifying others, and again strengthening others. All the more complex instinctive responses, which had persisted in man since the days of Pithecanthropus erectus, had also to be meticulously revised, both in respect of the form of the activity and the objects upon which they should be instinctively directed. Anger, fear, curiosity, humor, tenderness, egoism, sexual passion, and sociality must all be possible, but never uncontrollable. In fact, as with the second men, but more emphatically, the new type was to have an innate aptitude for and inclination toward all those higher activities and objects which in the first men were only achieved after laborious discipline. Thus, while the design included self-regard, it also involved a disposition to prize the self chiefly as a social and intellectual being, rather than as a primeval savage. And while it included strong sociality, the group upon which instinctive interest was to be primarily directed was to be nothing less than the organized community of all minds. And again, while it included vigorous primitive sexuality in parenthood, it provided also those innate sublimations which had occurred in the second species. For instance, the native aptitude for altruistic love of individual spirits of every kind, and for art and religion. Only by a miracle of pure intellectual skill could the cold-natured great brains, who were themselves doomed never to have actual experience of such activities, contrive, merely by study of the third men, to see their importance, and to design an organism splendidly capable of them. It was much as though a blind race, after studying physics, should invent organs of sight. It was recognized, of course, that in a race in which the average lifespan should be counted in thousands of years, procreation must be very rare. Yet it was also recognized that for full development of mind, not only sexual intercourse but parenthood was necessary in both sexes. This difficulty was overcome partly by designing a very prolonged infancy and childhood, which necessary in themselves for the proper mental and physical growth of these complicated organisms, provided also a longer exercise of parenthood for the mature. At the same time, the actual process of childbirth was designed to be as easy as among the third men. And it was expected that with its greatly improved physiological organization, the infant would not need that anxious and absorbing care which had so seriously hobbled most mothers among the earlier races. The mere sketching out of these preliminary specifications of an improved human being involved many centuries of research and calculation, which taxed even the ingenuity of the great brains. Then followed a lengthy period of tentative experiment in the actual production of such a type. For some thousands of years, little was done but to show that many promising lines of attack were after all barren. And several times during this period, the whole work was held up by disagreements among the great brains themselves as to the policy to be adopted. Once, indeed, they took to violence, one party attacking the other with chemicals, microbes, and armies of human automata. In short, it was only after many failures, and after many barren epochs during which, for a variety of reasons, the enterprise was neglected, that the fourth men did at length fashion two individuals almost precisely of the type they had originally designed. These were produced from a single fertilized ovum in laboratory conditions. Identical twins, but of opposite sexes, they became the Adam and Eve of a new and glorious human species, the fifth men. It may fittingly be said of the fifth men that they were the first to attain true human proportions of body and mind. On the average, they were more than twice as tall as the first men, and much taller than the second men. Their lower limbs had therefore to be extremely massive compared with the torso which they had to support. Thus, upon the ample pedestal of their feet, they stood like columns of masonry. Yet though their proportions were in a manner elephantine, there was a remarkable precision and even delicacy in the volumes that composed them. Their great arms and shoulders, dwarfed somewhat by their still mightier legs, were instruments not only of power, but also of fine adjustment. Their hands also were fashioned both for power and for minute control. For while the thumb and forefinger constituted a formidable vice, the delicate sixth finger had been induced to divide its tip into 2 Lilliputian fingers and a corresponding thumb. The contours of the limbs were sharply visible, for the body bore no hair, save for a close, thick skull-cap, which in the original stock was of ruddy brown. The well-marked eyebrows, when drawn down, shaded the sensitive eyes from the sun. Elsewhere there was no need of hair, for the brown skin had been so ingeniously contrived that it maintained an even temperature alike in tropical and subarctic climates, with no aid either from hair or clothes. Compared with the great body, the head was not large, though the brain capacity was twice that of the second men. In the original pair of individuals, the immense eyes were of a deep violet, the features strongly molded and mobile. These facial characters had not been specially designed, for they seemed unimportant to the fourth men. But the play of biological forces resulted in a face not unlike that of the second men, though with an added and indescribable expression which no human face had hitherto attained. How from this pair of individuals the new population gradually arose, how at first it was earnestly fostered by its creators, how it subsequently asserted its independence and took control of its own destiny, how the great brains failed piteously to understand and sympathize with the mentality of their creatures and tried to tyrannize over them, how for a while the planet was divided into 2 mutually intolerant communities, and was at last drenched with man's blood, until the human automata were exterminated, the great brains starved or blown to pieces, and the fifth men themselves decimated. How, as a result of these events, a dense fog of barbarism settled once more upon the planet, so that the fifth men, like so many other races, had after all to start rebuilding civilization and culture from its very foundations. How all these things befell, we must not in detail observe. 4. The culture of the fifth men. It is not possible to recount the stages by which the fifth men advanced toward their greatest civilization and culture, for it is that fully developed culture itself which concerns us. And even of their highest achievement, which persisted for so many millions of years, I can say but little, not merely because I must hasten to the end of my story, but also because so much of that achievement lies wholly beyond the comprehension of those for whom this book is intended. For I have at last reached that period in the history of man when he first began to reorganize his whole mentality to cope with matters whose very existence had been hitherto almost completely hidden from him. The old aims persist and are progressively realized as never before, but also they become increasingly subordinate to the requirements of new aims, which are more and more insistently forced upon him by his deepening experience. Just as the interests and ideals of the first men lie beyond the grasp of their ape contemporaries, so the interests and ideals of the fifth men in their full development lie beyond the grasp of the first men. On the other hand, just as in the life of primitive man, there is much which would be meaningful even to the ape, so in the life of the fifth men much remains which is meaningful even to the first men. Conceive a world society developed materially far beyond the wildest dreams of America. Unlimited power, derived partly from the artificial disintegration of atoms, partly from the actual annihilation of matter through the union of electrons and protons to form radiation, completely abolished the whole grotesque burden of drudgery which hitherto had seemed the inescapable price of civilization, nay, of life itself. the vast economic routine of the world community was carried on by the mere touching of appropriate buttons. Transport, mining, manufacture, and even agriculture were performed in this manner. And indeed, in most cases, the systematic coordination of these activities was itself the work of self-regulating machinery. Thus, not only was there no longer need for any human beings to spend their lives in unskilled, monotonous labor, but further, much that earlier races would have regarded as highly skilled though stereotyped work was now carried on by machinery. Only the pioneering of industry, the endless exhilarating research, invention, design, and reorganization which is incurred by an ever-changing society, still engaged the minds of men and women. And though this work was of course immense, it could not occupy the whole attention of a great world community. Thus very much of the energy of the race was free to occupy itself with other no less difficult and exacting matters, or to seek recreation in its many admirable sports and arts. Materially, every individual was a multimillionaire, in that he had at his beck and call a great diversity of powerful mechanisms. But also he was a penniless friar, for he had no vestige of economic control over any other human being. He could fly through the upper air to the ends of the earth in an hour, or hang idle among the clouds all day long. His flying machine was no cumbersome aeroplane, but either a wingless aerial boat or a mere suit of overalls in which he could disport himself with the freedom of a bird. Not only in the air, but in the sea also, he was free. He could stroll about the ocean bed, or gambol with the deep sea fishes. And for habitation he could make his home, as he willed, either in a shack in the wilderness, or in one of the great pylons which dwarf the architecture even of the American age. He could possess this huge palace in loneliness, and fill it with his possessions, to be automatically cared for without human service, or he could join with others and create a hive of social life. All these amenities he took for granted as the savage takes for granted the air which he breathes. And because they were as universally available as air, no one craved them in excess, and no one grudged another the use of them. Yet the population of the earth was now very numerous. Some 10,000 million persons had their homes in the snow-capped pylons which covered the continents with an open forest of architecture. Between these great obelisks lay cornland, park, and wilderness. For there were very many areas of hill country and forest which were preserved as playgrounds. And indeed one whole continent, stretching from the tropical to the Arctic, was kept as nearly as possible in its natural state. This region was chosen mainly for its mountains, for since most of the alpine tracts had by now been worn into insignificance by water and frost, mountains were much prized. Into this wild continent, individuals of all ages repaired to spend many years at a time in living the life of primitive man without any aid whatever for civilization. For it was recognized that a highly sophisticated race, devoted almost wholly to art and science, must take special measures to preserve its contact with the primitive. Thus in the wild continent was to be found at any time a sparse population of savages, armed with flint and bone, or more rarely with iron, which they or their friends had wrested from the earth. These voluntary primitives were intent chiefly upon hunting and simple agriculture. Their scanty leisure was devoted to art and meditation, and to savoring fully all the primeval human values. Indeed, it was a hard life and a dangerous one that these intellectuals periodically imposed on themselves, and though of course they had zest in it, they often dreaded its hardship and the uncertainty that they would ever return from it, for the danger was very real. The fifth men had compensated for the fourth men's foolish destruction of the animals by creating a whole system of new types, which they set at large in the wild continent. And some of these creatures were extremely formidable carnivora, which man himself, armed only with primitive weapons, had very good reason to fear. In the wild continent there was inevitably a high death rate. Many promising lives were tragically cut short. But it was recognized that from the point of view of the race, this sacrifice was worthwhile, for the spiritual effects of the institution of periodic savagery were very real. Beings whose natural span was 3,000 years, given over almost wholly to civilized pursuits, were greatly invigorated and enlightened by an occasional decade in the wild. The culture of the fifth men was influenced in many respects by their telepathic communication with one another. The obvious advantages of this capacity were now secured without its dangers. Each individual could isolate himself at will from the radiation of his fellows, either wholly or in respect of particular elements of his mental process, and thus he was in no danger of losing his individuality. But on the other hand, he was immeasurably more able to participate in the experience of others than were beings for whom the only possible communication was symbolic. The result was that, though conflict of wills was still possible, it was far more easily resolved by mutual understanding than had ever been the case in earlier species. Thus there were no lasting and no radical conflicts, either of thought or desire. It was universally recognized that every discrepancy of opinion and of aim could be abolished by telepathic discussion. Sometimes the process would be easy and rapid. Sometimes it could not be achieved without a patient and detailed laying of mind to mind, so as to bring to light the point where the difference originated. One result of the general telepathic facility of the species was that speech was no longer necessary. It was still preserved and prized, but only as a medium of art, not as a means of communication. Thinking, of course, was still carried on largely by means of words, but in communication there was no more need actually to speak the words than in thinking in private. Written language remained essential for the recording and storing of thought. Both language and the written expression of it had become far more complex and accurate than they had ever been, more faithful instruments for the expression and creation of thought and emotion. Telepathy, combined with longevity in the extremely subtle brain structure of the species to afford each individual an immense number of intimate friendships and some slight acquaintance actually with the whole race. This, I fear, must seem incredible to my readers, unless they can be persuaded to regard it as a symptom of the high mental development of the species. However that may be, it is a fact that each person was aware of every other, at least as a face or a name or the holder of a certain office. It is impossible to exaggerate the effects of this facility of personal intercourse. It meant that the species constituted at any moment, if not strictly a community of friends, at least a vast club or college. Further, since each individual saw his own mind reflected, as it were, in very many other minds, and since there was great variety of psychological types, the upshot in each individual was a very accurate self-consciousness. In the Martians, telepathic intercourse had resulted in a true group mind, a single psychical process embodied in the electromagnetic radiation of the whole race. But this group mind was inferior in caliber to the individual minds. All that was distinctive of an individual at his best failed to contribute to the group mind. But in the fifth human species, telepathy was only a means of intercourse between individuals. There was no true group mind. On the other hand, telepathic intercourse occurred even on the highest planes of experience. It was by telepathic intercourse in respect of art, science, philosophy, and the appreciation of personalities that the public mind, or rather the public culture, of the fifth men had being. With the Martians, telepathic union took place chiefly by elimination of the differences between individuals. With the fifth men, telepathic communication was, as it were, a kind of spiritual multiplication of mental diversity, by which each mind was enriched with the wealth of 10,000 million. Consequently, each individual was, in a very real sense, the cultured mind of the species. But there were as many such minds as there were individuals. There was no additional racial mind over and above the minds of the individuals. Each individual himself was a conscious center which participated in and contributed to the experience of all other centers. This state of affairs would not have been possible had not the world community been able to direct so much of its interest and energy into the higher mental activities. The whole structure of society was fashioned in relation to its best culture. it is almost impossible to give even an inkling of the nature and aims of this culture, and to make it believable that a huge population should have spent scores of millions of years not wholly, not even chiefly, on industrial advancement, but almost entirely on art, science, and philosophy, without ever repeating itself or falling into ennui. I can only point out that the higher a mind's development, the more it discovers in the universe to occupy it. Needless to say, the fifth men had early mastered all those paradoxes of physical science which had so perplexed the first men. Needless to say, they had a very complete knowledge of the geography of the cosmos and of the atom. But again and again, the very foundations of their science were shattered by some new discovery, so that they had patiently to reconstruct the whole upon an entirely new plan. At length, however, with the clear formulation of the principles of psychophysics, in which the older psychology and the older physics were held, so to speak, in chemical combination, they seem to have built upon the rock. In this science, the fundamental concepts of psychology were given a physical meaning, and the fundamental concepts of physics were stated in a psychological manner. Further, the most fundamental relations of the physical universe were found to be of the same nature as the fundamental principles of art. But, and herein lay mystery and horror even for the fifth men, there was no shred of evidence that this aesthetically admirable cosmos was the work of a conscious artist, nor yet that any mind would ever develop so greatly as to be able to appreciate the whole in all its detail and unity. Since art seemed to the fifth men to be in some sense basic to the cosmos, they were naturally very much preoccupied with artistic creation. Consequently, all those who were not social or economic organizers, or scientific researchers, or pure philosophers, were by profession creative artists or handicraftsmen. That is to say, they were engaged on the production of material objects of various kinds, whose form should be aesthetically significant to the receiver. In some cases, the material object was a pattern of spoken words, in others pure music, in others moving colored shapes, in others a complex of steel cubes and bars, and in others some translation of the human figure into a particular medium, and so on. But also the aesthetic impulse expressed itself in the production by hand of innumerable common utensils, indulging sometimes in lavish decoration, trusting at other times to the beauty of function. Every medium of art that had ever been employed was employed by the fifth men, and innumerable new vehicles were also used. They prized on the whole more highly those kinds of art which were not static, but involved time as well as space, for as a race they were peculiarly fascinated by time. These innumerable artists held that they were doing something of great importance. The cosmos was to be regarded as an aesthetic unity in 4 dimensions, and of inconceivable complexity. Human works of pure art were thought of as instruments through which man might behold and admire some aspect of the cosmic beauty. They were said to focus together features of the cosmos too vast and elusive for man otherwise to apprehend their form. The work of art was sometimes likened to a compendious mathematical formula, expressive of some immense and apparently chaotic field of facts. But in the case of art, it was said, the unity which the artistic object elicited was one in which factors of vital nature and of mind itself were essential members. The race thus deemed itself to be engaged upon a great enterprise both of discovery and creation, in which each individual was both an originator of some unique contribution and an appraiser of all. Now, as the years advanced in millions and in decades of millions, it began to be noticed that the movement of world culture was in a manner spiral. There would be an age during which the interest of the race was directed almost wholly upon certain tracts or aspects of existence, and then after perhaps 100,000 years, these would seem to have been fully cultivated and would be left fallow. During the next epoch, attention would be in the main directed to other spheres, and then afterwards to yet others, and again others. But at length a return would be made to the fields that had been deserted, and it would be discovered that they could now miraculously bear 1,000,000-fold the former crop. Thus, in both science and art, men kept recurring again and again to the ancient themes. to work over them once more in meticulous detail, and strike from them new truth and new beauty, such as in the earlier epoch he could never have conceived. Thus it was that, though science gathered to itself unfalteringly an ever wider and more detailed view of existence, it periodically discovered some revolutionary general principle, in terms of which its whole content had to be given a new significance. And in art there would appear in one age works superficially almost identical with works of another age, yet to the discerning eye incomparably more significant. Similarly, in respect of human personality itself, those men and women who lived at the close of the aeon of the fifth men could often discover in the remote beginning of their own race beings curiously like themselves, yet, as it were, expressed in fewer dimensions than their own many-dimensional natures. As a map is like the mountainous land, or the picture like the landscape, or indeed as the point and the circle are like the sphere, so, and only so, the earlier fifth men resemble the flower of the species. Such statements would be in a manner true of any period of steady cultural progress, but in the present instance they have a peculiar significance which I must now somehow contrive to suggest. Chapter 12. The Last Terrestrials. 1. The Cult of Evanescence. The fifth men had not been endowed with that potential immortality which their makers themselves possessed, and from the fact that they were mortal and yet long-lived, their culture drew its chief brilliance and poignancy. Beings for whom the natural span was 3,000 years, and ultimately as much as 50,000, were peculiarly troubled by the prospect of death, and by the loss of those dear to them. The more ephemeral kind of spirit that comes into being and then almost immediately ceases before it has entered at all deeply into consciousness of itself, can face its end with a courage that is half unwitting. Even its smart in the loss of other beings with whom it has been intimate is but a vague and dreamlike suffering. For the ephemeral spirit has no time to grow fully awake or fully intimate with another before it must lose its beloved, and itself once more fade into unconsciousness. But with the long-lived yet not immortal fifth men, the case was different. Gathering to themselves experience of the cosmos, acquiring an ever more precise and vivid insight and appreciation, they knew that very soon all this wealth of the soul must cease to be. And in love, though they might be fully intimate not merely with one but with very many persons, the death of one of these dear spirits seemed an irrevocable tragedy, an utter annihilation of the most resplendent kind of glory, an impoverishment of the cosmos for evermore. In their brief primitive phase, the fifth men, like so many other races, sought to console themselves by unreasoning faith in a life after death. They conceived, for instance, that at death terrestrial beings embarked upon a career continuous with earthly life, but far more ample, either in some remote planetary system or in some wholly distinct orb of space-time. But though such theories were never disproved in the primitive era, they gradually began to seem not merely improbable, but ignoble. For it came to be recognized that the resplendent glories of personality, even in that degree of beauty which now for the first time was attained, were not after all the extreme of glory. It was seen with pain, but also with exultation, that even love's demand that the beloved should have immortal life is a betrayal of man's paramount allegiance. And little by little, it became evident that those who used great gifts and even genius to establish the truth of the afterlife, or to seek contact with their beloved dead, suffered from a strange blindness, an obtuseness of the spirit. Though the love which had misled them was itself a very lovely thing, yet they were misled. Like children searching for lost toys, they wandered. Like adolescents seeking to recapture delight in the things of childhood, they shunned those more difficult admirations which are proper to the grown mind. And so it became a constant aim of the fifth men to school themselves to admire chiefly, even in the very crisis of bereavement, not persons, but that great music of innumerable personal lives which is the life of the race. And quite early in their career, they discovered an unexpected beauty in the very fact that the individual must die. so that, when they had actually come into possession of the means to make themselves immortal, they refrained, choosing rather merely to increase the lifespan of succeeding generations to 50,000 years. Such a period seemed to be demanded for the full exercise of human capacity. But immortality, they held, would lead to spiritual disaster. Now, as their science advanced, they saw that there had been a time, before the stars were formed, when there was no possible footing for minds in the cosmos, and that there would come a time when mentality would be driven out of existence. Earlier human species had not needed to trouble about mind's ultimate fate, but for the long-lived fifth men, the end, though remote, did not seem infinitely distant. The prospect distressed them. They had schooled themselves to live not for the individual, but for the race. And now the life of the race itself was seen to be a mere instant between the endless void of the past and the endless void of the future. Nothing within their ken was more worthy of admiration than the organized, progressive mentality of mankind, and the conviction that this most admired thing must soon cease filled many of their less ample minds with horror and indignation. But in time the fifth men, like the second men long before them, came to suspect that even in this tragic brevity of mind's course there was a quality of beauty, more difficult than the familiar beauty, but also more exquisite. Even thus imprisoned in an instant, the spirit of man might yet plumb the whole extent of space, and also the whole past and the whole future. And so, from behind his prison bars, he might render the universe that intelligent worship which they felt it demanded of him. Better so, they said, than that he should fret himself with puny efforts to escape. He is dignified by his very weakness, and the cosmos by its very indifference to him. For eons they remained in this faith, and they schooled their hearts to acquiesce in it, saying, if it is so, it is best, and somehow we must learn to see that it is best. But what they meant by best was not what their predecessors would have meant. They did not, for instance, deceive themselves by pretending that after all they themselves actually preferred life to be evanescent. On the contrary, they continued to long that it might be otherwise. But having discovered, both behind the physical order and behind the desires of minds, a fundamental principle whose essence was aesthetic, they were faithful to the conviction that whatever was fact must somehow in the universal view be fitting, right, beautiful, integral to the form of the cosmos. And so they accepted as right a state of affairs which in their own hearts they still felt grievously wrong. This conviction of the irrevocability of the past and of the evanescence of mind induced in them a great tenderness for all beings that had lived and ceased. Deeming themselves to be near the crest of life's achievement, blessed also with longevity and philosophic detachment, they were often smitten with pity for those humbler, briefer, and less free spirits whose lot had fallen in the past. Moreover, themselves extremely complex, subtle, conscious, they conceived a generous admiration for all simple minds, for the early men, and for the beasts. Very strongly they condemned the action of their predecessors in destroying so many joyous and delectable creatures. Earnestly they sought to reconstruct in imagination all those beings that blind intellectualism had murdered. Earnestly they delved in the near and the remote past, so as to recover as much as possible of the history of life on the planet. With meticulous love they would figure out the life stories of extinct types, such as the brontosaurus, the hippopotamus, the chimpanzee, the Englishman, the American, as also of the still extant amoeba. And while they could not but relish the comicality of these remote beings, their amusement was the outgrowth of affectionate insight into simple natures, and was but the obverse of their recognition that the primitive is essentially tragic, because blind. And so, while they saw that the main work of man must have regard to the future, they felt that he owed also a duty toward the past. He must preserve it in his own mind, if not actually in life, at least in being. In the future lay glory, joy, brilliance of the spirit. The future needed service, not pity, not piety. But in the past lay darkness, confusion, waste, and all the cramped primitive minds, bewildered, torturing one another in their stupidity, yet one and all in some unique manner beautiful. the reconstruction of the past, not merely as abstract history, but with the intimacy of the novel, thus became one of the main preoccupations of the fifth men. Many devoted themselves to this work, each individual specializing very minutely in some particular episode of human or animal history, and transmitting his work into the culture of the race. Thus, increasingly, the individual felt himself to be a single flicker between the teeming gulf of the nevermore and the boundless void of the not yet. Himself a member of a very noble and fortunate race, his zest in existence was tempered, deepened, by a sense of the presence, the ghostly presence, of the myriad less fortunate beings in the past. Sometimes, and especially in epochs when the contemporary world seemed most satisfactory and promising, this piety toward the primitive and the past became the dominant activity of the race, giving rise to alternating phases of rebellion against the tyrannical nature of the cosmos, and faith that in the universal view, after all, this horror must be right. In this latter mood, it was held that the very irrevocability of the past dignified all past existence, and dignified the cosmos, as a work of tragic art is dignified by the irrevocability of disaster. It was this mood of acquiescence and faith which in the end became the characteristic attitude of the fifth men for many millions of years. But a bewildering discovery was in store for the fifth men. A discovery which was to change their whole attitude toward existence. Certain obscure biological facts began to make them suspect, on purely empirical grounds, that past events were not after all simply non-existent, that though no longer existent in the temporal manner, they had eternal existence in some other manner. The effect of this increasing suspicion about the past was that a once harmonious race was divided for a while into two parties, those who insisted that the formal beauty of the universe demanded the tragic evanescence of all things, and those who determined to show that living minds could actually reach back into past events in all their pastness. The readers of this book are not in a position to realize the poignancy of the conflict which now threatened to wreck humanity. They cannot approach it from the point of view of a race whose culture had consisted of an age-long schooling and admiration of an ever-vanishing cosmos. To the orthodox, it seemed that the new view was iconoclastic, impertinent, vulgar. Their opponents, on the other hand, insisted that the matter must be decided dispassionately according to the evidence. They were also able to point out that this devotion to evanescence was after all but the outcome of the conviction that the cosmos must be supremely noble. No one, it was said, really had direct vision of evanescence as in itself an excellence. So heartfelt was the dispute that the Orthodox party actually broke off all telepathic communication with the rebels, and even went so far as to plan their destruction. There can be no doubt that if violence had actually been used, the human race would have succumbed. For in a species of such high mental development, internecine war would have been a gross violation of its nature. It would never have been able to live down so shameful a spiritual disaster. Fortunately, however, at the 11th hour, common sense prevailed. The iconoclasts were permitted to carry on their research, and the whole race awaited the result. 2. Exploration of time. The first attack upon the nature of time involved an immense cooperative work, both theoretical and practical. It was from biology that the first hint had come that the past persisted, and it would be necessary to restate the whole of biology and the physical sciences in terms of the new idea. On the practical side, it was necessary to undertake a great campaign of experiment, physiological and psychological. We cannot stay to watch this work. Millions of years passed by. Sometimes, for thousands of years at a spell, temporal research was the main preoccupation of the race. Sometimes it was thrust into the background or completely ignored during epochs which were dominated by other interests. Age after age passed, and always the effort of man in this sphere remained barren. Then at last there was a real success. A child had been selected from among those produced by an age-long breeding enterprise, directed towards the mastery of time. From infancy, this child's brain had been very carefully controlled physiologically. Psychologically also he had been subjected to a severe treatment, that he might be properly schooled for his strange task. In the presence of several scientists and historians, he was put into a kind of trance, and brought out of it again half an hour later. He was then asked to give an account telepathically of his experiences during the trance. Unfortunately, he was now so shattered that his evidence was almost unintelligible. After some months of rest, he was questioned again, and was able to describe a curious episode which turned out to be a terrifying incident in the girlhood of his dead mother. He seemed to have seen the incident through her eyes, and to have been aware of all her thoughts. This alone proved nothing, for he might have received the information from some living mind. Once more, therefore, and in spite of his entreaties, he was put into the peculiar trance. On waking, he told a rambling story of little red people living in a squat white tower. It was clear that he was referring to the great brains and their attendants, but once more this proved nothing, and before the account was finished, the child died. Another child was chosen, but was not put to the test until late in adolescence. After an hour of the trance, he woke and became terribly agitated, but forced himself to describe an episode which the historians assign to the age of the Martian invasions. The importance of this incident lay in his account of a certain house with a carved granite portico, situated at the head of a waterfall in a mountain valley. He said he had found himself to be an old woman, and that he or she was being hurriedly helped out of the house by the other inmates. They watched a formless monster creep down the valley, destroy their house, and mangle two persons who failed to get away in time. Now this house was not at all typical of the second men, but must have expressed the whim of some freakish individual. From evidence derived from the boy himself, it proved possible to locate the valley with reference to a former mountain known to history. No valleys survived in that spot, but deep excavations revealed the ancient slopes, the fault that had occasioned the waterfall, and the broken pillars. This and many similar incidents confirmed the fifth men in their new view of time. There followed an age in which the technique of direct inspection of the past was gradually improved, but not without tragedy. In the early stages, it was found impossible to keep the medium alive for more than a few weeks after his venture into the past. The experience seemed to set up a progressive mental disintegration which produced first insanity, then paralysis, and within a few months, death. This difficulty was at last overcome. By one means and another a type of brain was produced capable of undergoing the strain of supra-temporal experience without fatal results. An increasingly large proportion of the rising generation had now direct access to the past, and were engaged upon a great restatement of history in relation to their first-hand experience. But their excursions into the past were uncontrollable. They could not go where they wanted to go, but only where fate flung them. Nor could they go of their own will, but only through a very complicated technique, and with the cooperation of experts. After a time, the process was made much easier, in fact, too easy. The unfortunate medium might slip so easily into the trance that his days were eaten up by the past. He might suddenly fall to the ground and lie wrapped, inert, dependent on artificial feeding for weeks, months, even for years. Or a dozen times in the same day he might be flung into a dozen different epochs of history. Or still more distressing, his experience of past events might not keep pace with the actual rhythm of those events themselves. Thus he might behold the events of a month, or even a lifetime, fantastically accelerated so as to occupy a trance of no more than a day's duration. Or worse, he might find himself sliding backwards down the vista of the hours and experiencing events in an order the reverse of the natural order. Even the magnificent brains of the fifth men could not stand this. The result was maniacal behavior, followed by death. Another trouble also beset these first experimenters. Supratemporal experience proved to be like a dangerous and habit-forming drug. Those who ventured into the past might become so intoxicated that they would try to spend every moment of their natural lives in roaming among past events. Thus, gradually, they would lose touch with the present, live in absent-minded brooding, fail to react normally to their environment, turn socially worthless, and often come actually to physical disaster through inability to look after themselves. Many more thousands of years passed before these difficulties and dangers were overcome. At length, however, the technique of supratemporal experience was so perfected that every individual could at will practice it with safety, and could, within limits, project his vision into any locality of space-time which he desired to inspect. It was only possible, however, to see past events through the mind of some past organism no longer living, and in practice only human minds, and to some extent the minds of the higher mammals, could be entered. The explorer retained throughout his adventure his own personality and system of memory. While experiencing the past individual's perceptions, memories, thoughts, desires, and in fact the whole process and content of the past mind, the explorer continued to be himself, and to react in terms of his own character, now condemning, now sympathizing, now critically enjoying the spectacle. The task of explaining the mechanism of this new faculty occupied the scientists and philosophers of the species for a very long period. The final account, of course, cannot be presented save by parable, for it was found necessary to recast many fundamental concepts in order to interpret the facts coherently. The only hint that I can give of the explanation is in saying, metaphorically of course, that the living brain had access to the past, not by way of some mysterious kind of racial memory, nor by some equally impossible journey up the stream of time, but by a partial awakening, as it were, into eternity, and into inspection of a minute tract of space-time through some temporal mind in the past, as though through an optical instrument. In the early experiments, the fantastic speeding, slowing, and reversal of the temporal process resulted from disorderly inspection. As a reader may either skim the pages of a book, or read at a comfortable pace, or dwell upon one word, or spell the sentence backwards, so, unintentionally, the novice in eternity might read or misread the mind that was presented to him. This new mode of experience, it should be noted, was the activity of living brains, though brains of a novel kind. Hence, what was to be discovered through the medium of eternity was limited by the particular exploring brain's capacity of understanding what was presented to it. And further, though the actual supratemporal contact with past events occupied no time in the brain's natural life, the assimilating of that moment of vision, the reduction of it to normal temporal memory in the normal brain structures, took time, and had to be done during the period of the trance. To expect the neural structure to record the experience instantaneously would be to expect a complicated machine to effect a complicated readjustment without a process of readjusting. The new access to the past had, of course, far-reaching effects upon the culture of the fifth men. Not only did it give them an incomparably more accurate knowledge of past events, and insight into the motives of historical personages, and into large-scale cultural movements, but also it effected a subtle change in their estimate of the importance of things. Though intellectually they had, of course, realized both the vastness and the richness of the past, now they realized it with an overwhelming vividness. Matters that had been known hitherto only historically, schematically, were now available to be lived through by intimate acquaintance. The only limit to such acquaintance was set by the limitations of the explorer's own brain capacity. Consequently, the remote past came to enter into a man and shape his mind in a manner in which only the recent past, through memory, had shaped him hitherto. Even before the new kind of experience was first acquired, this race had been, as was said, peculiarly under the spell of the past. But now it was infinitely more so. Hitherto the fifth men had been like stay-at-home folk, who had read minutely of foreign parts, but had never traveled. Now they had become travelers, experienced in all the continents of human time. The presences that had hitherto been ghostly were now presences of flesh and blood seen in broad daylight, and so the moving instant called the present appeared no longer as the only and infinitesimal real, but as the growing surface of an everlasting tree of existence. It was now the past that seemed most real, while the future still seemed void, and the present merely the impalpable becomingness of the indestructible past. The discovery that past events were, after all, persistent and accessible was, of course, for the fifth men a source of deep joy, but also it caused them a new distress. while the past was thought of as a mere gulf of non-existence, the inconceivably great pain, misery, baseness that had fallen into that gulf could be dismissed as done with, and the will could be concentrated wholly on preventing such horrors from occurring in the future. But now, along with past joy, past distress was found to be everlasting, and those who, in the course of their voyaging in the past, encountered regions of eternal agony, came back distraught. It was easy to remind these harrowed explorers that if pain was eternal, so also was joy. Those who had endured travel in the tragic past were apt to dismiss such assurances with contempt, affirming that all the delights of the whole population of time could not compensate for the agony of one tortured individual. And anyhow, they declared, it was obvious that there had been no preponderance of joy over pain. Indeed, save in the modern age, pain had been overwhelmingly in excess. So seriously did these convictions prey upon the minds of the fifth men, that in spite of their own almost perfect social order, in which suffering had actually to be sought out as a tonic, they fell into despair. At all times, in all pursuits, the presence of the tragic past haunted them, poisoning their lives, sapping their strength. Lovers were ashamed of the delight in one another. As in the far-off days of sexual taboo, guilt crept between them, and held their spirits apart even while their bodies were united. 3. Voyaging in Space. It was while they were struggling in the grip of this vast social melancholy, and anxiously craving some new vision by which to reinterpret or transcend the agony of the past, that the fifth men were confronted with a most unexpected physical crisis. It was discovered that something queer was happening to the moon. In fact, that the orbit of the satellite was narrowing in upon the Earth in a manner contrary to all the calculations of the scientists. The fifth men had long ago fashioned for themselves an all-embracing and minutely coherent system of natural sciences, every factor in which had been put to the test 1,000 times, and had never been shaken. Imagine, then, their bewilderment at this extraordinary discovery. In ages when science was still fragmentary, a subversive discovery entailed merely a reorganization of some one department of science. But by now, such was the coherence of knowledge that any minute discrepancy of fact and theory must throw man into a state of complete intellectual vertigo. The evolution of the lunar orbit had, of course, been studied from time immemorial. Even the first men had learned that the moon must first withdraw from, and subsequently once more approach the Earth, till it should reach a critical proximity and begin to break up into a swarm of fragments like the rings of Saturn. This view had been very thoroughly confirmed by the fifth men themselves. The satellite should have continued to withdraw for yet many hundreds of millions of years. But in fact, it was now observed that not only had the withdrawal ceased, but a comparatively rapid approach had begun. Observations and calculations were repeated, and ingenious theoretical explanations were suggested. But the truth remained completely hidden. It was left to a future and more brilliant species to discover the connection between a planet's gravitation and its cultural development. Meanwhile, the fifth men knew only that the distance between the Earth and the moon was becoming smaller with ever-increasing rapidity. This discovery was a tonic to a melancholy race. Men turned from the tragic past to the bewildering present and the uncertain future. For it was evident that, if the present acceleration of approach were to be maintained, the moon would enter the critical zone and disintegrate in less than 10 million years, and further, that the fragments would not maintain themselves as a ring, but would soon crash upon the Earth. Heat generated by their impact would make the surface of the Earth impossible as the home of life. A short-lived and short-sighted species might well have considered 10 million years as equivalent to eternity. Not so the fifth men. Thinking primarily in terms of the race, they recognized at once that their whole social policy must now be dominated by this future catastrophe. Some there were indeed who at first refused to take the matter seriously, saying that there was no reason to believe that the moon's odd behavior would continue indefinitely. But as the years advanced, this view became increasingly improbable. Some of those who had spent much of their lives in exploration of the past now sought to explore the future also, hoping to prove that human civilization would always be discoverable on the earth in no matter how remote a future. But the attempt to unveil the future by direct inspection failed completely. It was surmised, erroneously, that future events, unlike past events, must be strictly non-existent until their creation by the advancing present. Clearly, humanity must leave its native planet. Research was therefore concentrated on the possibility of flight through empty space and the suitability of neighboring worlds. The only alternatives were Mars and Venus. The former was by now without water and without atmosphere. The latter had a dense, moist atmosphere, but one which lacked oxygen. The surface of Venus, moreover, was known to be almost completely covered with a shallow ocean. Further, the planet was so hot by day that, even at the poles, man in his present state would scarcely survive. It did not take the fifth men many centuries to devise a tolerable means of voyaging in interplanetary space. Immense rockets were constructed, the motive power of which was derived from the annihilation of matter. The vehicle was propelled simply by the terrific pressure of radiation thus produced. Fuel for a voyage of many months or even years could of course easily be carried, since the annihilation of a minute amount of matter produced a vast wealth of energy. Moreover, when once the vessel had emerged from the Earth's atmosphere and had attained full speed, she would of course maintain it without the use of power from the rocket apparatus. The task of rendering the ether ship properly manageable and decently habitable proved difficult, but not insurmountable. The first vessel to take the ether was a cigar-shaped hull some 3,000 feet long, and built of metals whose artificial atoms were incomparably more rigid than anything hitherto known. Batteries of rocket apparatus at various points on the hull enabled the ship not only to travel forward, but to reverse, turn in any direction, or sidestep. Windows of an artificial transparent element, scarcely less strong than the metal of the hull, enabled the voyagers to look around them. Within, there was ample accommodation for 100 persons and their provisions for 3 years. Air for the same period was manufactured in transit from protons and electrons, stored under pressure comparable to that in the interior of a star. Heat was, of course, provided by the annihilation of matter. Powerful refrigeration would permit the vessel to approach the sun almost to the orbit of Mercury. An artificial gravity system, based on the properties of the electromagnetic field, could be turned on and regulated at will, so as to maintain a more or less normal environment for the human organism. This pioneer ship was manned with a navigating crew and a company of scientists, and was successfully dispatched upon a trial trip. The intention was to approach close to the surface of the moon, possibly to circumnavigate it at an altitude of 10,000 feet, and to return without landing. For many days, those on Earth received radio messages from the vessel's powerful installation, reporting that all was going well. But suddenly the messages ceased, and no more was ever heard of the vessel. Almost at the moment of the last message, telescopes had revealed a sudden flash of light at a point on the vessel's course. It was therefore surmised that she had collided with a meteor and fused with the heat of the impact. Other vessels were built and dispatched on trial voyages. Many failed to return. Some got out of control and reported that they were heading for outer space or plunging towards the sun, their hopeless messages continuing until the last of the crew succumbed to suffocation. Other vessels returned successfully, but with crews haggard and distraught from long confinement in bad atmosphere. One, venturing to land on the moon, broke her back, so that the air rushed out of her, and her people died. After her last message was received, she was detected from the earth, as an added speck on the stippled surface of a lunar sea. As time passed, however, accidents became rarer, indeed so rare that trips in the void began to be a popular form of amusement. Literature of the period reverberates with the novelty of such experiences, with the sense that man had at last learned true flight and acquired the freedom of the solar system. Writers dwelt upon the shock of seeing, as the vessel soared and accelerated, the landscape dwindle to a mere illuminated disk or crescent, surrounded by constellations. They remarked also the awful remoteness and mystery which travelers experienced on these early voyages, with dazzling sunlight on one side of the vessel and dazzlingly bespangled night on the other. They described how the intense sun spread his corona against a black and star-crowded sky. They expatiated also on the overwhelming interest of approaching another planet, of inspecting from the sky the still visible remains of Martian civilization, of groping through the cloud banks of Venus to discover islands in her almost coastless ocean, of daring an approach to Mercury till the heat became insupportable in spite of the best refrigerating mechanism, of feeling a way across the belt of the asteroids and onwards toward Jupiter till shortage of air and provisions forced a return. But though the mere navigation of space was thus easily accomplished, the major task was still untouched. It was necessary either to remake man's nature to suit another planet, or to modify conditions upon another planet to suit man's nature. The former alternative was repugnant to the fifth men. Obviously, it would entail an almost complete refashioning of the human organism. No existing individual could possibly be so altered as to live in the present conditions of Mars or Venus, and it would probably prove impossible to create a new being, adapted to these conditions, without sacrificing the brilliant and harmonious constitution of the extant species. On the other hand, Mars could not be made habitable without first being stocked with air and water, and such an undertaking seemed impossible. There was nothing for it, then, but to attack Venus. The polar surfaces of that planet, shielded by impenetrable depths of cloud, proved after all not unendurably hot. Subsequent generations might perhaps be modified so as to withstand even the subarctic and temperate climates. Oxygen was plentiful, but it was all tied up in chemical combination. Inevitably so, since oxygen combines very readily, and on Venus there was no vegetable life to exhale the free gas and replenish the ever-vanishing supply. It was necessary, then, to equip Venus with an appropriate vegetation, which in the course of ages should render the planet's atmosphere hospitable to man. The chemical and physical conditions on Venus had therefore to be studied in great detail, so that it might be possible to design a kind of life which would have a chance of flourishing. This research had to be carried out from within the ether ships, or with gas helmets, since no human being could live in the natural atmosphere of the planet. We must not dwell upon the age of heroic research and adventure which now began. Observations of the lunar orbit were showing that 10 million years was too long an estimate of the future habitability of the Earth, and it was soon realized that Venus could not be made ready soon enough unless some more rapid change was set on foot. It was therefore decided to split up some of the ocean of the planet into hydrogen and oxygen by a vast process of electrolysis. This would have been a more difficult task had not the ocean been relatively free from salt, owing to the fact that there was so little dry land to be denuded of salts by rain and river. The oxygen thus formed by electrolysis would be allowed to mix with the atmosphere. The hydrogen had to be got rid of somehow, and an ingenious method was devised by which it should be ejected beyond the limits of the atmosphere at so great a speed that it would never return. Once sufficient free oxygen had been produced, the new vegetation would replenish the loss due to oxidation. This work was duly set on foot. Great automatic electrolysing stations were founded on several of the islands, and biological research produced at length a whole flora of specialized vegetable types to cover the land surface of the planet. It was hoped that in less than 1 million years, Venus would be fit to receive the human race, and the race fit to live on Venus. Meanwhile, a careful survey of the planet had been undertaken. Its land surface, scarcely more than 1,000th that of the Earth, consisted of an unevenly distributed archipelago of mountainous islands. The planet had evidently not long ago been through a mountain-forming era, for soundings proved its whole surface to be extravagantly corrugated. The ocean was subject to terrific storms and currents, for since the planet took several weeks to rotate, there was a great difference of temperature and atmospheric pressure between the almost Arctic hemisphere of night and the sweltering hemisphere of day. So great was the evaporation that open sky was almost never visible from any part of the planet's surface, and indeed the average daytime weather was a succession of thick fogs and fantastic thunderstorms. Rain in the evening was a continuous torrent. Yet before night was over, the waves clattered with fragments of ice. Man looked upon his future home with loathing, and on his birthplace with an affection which became passionate. With its blue sky, its incomparable starry nights, its temperate and varied continents, its ample spaces of agriculture, wilderness, and park, its well-known beasts and plants, and all the material fabric of the most enduring of terrestrial civilizations, it seemed to the men and women who were planning flight almost a living thing imploring them not to desert it. They looked often with hate at the quiet moon, now visibly larger than the moon of history. They revised again and again their astronomical and physical theories, hoping for some flaw which should render the moon's observed behavior less mysterious, less terrifying. But they found nothing. It was as though a fiend out of some ancient myth had come to life in the modern world, to interfere with the laws of nature for man's undoing. 4. Preparing a new world. Another trouble now occurred. Several electrolysis stations on Venus were wrecked, apparently by submarine eruption. Also, a number of ether ships engaged in surveying the ocean mysteriously exploded. The explanation was found when one of these vessels, though damaged, was able to return to the Earth. The commander reported that, when the sounding line was drawn up, a large spherical object was seen to be attached to it. Closer inspection showed that this object was fastened to the sounding apparatus by a hook, and was indeed unmistakably artificial, a structure of small metal plates riveted together. While preparations were being made to bring the object within the ship, it happened to bump against the hull, and then it exploded. Evidently, there must be intelligent life somewhere in the ocean of Venus. Evidently, the marine Venerians resented the steady depletion of their aqueous world, and were determined to stop it. The Terrestrials had assumed that water in which no free oxygen was dissolved could not support life. But observation soon revealed that in this world-wide ocean there were many living species, some sessile, others free-swimming, some microscopic, others as large as whales. The basis of life in these creatures lay not in photosynthesis and chemical combination, but in the controlled disintegration of radioactive atoms. Venus was particularly rich in these atoms, and still contained certain elements which had long ago ceased to exist on the Earth. The oceanic fauna subsisted in the destruction of minute quantities of radioactive atoms throughout its tissues. Several of the Venerian species had attained considerable mastery over their physical environment, and were able to destroy one another very competently with various mechanical contrivances. Many types were indeed definitely intelligent and versatile within certain limits. And of these intelligent types, one had come to dominate all the others by virtue of its superior intelligence, and had constructed a genuine civilization on the basis of radioactive power. These most developed of all the Venerian creatures were beings of about the size and shape of a swordfish. They had 3 manipulative organs, normally sheathed within the long sword, but capable of extension beyond its point as 3 branched muscular tentacles. They swam with a curious screw-like motion of their bodies and triple tails. 3 fins enabled them to steer. They had also organs of phosphorescence, vision, touch, and something analogous to hearing. They appeared to reproduce asexually, laying eggs in the ooze of the ocean bed. They had no need of nutrition in the ordinary sense, but in infancy they seemed to gather enough radioactive matter to keep them alive for many years. Each individual, when his stock was running out and he began to be feeble, was either destroyed by his juniors or buried in a radioactive mine, to rise from this living death in a few months completely rejuvenated. At the bottom of the Venerian Ocean, these creatures thronged in cities of proliferated coral-like buildings, equipped with many complex articles, which must have constituted the necessities and luxuries of their civilization. So much was ascertained by the Terrestrials in the course of their submarine exploration. But the mental life of the Venerians remained hidden. It was clear, indeed, that like all living things, they were concerned with self-maintenance and the exercise of their capacities. But of the nature of these capacities, little was discoverable. Clearly they used some kind of symbolic language, based on mechanical vibrations set up in the water by the snapping claws of their tentacles. But their more complex activities were quite unintelligible. All that could be recorded with certainty was that they were much addicted to warfare, even to warfare between groups of one species, and that even in the stress of military disaster they maintained a feverish production of material articles of all sorts, which they proceeded to destroy and neglect. One activity was observed which was peculiarly mysterious. At certain seasons, 3 individuals, suddenly developing unusual luminosity, would approach one another with rhythmic swayings and tremors, and would then rise on their tails and press their bodies together. Sometimes at this stage an excited crowd would collect, whirling around the 3 like driven snow. The chief performers would now furiously tear one another to pieces with their crab-like pincers, till nothing was left but tangled shreds of flesh, the great swords, and the still twitching claws. The Terrestrials, observing these matters with difficulty, at first suspected some kind of sexual intercourse, but no reproduction was ever traced to this source. Possibly the behavior had once served a biological end, and had now become a useless ritual. Possibly it was a kind of voluntary religious sacrifice. More probably it was of a quite different nature, unintelligible to the human mind. As man's activities on Venus became more extensive, the Venerians became more energetic in seeking to destroy him. They could not come out of the ocean to grapple with him, for they were deep-sea organisms. Deprived of oceanic pressure, they would have burst, but they contrived to hurl high explosives into the centers of the islands, or to undermine them from tunnels. The work of electrolysis was thus very seriously hampered, and as all efforts to parley with the Venerians failed completely, it was impossible to effect a compromise. The 5th men were thus faced with a grave moral problem. What right had man to interfere in a world already possessed by beings who were obviously intelligent, even though their mental life was incomprehensible to man? Long ago, man himself had suffered at the hands of Martian invaders, who doubtless regarded themselves as more noble than the human race. And now man was committing a similar crime. On the other hand, either the migration to Venus must go forward, or humanity must be destroyed, for it seemed quite certain by now that the moon would fall, and at no very distant date. And though man's understanding of the Venerians was so incomplete, what he did know of them strongly suggested that they were definitely inferior to himself in mental range. This judgment might, of course, be mistaken. The Venerians might after all be so superior to man that man could not get an inkling of their superiority. But this argument would apply equally to jellyfish and microorganisms. Judgment had to be passed according to the evidence available. So far as man could judge at all in the matter, he was definitely the higher type. There was another fact to be taken into account. The life of the Venerian organism depended on the existence of radioactive atoms. Since those atoms are subject to disintegration, they must become rarer. Venus was far better supplied than the Earth in this respect, but there must inevitably come a time when there would be no more radioactive matter in Venus. Now submarine research showed that the Venerian fauna had once been much more extensive, and that the increasing difficulty of procuring radioactive matter was already the great limiting factor of civilization. Thus the Venerians were doomed, and man would merely hasten their destruction. It was hoped, of course, that in colonizing Venus, mankind would be able to accommodate itself without seriously interfering with the native population. But this proved impossible for two reasons. In the first place, the natives seemed determined to destroy the invader, even if they should destroy themselves in the process. Titanic explosions were engineered, which caused the invaders serious damage, but also strewed the ocean surface with thousands of dead Venerians. Secondly, it was found that, as electrolysis poured more and more free oxygen into the atmosphere, the ocean absorbed some of the potent element back into itself by solution, and this dissolved oxygen had a disastrous effect upon the oceanic organisms. Their tissues began to oxidize. They were burnt up, internally and externally, by a slow fire. Man dared not stop the process of electrolysis until the atmosphere had become as rich in oxygen as his native air. Long before this state was reached, it was already clear that the Venerians were beginning to feel the effects of the poison, and that in a few thousand years at most they would be exterminated. It was therefore determined to put them out of their misery as quickly as possible. Men could by now walk abroad on the islands of Venus, and indeed the first settlements were already being founded. They were thus able to build a fleet of powerful submarine vessels to scour the ocean and destroy the whole native fauna. This vast slaughter influenced the mind of the fifth human species in two opposite directions, now flinging it into despair, now rousing it to grave elation. For on the one hand, the horror of the slaughter produced a haunting guiltiness in all men's minds, an unreasoning disgust with humanity for having been driven to murder in order to save itself. And this guiltiness combined with the purely intellectual loss of self-confidence which had been produced by the failure of science to account for the moon's approach. It reawakened also that other quite irrational sense of guilt which had been bred of sympathy with the everlasting distress of the past. Together, these three influences tended toward racial neurosis. On the other hand, a very different mood sometimes sprang from the same three sources. After all, the failure of science was a challenge to be gladly accepted. It opened up a wealth of possibilities hitherto unimagined. Even the unalterable distress of the past constituted a challenge, for in some strange manner the present and future, it was said, must transfigure the past. As for the murder of Venerian life, it was indeed terrible, but right. It had been committed without hate, indeed rather in love. For as the Navy proceeded with its relentless work, it had gathered much insight into the life of the native, and had learned to admire, even in a sense to love, while it killed. This mood of inexorable yet not ruthless will intensified the spiritual sensibility of the species, refined, so to speak, its spiritual hearing, and revealed to it tones and themes in the universal music which were hitherto obscure. Which of these two moods, despair or courage, would triumph? All depended on the skill of the species to maintain a high degree of vitality in untoward circumstances. Man now busied himself in preparing his new home. Many kinds of plant life, derived from the terrestrial stock but bred for the Venerian environment, now began to swarm on the islands and in the sea. For so restricted was the land surface that great areas of ocean had to be given over to specially designed marine plants, which now formed immense floating continents of vegetable matter. On the least torrid islands appeared habitable pylons, forming an architectural forest with vegetation on every acre of free ground. Even so, it would be impossible for Venus ever to support the huge population of the earth. Steps had therefore been taken to ensure that the birth rate should fall far short of the death rate, so that, when the time should come, the race might emigrate without leaving any living members behind. No more than 100 million, it was reckoned, could live tolerably on Venus. The population had therefore to be reduced to 1/100th of its former size, and since in the terrestrial community with its vast social and cultural activity, every individual had fulfilled some definite function in society, it was obvious that the new community must be not merely small, but mentally impoverished. Hitherto, each individual had been enriched by intercourse with a far more intricate and diverse social environment that would be possible on Venus. Such was the prospect when at length it was judged advisable to leave the earth to its fate. The moon was now so huge that it periodically turned day into night, and night into a ghastly day. Prodigious tides and distressful weather conditions had already spoilt the amenities of the earth, and done great damage to the fabric of civilization. And so at length humanity reluctantly took flight. Some centuries passed before the migration was completed, before Venus had received not only the whole remaining human population, but also representatives of many other species of organisms, and all the most precious treasure of man's culture. Chapter 13. Humanity on Venus. 1. Taking root again. Man's sojourn on Venus lasted somewhat longer than his whole career on the earth. From the days of Pithecanthropus to the final evacuation of his native planet, he passed, as we have seen, through a bewildering diversity of form and circumstance. On Venus, though the human type was somewhat more constant biologically, it was scarcely less variegated in culture. To give an account of this period, even on the minute scale that has been adopted hitherto, would entail another volume. I can only sketch its bare outline. The sapling, humanity, transplanted into foreign soil, withers at first almost to the root, slowly readjusts itself, grows into strength and a certain permanence of form, burgeons, season by season, with leaf and flower of many successive civilizations and cultures, sleeps winter by winter, through many ages of reduced vitality, but at length, to force the metaphor, avoids this recurrent defeat by attaining an evergreen constitution and a continuous efflorescence. Then, once more, through the whim of fate, it is plucked up by the roots and cast upon another world. The first human settlers on Venus knew well that life would be a sorry business. They had done their best to alter the planet to suit human nature, but they could not make Venus into another Earth. The land surface was minute. The climate was almost unendurable. The extreme difference of temperature between the protracted day and night produced incredible storms, rain like 1,000 contiguous waterfalls, terrifying electrical disturbances, and fogs in which a man could not see his own feet. To make matters worse, the oxygen supply was as yet barely enough to render the air breathable. Worse still, the liberated hydrogen was not always successfully ejected from the atmosphere. It would sometimes mingle with the air to form an explosive mixture, and sooner or later there would occur a vast atmospheric flash. Recurrent disasters of this sort destroyed the architecture and the human inhabitants of many islands, and further reduced the oxygen supply. In time, however, the increasing vegetation made it possible to put an end to the dangerous process of electrolysis. Meanwhile, these atmospheric explosions crippled the race so seriously that it was unable to cope with a more mysterious trouble which beset it some time after the migration. A new and inexplicable decay of the digestive organs, which first occurred as a rare disease, threatened within a few centuries to destroy mankind. The physical effects of this plague were scarcely more disastrous than the psychological effects of the complete failure to master it. For what with the mystery of the moon's vagaries and the deep-seated unreasoning sense of guilt produced by the extermination of the Venerians, man's self-confidence was already seriously shaken, and his highly organized mentality began to show symptoms of derangement. The new plague was indeed finally traced to something in the Venerian water, and was supposed to be due to certain molecular groupings, formerly rare, but subsequently fostered by the presence of terrestrial organic matter in the ocean. No cure was discovered. And now another plague seized upon the enfeebled race. Human tissues had never perfectly assimilated the Martian units which were the means of telepathic communication. The universal ill health now favored a kind of cancer of the nervous system, which was due to the ungoverned proliferation of these units. The harrowing results of this disease may be left unmentioned. Century by century it increased, and even those who did not actually contract the sickness lived in constant terror of madness. These troubles were aggravated by the devastating heat. The hope that, as the generations passed, human nature would adapt itself even to the more sultry regions seemed to be unfounded. Far otherwise, within 1,000 years the once populous Arctic and Antarctic islands were almost deserted. Out of each 100 of the great pylons, scarcely more than 2 were inhabited, and these only by a few plague-stricken and broken-spirited human relics. These alone were left to turn their telescopes upon the earth and watch the unexpectedly delayed bombardment of their native world by the fragments of the moon. Population decreased still further. Each brief generation was slightly less well-developed than its parents. Intelligence declined. Education became superficial and restricted. Contact with the past was no longer possible. Art lost its significance, and philosophy its dominion over the minds of men. Even applied science began to be too difficult. Unskilled control of the subatomic sources of power led to a number of disasters, which finally gave rise to a superstition that all tampering with nature was wicked, and all the ancient wisdom a snare of man's enemy. Books, instruments, all the treasures of human culture were therefore burnt. Only the perdurable buildings resisted destruction. Of the incomparable world order of the Fifth Men, nothing was left but a few island tribes cut off from one another by the ocean, and from the rest of space-time by the depths of their own ignorance. After many thousands of years, human nature did begin to adapt itself to the climate and to the poisoned water without which life was impossible. At the same time, a new variety of the fifth species now began to appear, in which the Martian units were not included. Thus, at last, the race regained a certain mental stability, at the expense of its faculty of telepathy, which man was not to regain until almost the last phase of his career. Meanwhile, though he had recovered somewhat from the effects of an alien world, the glory that had been was no more. Let us therefore hurry through the ages that passed before noteworthy events again occurred. In early days on Venus, men had gathered their foodstuff from the great floating islands of vegetable matter which had been artificially produced before the migration. But as the oceans became populous with modifications of the terrestrial fauna, the human tribes turned more and more to fishing. Under the influence of its marine environment, one branch of the species assumed such an aquatic habit that in time it actually began to develop biological adaptations for marine life. It is perhaps surprising that man was still capable of spontaneous variation, but the fifth human species was artificial, and had always been prone to epidemics of mutation. After some millions of years of variation and selection, there appeared a very successful species of seal-like submen. The whole body was molded to streamlines. The lung capacity was greatly developed. The spine had elongated and increased in flexibility. The legs were shrunken, grown together, and flattened into a horizontal rudder. The arms also were diminutive and fin-like, though they still retained the manipulative forefinger and thumb. The head had sunk into the body and looked forward in the direction of swimming. Strong carnivorous teeth, emphatic gregariousness, and a new, almost human, cunning in the chase combined to make these seal men lords of the ocean. And so they remained for many million years, until a more human race, annoyed at their piscatorial successes, harpooned them out of existence. For another branch of the degenerated fifth species had retained a more terrestrial habit and the ancient human form. Sadly reduced in stature and in brain, these abject beings were so unlike the original invaders that they are rightly considered a new species, and may therefore be called the sixth men. Age after age, they gained a precarious livelihood by grubbing roots upon the forest-clad islands, trapping the innumerable birds, and catching fish in the tidal inlets with ground bait. Not infrequently they devoured, or were devoured by, their seal-like relatives. So restricted and constant was the environment of these human remnants that they remained biologically and culturally stagnant for some millions of years. At length, however, geological events afforded man's nature once more the opportunity of change. A mighty warping of the planet's crust produced an island almost as large as Australia. In time, this was peopled, and from the clash of tribes, a new and versatile race emerged. Once more there was methodical tillage, craftsmanship, complex social organization, and adventure in the realm of thought. During the next 200 million years, all the main phases of man's life on Earth were many times repeated on Venus, with characteristic differences. Theocratic empires, free and intellectualistic island cities, insecure overlordships of feudal archipelagos, rivalries of high priest and emperor, religious feuds over the interpretation of sacred scriptures, recurrent fluctuations of thought from naive animism through polytheism, conflicting monotheisms, and all the desperate isms by which mind seeks to blur the severe outline of truth, recurrent fashions of comfort-seeking fantasy and cold intelligence, social disorders through the misuse of volcanic or wind power in industry, business empires and pseudo-communistic empires, all these forms flitted over the changing substance of mankind again and again, as in an enduring hearth-fire there appear and vanish the infinitely diverse forms of flame and smoke. But all the while the brief spirits, in whose massed configurations these forms inhered, were intent chiefly on the primitive needs of food, shelter, companionship, crowd lust, love-making, the two-edged relationship of parent and child, the exercise of muscle and intelligence in facile sport. Very seldom, only in rare moments of clarity, only after ages of misapprehension, did a few of them, here and there, now and again, begin to have the deeper insight into the world's nature and man's. And no sooner had this precious insight begun to propagate itself, than it would be blotted out by some small or great disaster, by epidemic disease, by the spontaneous disruption of society, by an excess of racial imbecility, by a prolonged bombardment of meteorites, or by the mere cowardice and vertigo that dared not look down the precipice of the fact. 2. The Flying Men. We need not dwell upon these multitudinous reiterations of culture, but must glance for a moment at the last phase of this sixth human species, so that we may pass on to the artificial species which it produced. Throughout their career, the sixth men had often been fascinated by the idea of flight. The bird was again and again their most sacred symbol. Their monotheism was apt to be worship not of a god-man, but of a god-bird, conceived now as the divine sea-eagle, winged with power, now as the giant swift, winged with mercy, now as a disembodied spirit of air, and once as the bird-god that became man to endow the human race with flight, physical and spiritual. It was inevitable that flight should obsess man on Venus, for the planet afforded but a cramping home for groundlings, and the riotous efflorescence of avian species shamed man's pedestrian habit. When in due course the sixth men attained knowledge and power comparable to that of the first men at their height, they invented flying machines of various types. Many times, indeed, mechanical flight was rediscovered and lost again with the downfall of civilization. But at its best, it was regarded only as a makeshift. And when at length, with the advance of the biological sciences, the sixth men were in a position to influence the human organism itself, they determined to produce a true flying man. Many civilizations strove vainly for this result, sometimes half-heartedly, sometimes with religious earnestness. Finally, the most enduring and brilliant of all the civilizations of the sixth men actually attained the goal. The seventh men were pygmies, scarcely heavier than the largest of terrestrial flying birds. Through and through they were organized for flight. A leathery membrane spread from the foot to the tip of the immensely elongated and strengthened middle finger. The three outer fingers, equally elongated, served as ribs to the membrane, while the index and thumb remained free for manipulation. The body assumed the streamlines of a bird, and was covered with a deep quilt of feathery wool. This, and the silken down of the flight membranes, varied greatly from individual to individual in coloring and texture. On the ground, the seventh men walked much as other human beings, for the flight membranes were folded close to the legs and body, and hung from the arms like exaggerated sleeves. In flight, the legs were held extended as a flattened tail, with the feet locked together by the big toes. The breastbone was greatly developed as a keel, and as a base for the muscles of flight. The other bones were hollow for lightness, and their internal surfaces were utilized as supplementary lungs. For, like the birds, these flying men had to maintain a high rate of oxidation. A state which others would regard as fever was normal to them. Their brains were given ample tracts for the organization of prowess in flight. In fact, it was found possible to equip the species with a system of reflexes for aerial balance and a true, though artificial, instinctive aptitude for flight, an interest in flight. Compared with their makers, their brain volume was of necessity small, but their whole neural system was very carefully organized. Also, it matured rapidly, and was extremely facile in the acquirement of new modes of activity. This was very desirable, for the individual's natural life period was but 50 years, and in most cases it was deliberately cut short by some impossible feat at about 40, or whenever the symptoms of old age began to be felt. Of all human species, these bat-like flying men, the seventh men, were probably the most carefree. Gifted with harmonious physique and gay temperament, they came into a social heritage well adapted to their nature. There was no occasion for them, as there had often been for some others, to regard the world as fundamentally hostile to life, or themselves as essentially deformed. Of quick intelligence in respect of daily personal affairs and social organization, they were untroubled by the insatiable lust of understanding. Not that they were an unintellectual race, for they soon formulated a beautifully systematic account of experience. They clearly perceived, however, that the perfect sphere of their thought was but a bubble adrift in chaos. Yet it was an elegant bubble, and the system was true in its own gay and frankly insincere manner, true as significant metaphor, not literally true. What more, it was asked, could be expected of human intellect? Adolescents were encouraged to study the ancient problems of philosophy, for no reason but to convince themselves of the futility of probing beyond the limits of the orthodox system. Prick the bubble of thought at any point, it was said, and you shatter the whole of it. And since thought is one of the necessities of human life, it must be preserved. Natural science was taken over from the earlier species with half-contemptuous gratitude, as a necessary means of sane adjustment to the environment. Its practical applications were valued as the ground of the social order, but as the millennia advanced, and society approached that remarkable perfection and stability which was to endure for many million years, scientific inventiveness became less and less needful, and science itself was relegated to the infant schools. History also was given in outline during childhood and subsequently ignored. This curiously sincere intellectual insincerity was due to the fact that the seventh men were chiefly concerned with matters other than abstract thought. It is difficult to give to members of the first human species an inkling of the great preoccupation of these flying men. To say that it was flight would be true, yet far less than the truth. To say that they sought to live dangerously and vividly, to crowd as much experience as possible into each moment, would again be a caricature of the truth. On the physical plane, indeed, the universe of flight, with all the variety of peril and skill afforded by tempestuous atmosphere, was every individual's chief medium of self-expression. Yet it was not flight itself, but the spiritual aspect of flight which obsessed the species. In the air and on the ground, the seventh men were different beings. Whenever they exercised themselves in flight, they suffered a remarkable change of spirit. Much of their time had to be spent on the ground, since most of the work upon which civilization rested was impossible in the air. Moreover, life in the air was life at high pressure, and necessitated spells of recuperation on the ground. In their pedestrian phase, the seventh men were sober folk, mildly bored, yet in the main cheerful, humorously impatient of the drabness and irk of pedestrian affairs, but ever supported by memory and anticipation of the vivid life of the air. Often they were tired, after the strain of that other life, but seldom were they despondent or lazy. Indeed, in the routine of agriculture and industry, they were industrious as the wingless ants. Yet they worked in a strange mood of attentive absent-mindedness, for their hearts were ever in the air. So long as they could have frequent periods of aviation, they remained bland even on the ground. But if for any reason, such as illness, they were confined to the ground for a long period, they pined, developed acute melancholia, and died. Their makers had so contrived them that with the onset of any very great pain or misery, their hearts should stop. Thus they were to avoid all serious distress. But in fact, this merciful device worked only on the ground. In the air, they assumed a very different and more heroic nature, which their makers had not foreseen, though indeed it was a natural consequence of their design. In the air, the flying man's heart beat more powerfully, his temperature rose, his sensation became more vivid and more discriminant, his intelligence more agile and penetrating. He experienced a more intense pleasure or pain in all that happened to him. It would not be true to say that he became more emotional, rather the reverse, if by emotionality is meant enslavement to the emotions. For the most remarkable feature of the aerial phase was that this enhanced power of appreciation was dispassionate. So long as the individual was in the air, whether in lonely struggle with the storm or in the ceremonial ballet with sky-darkening hosts of his fellows, whether in the ecstatic love dance with a sexual partner or in solitary and meditative circlings far above the world, whether his enterprise was fortunate or he found himself dismembered by the hurricane and crashing to death, always the gay and the tragic fortunes of his own person were regarded equally with detached aesthetic delight. Even when his dearest companion was mutilated or destroyed by some aerial disaster, he exulted, though also he would give his own life in the hope of effecting a rescue. But very soon after he had returned to the ground, he would be overwhelmed with grief, would strive vainly to recapture the lost vision, and would perhaps die of heart failure. Even when, as happened occasionally in the wild climate of Venus, a whole aerial population was destroyed by some worldwide atmospheric tumult, the few broken survivors, so long as they could remain in the air, exulted. And actually, while at length they sank exhausted towards the ground, towards certain disillusionment and death, they laughed inwardly. Yet an hour after they had alighted, their constitution would be changed, their vision lost. They would remember only the horror of the disaster, and the memory would kill them. No wonder the seventh men grudged every moment that was passed on the ground. While they were in the air, of course, the prospect of a pedestrian interlude, or indeed of endless pedestrianism, though in a manner repugnant, would be accepted with unswerving gaiety. But while they were on the ground, they grudged bitterly to be there. Early in the career of the species, the proportion of aerial to terrestrial hours was increased by a biological invention. A minute food plant was produced which spent the winter rooted in the ground, and the summer adrift in the sunlit upper air, engaged solely in photosynthesis. Henceforth the populations of the flying men were able to browse upon the bright pastures of the sky like swallows. As the ages passed, material civilization became more and more simplified. Needs which could not be satisfied without terrestrial labor tended to be outgrown. Manufactured articles became increasingly rare. Books were no longer written or read. In the main, indeed, they were no longer necessary. But to some extent their place was taken by verbal tradition and discussion in the upper air. Of the arts, music, spoken lyric, and epic verse, and the supreme art of winged dance, were constantly practiced. The rest vanished. Many of the sciences inevitably faded into tradition, yet the true scientific spirit was preserved in a very exact meteorology, a sufficient biology, and a human psychology surpassed only by the second and fifth species at their height. None of these sciences, however, was taken very seriously, save in its practical applications. For instance, psychology explained the ecstasy of flight very neatly as a febrile and irrational beatitude, But no one was disconcerted by this theory, for every one, while on the wing, felt it to be merely an amusing half-truth. The social order of the seventh men was in essence neither utilitarian, nor humanistic, nor religious, but aesthetic. Every act and every institution were to be justified as contributing to the perfect form of the community. Even social prosperity was conceived as merely the medium in which beauty should be embodied, the beauty, namely, of vivid individual lives harmoniously related. Yet not only for the individual, but even for the race itself, so the wise insisted, death on the wing was more excellent than prolonged life on the ground. Better, far better, would be racial suicide than a future of pedestrianism. Yet though both the individual and the race were conceived as instrumental to objective beauty, there was nothing religious, in any ordinary sense, in this conviction. The seventh men were completely without interest in the universal and the unseen. The beauty which they sought to create was ephemeral, and very largely sensuous, and they were well content that it should be so. Personal immortality, said a dying sage, would be as tedious as an endless song. Equally so with the race. The lovely flame of which we all are members must die, he said, must die. For without death she would fall short of beauty. For close on 100 million terrestrial years, this aerial society endured with little change. On many of the islands throughout this period stood even yet a number of the ancient pylons, though repaired almost beyond recognition. In these nests the men and women of the seventh species slept through the long Venerian nights, crowded like roosting swallows. By day the same great towers were sparsely peopled with those who were serving their turn in industry, while in the fields and on the sea others labored. But most were in the air. Many would be skimming the ocean, to plunge, gannet-like, for fish. Many, circling over land or sea, would now and again stoop like hawks upon the wild fowl which formed the chief meat of the species. Others, 40 or 50,000 feet above the waves, where even the plentiful atmosphere of Venus was scarcely capable of supporting them, would be soaring, circling, sweeping, for pure joy of flight. Others, in the calm and sunshine of high altitudes, would be hanging effortless upon some steady up-current of air for meditation and the rapture of mere percipience. Not a few love-intoxicated pairs would be entwining their courses in aerial patterns, in spires, cascades, and true love knots of flight, presently to embrace and drop 10,000 feet in bodily union. Some would be driving hither and thither through the green mists of vegetable particles, gathering the manna in their open mouths. Companies, circling together, would be discussing matters social or aesthetic. Others would be singing together, or listening to recitative epic verse. Thousands, gathering in the sky like migratory birds, would perform massed convolutions, reminiscent of the vast mechanical aerial choreography of the first world state, but more vital and expressive, as a bird's flight is more vital than the flight of any machine. And all the while there would be some, solitary or in companies, who, either in the pursuit of fish and wild fowl, or out of pure devilment, pitted their strength and skill against the hurricane, often tragically, but never without zest and laughter of the spirit. It may seem to some incredible that the culture of the seventh men should have lasted so long. Surely it must either have decayed through mere monotony and stagnation, or have advanced into richer experience. But no. Generation succeeded generation, and each was too short-lived to outlast its young delight and discover boredom. Moreover, so perfect was the adjustment of these beings to their world, that even if they had lived for centuries, they would have felt no need of change. Flight provided them with intense physical exhilaration, and with the physical basis of a genuine and ecstatic, though limited, spiritual experience. In this their supreme attainment, they rejoiced not only in the diversity of flight itself, but also in the perceived beauties of their variegated world, and most of all, perhaps, in the 1,000 lyric and epic ventures of human intercourse in an aerial community. The end of this seemingly everlasting Elysium was nevertheless involved in the very nature of the species. In the first place, as the ages lengthened into eons, the generations preserved less and less of the ancient scientific lore, for it became insignificant to them. The aerial community had no need of it. This loss of mere information did not matter so long as their condition remained unaltered. But in due course, biological changes began to undermine them. The species had always been prone to a certain biological instability. A proportion of infants, varying with circumstances, had always been misshapen, and the deformity had generally been such as to make flight impossible. The normal infant was able to fly early in its second year. If some accident prevented it from doing so, it invariably fell into a decline and died before its third year was past. But many of the deformed types, being the result of a partial reversion to the pedestrian nature, were able to live on indefinitely without flight. According to a merciful custom, these cripples had always to be destroyed. But at length, owing to the gradual exhaustion of a certain marine salt essential to the high-strung nature of the seventh men, infants were more often deformed than true to type. The world population declined so seriously that the organized aerial life of the community could no longer be carried on according to the time-honored aesthetic principles. No one knew how to check this racial decay, but many felt that with greater biological knowledge it might be avoided. A disastrous policy was now adopted. It was decided to spare a carefully selected proportion of the deformed infants, those namely which, though doomed to pedestrianism, were likely to develop high intelligence. Thus it was hoped to raise a specialized group of persons whose work should be biological research untrammeled by the intoxication of flight. The brilliant cripples that resulted from this policy looked at existence from a new angle. Deprived of the supreme experience for which their fellows lived, envious of a bliss which they knew only by report, yet contemptuous of the naive mentality which cared for nothing, it seemed, but physical exercise, love-making, the beauty of nature, and the elegances of society, these flightless intelligences sought satisfaction almost wholly in the life of research and scientific control. At the best, however, they were a tortured and resentful race, for their natures were fashioned for the aerial life which they could not lead. Although they received from the winged folk just treatment and a certain compassionate respect, they writhed under this kindness, locked their hearts against all the orthodox values, and sought out new ideals. Within a few centuries they had rehabilitated the life of intellect, and, with the power that knowledge gives, they had made themselves masters of the world. The amiable flyers were surprised, perplexed, even pained, and yet withal amused. Even when it became evident that the pedestrians were determined to create a new world order in which there would be no place for the beauties of natural flight, the flyers were only distressed while they were on the ground. The islands were becoming crowded with machinery and flightless industrialists. In the air itself, the winged folk found themselves outstripped by the base but effective instruments of mechanical flight. Wings became a laughing-stock, and the life of natural flight was condemned as a barren luxury. It was ordained that in future every flyer must serve the pedestrian world order or starve. And as the cultivation of wind-borne plants had been abandoned, and fishing and fowling rights were strictly controlled, this law was no empty form. At first it was impossible for the flyers to work on the ground for long hours, day after day, without incurring serious ill health and an early death. But the pedestrian physiologists invented a drug which preserved the poor wage slaves in something like physical health, and actually prolonged their life. No drug, however, could restore their spirit, for their normal aerial habit was reduced to a few tired hours of recreation once a week. Meanwhile, breeding experiments were undertaken to produce a wholly wingless, large-brained type, and finally a law was enacted by which all winged infants must be either mutilated or destroyed. At this point the flyers made an heroic but ineffectual bid for power. They attacked the pedestrian population from the air. In reply, the enemy rode them down in his great aeroplanes and blew them to pieces with high explosive. The fighting squadrons of the natural flyers were finally driven to the ground in a remote and barren island. Thither the whole flying population, a mere remnant of its former strength, fled out of every civilized archipelago in search of freedom. The whole population, save the sick who committed suicide and all infants that could not yet fly. These were stifled by their mothers or next of kin in obedience to a decree of the leaders. About 1 million men, women, and children, some of whom were scarcely old enough for the prolonged flight, now gathered on the rocks, regardless that there was not food in the neighborhood for a great company. Their leaders, conferring together, saw clearly that the day of flying man was done, and that it would be more fitting for a high-souled race to die at once than to drag on in subjection to contemptuous masters. They therefore ordered the population to take part in an act of racial suicide that should at least make death a noble gesture of freedom. The people received the message while they were resting on the stony moorland. A wail of sorrow broke from them. It was checked by the speaker, who bade them strive to see, even on the ground, the beauty of the thing that was to be done. They could not see it, but they knew that if they had the strength to take wing again, they would see it clearly, almost as soon as their tired muscles bore them aloft. There was no time to waste, for many were already faint with hunger and anxious lest they should fail to rise. At the appointed signal, the whole population rose into the air with a deep roar of wings. Sorrow was left behind. Even the children, when their mothers explained what was to be done, accepted their fate with zest, though, had they learned of it on the ground, they would have been terror-stricken. The company now flew steadily west, forming themselves into a double file many miles long. The cone of a volcano appeared over the horizon, and rose as they approached. The leaders pressed on towards its ruddy smoke plume, and unflinchingly, couple by couple, the whole multitude darted into its fiery breath and vanished. So ended the career of flying man. 3. A minor astronomical event. The flightless, yet still half-avian race that now possessed the planet settled down to construct a society based on industry and science. After many vicissitudes of fortune and of aim, they produced a new human species, the eighth men. These long-headed and substantial folk were designed to be strictly pedestrian, physically and mentally. Apt for manipulation, calculation, and invention, they very soon turned Venus into an engineer's paradise. With power drawn from the planet's central heat, their huge electric ships bored steadily through the perennial monsoons and hurricanes, which also their aircraft treated with contempt. Islands were joined by tunnels and by millipede bridges. Every inch of land served some industrial or agricultural end. So successfully did the generations amass wealth that their rival races and rival castes were able to indulge, every few centuries, in vast revelries of mutual slaughter and material destruction without, as a rule, impoverishing their descendants. And so insensitive had man become that these orgies shamed him not at all. Indeed, only by the ardors of physical violence could this most Philistine species wrench itself for a while out of its complacency. Strife, which to nobler beings would have been a grave spiritual disaster, was for these a tonic, almost a religious exercise. These cathartic paroxysms, it should be observed, were but the rare and brief crises which automatically punctuated ages of stolid peace. At no time did they threaten the existence of the species. Seldom did they even destroy its civilization. It was after a lengthy period of peace and scientific advancement that the eighth men made a startling astronomical discovery. Ever since the first men had learned that in the life of every star there comes a critical moment when the great orb collapses, shrinking to a minute, dense grain with feeble radiation, man had periodically suspected that the sun was about to undergo this change and become a typical white dwarf. The eighth men detected sure signs of the catastrophe and predicted its date. 20,000 years they gave themselves before the change should begin. In another 50,000 years, they guessed, Venus would probably be frozen and uninhabitable. The only hope was to migrate to Mercury during the Great Change, when that planet was already ceasing to be intolerably hot. It was necessary then to give Mercury an atmosphere, and to breed a new species which should be capable of adapting itself finally to a world of extreme cold. This desperate operation was already on foot when a new astronomical discovery rendered it futile. Astronomers detected, some distance from the solar system, a volume of non-luminous gas. Calculation showed that this object and the Sun were approaching one another at a tangent, and that they would collide. Further calculation revealed the probable results of this event. The Sun would flare up and expand prodigiously. Life would be quite impossible on any of the planets, save, just possibly, Uranus, and more probably Neptune. The 3 planets beyond Neptune would escape roasting, but were unsuitable for other reasons. The 2 outermost would remain glacial, and moreover lay beyond the range of the imperfect ether ships of the 8th men. The innermost was practically a bald globe of iron, devoid not merely of atmosphere and water, but also of the normal covering of rock. Neptune alone might be able to support life. But how could even Neptune be populated? Not only was its atmosphere very unsuitable, and its gravitational pull such as to make man's body an intolerable burden, but also up to the time of the collision it would remain excessively cold. Not till after the collision could it support any kind of life known to man. How these difficulties were overcome, I have no time to tell, though the story of man's attack upon his final home is well worthy of recording. Nor can I tell in detail of the conflict of policy which now occurred. Some, realizing that the 8th men themselves could never live on Neptune, advocated an orgy of pleasure living till the end. But at length the race excelled itself in an almost unanimous resolve to devote its remaining centuries to the production of a human being capable of carrying the torch of mentality into a new world. Ether vessels were able to reach that remote world and set up chemical changes for the improvement of the atmosphere. It was also possible, by means of the lately rediscovered process of automatic annihilation of matter, to produce a constant supply of energy for the warming of an area where life might hope to survive until the Sun should be rejuvenated. When at last the time for migration was approaching, a specially designed vegetation was shipped to Neptune, and established in the warm area to fit it for man's use. Animals, it was decided, would be unnecessary. Subsequently, a specially designed human species, the 9th men, was transported to man's new home. The giant 8th men could not themselves inhabit Neptune. The trouble was not merely that they could scarcely support their own weight, let alone walk, but that the atmospheric pressure on Neptune was unendurable, for the great planet bore a gaseous envelope thousands of miles deep. The solid globe was scarcely more than the yolk of a huge egg. The mass of the air itself combined with the mass of the solid to produce a gravitational pressure greater than that upon the Venerian ocean floor. The 8th men, therefore, dared not emerge from their ether ships to tread the surface of the planet save for brief spells in steel diving suits. For them there was nothing else to do but to return to the archipelagos of Venus and make the best of life until the end. They were not spared for long. A few centuries after the settlement of Neptune had been completed by transferring thither all the most precious material relics of humanity, the great planet itself narrowly missed collision with the dark stranger from space. Uranus and Jupiter were at the time well out of its track. Not so Saturn, which a few years after Neptune's escape was engulfed with all its rings and satellites. The sudden incandescence which resulted from this minor collision was but a prelude. The huge foreigner rushed on. Like a finger poked into a spider's web, it tangled up the planetary orbits. Having devoured its way through the asteroids, it missed Mars, caught Earth and Venus in its blazing hair, and leapt at the Sun. Henceforth, the center of the solar system was a star nearly as wide as the old orbit of Mercury, and the system was transformed. Chapter 14. Neptune. 1. Bird's Eye View. I have told man's story up to a point about halfway from his origin to his annihilation. Behind lies the vast span which includes the whole terrestrial and Venerian ages, with all their slow fluctuations of darkness and enlightenment. Ahead lies the Neptunian age, equally long, equally tragic perhaps, but more diverse, and in its last phase incomparably more brilliant. It would not be profitable to recount the history of man on Neptune on the scale of the preceding chronicle. Very much of it would be incomprehensible to terrestrials, and much of it repeats again and again, in the many Neptunian modes, themes that we have already observed in the terrestrial or the Venerian movements of the human symphony. To appreciate fully the range and subtlety of the great living epic, we ought no doubt to dwell on its every movement with the same faithful care. But this is impossible to any human mind. We can but attend to significant phrases here and there, and hope to capture some fragmentary hint of its vast intricate form. And for the readers of this book, who are themselves tremors in the opening bars of the music, it is best that I should dwell chiefly on things near to them, even at the cost of ignoring much that is in fact greater. Before continuing our long flight, let us look around us. Hitherto we have passed over time's fields at a fairly low altitude, making many detailed observations. Now we shall travel at a greater height and with speed of a new order. We must therefore orientate ourselves within the wider horizon that opens around us. We must consider things from the astronomical rather than the human point of view. I said that we were halfway from man's beginning to his end. Looking back to that remote beginning, we see that the span of time which includes the whole career of the first men, from Pithecanthropus to the Patagonian disaster, is an unanalyzable point. Even the preceding and much longer period between the first mammal and the first man, some 25 millions of terrestrial years, seems now inconsiderable. The whole of it, together with the age of the first men, may be said to lie halfway between the formation of the planets, 2,000 million years earlier, and their final destruction, 2,000 million years later. Taking a still wider view, we see that this eon of 4,000 million years is itself no more than a moment in comparison with the sun's age. And before the birth of the suns, the stuff of this galaxy had already endured for eons as a nebula. Yet even these eons look brief in relation to the passage of time before the myriad great nebulae themselves, the future galaxies, condensed out of the all-pervading mist in the beginning. Thus the whole duration of humanity, with its many sequent species and its incessant downpour of generations, is but a flash in the lifetime of the cosmos. Spatially also, man is inconceivably minute. If in imagination we reduce this galaxy of ours to the size of an ancient terrestrial principality, we must suppose it adrift in the void with millions of other such principalities, very remote from one another. On the same scale, the all-embracing cosmos would bulk as a sphere whose diameter was some 20 times greater than that of the lunar orbit in your day. And somewhere within the little wandering asteroid-like principality which is our own universe, the solar system would be an ultra-microscopic point, the greatest planet incomparably smaller. We have watched the fortunes of 8 successive human species for 1,000 million years, the first half of that flicker which is the duration of man. 10 more species now succeed one another, or are contemporary, on the plains of Neptune. We, the last men, are the 18th men. Of the 8 pre-Neptunian species, some, as we have seen, remained always primitive. Many achieved at least a confused and fleeting civilization, and one, the brilliant 5th, was already wakening into true humanity when misfortune crushed it. The 10 Neptunian species show an even greater diversity. They range from the instinctive animal to modes of consciousness never before attained. The definitely subhuman degenerate types are confined mostly to the first 600 million years of man's sojourn on Neptune. During the earlier half of this long phase of preparation, man, at first almost crushed out of existence by a hostile environment, gradually peopled the huge north, but with beasts, not men. For man, as man, no longer existed. During the latter half of the preparatory 600 million years, the human spirit gradually awoke again, to undergo the fluctuating advance and decline characteristic of the pre-Neptunian ages. But subsequently, in the last 400 million years of his career on Neptune, man has made an almost steady progress toward full spiritual maturity. Let us now look rather more closely at these three great epochs of man's history. 2. Da Capo. It was in desperate haste that the last Venerian men had designed and fashioned the new species for the colonization of Neptune. The mere remoteness of the great planet, moreover, had prevented its nature from being explored at all thoroughly, and so the new human organism was but partially adapted to its destined environment. Inevitably it was a dwarf type, limited in size by the necessity of resisting an excessive gravitation. Its brain was so cramped that everything but the bare essentials of humanity had to be omitted from it. Even so, the ninth men were too delicately organized to withstand the ferocity of natural forces on Neptune. This ferocity the designers had seriously underestimated, and so they were content merely to produce a miniature copy of their own type. They should have planned a hardy brute, lustily procreative, cunning in the struggle for physical existence, but above all tough, prolific, and so insensitive as to be scarcely worthy of the name man. They should have trusted that if once this crude seed could take root, natural forces themselves would in time conjure from it something more human. Instead, they produced a race cursed with the inevitable fragility of miniatures, and designed for a civilized environment which feeble spirits could not possibly maintain in a tumultuous world. For it so happened that the still youthful giant, Neptune, was slowly entering one of his phases of crustal shrinkage, and therefore of earthquake and eruption. Thus the frail colonists found themselves increasingly in danger of being swallowed in sudden fiery crevasses or buried under volcanic dust. Moreover, their squat buildings, when not actually being trampled by lava streams or warped and cracked by their shifting foundations, were liable to be demolished by the battering ram thrust of a turbulent and massive atmosphere. Further, the atmosphere's unwholesome composition killed all possibility of cheerfulness and courage in a race whose nature was doomed to be, even in favorable circumstances, neurotic. Fortunately, this agony could not last indefinitely. Little by little, civilization crumbled into savagery. The torturing vision of better things was lost. Man's consciousness was narrowed and coarsened into brute consciousness. By good luck, the brute precariously survived. Long after the ninth men had fallen from man's estate, nature herself, in her own slow and blundering manner, succeeded where man had failed. The brute descendants of this human species became at length well adapted to their world. In time there arose a wealth of subhuman forms in the many kinds of environment afforded by the lands and seas of Neptune. None of them penetrated far towards the equator, for the swollen sun had rendered the tropics at this time far too hot to support life of any kind. Even at the pole the protracted summer put a great strain on all but the most hardy creatures. Neptune's year was at this time about 165 times the length of the old terrestrial year. The slow seasonal change had an important effect on life's own rhythms. All but the most ephemeral organisms tended to live through at least one complete year, and the higher mammals survived longer. At a much later stage, this natural longevity was to play a great and beneficial part in the revival of man. But on the other hand, the increasing sluggishness of individual growth, the length of immaturity in each generation, retarded the natural evolutionary process on Neptune, so that compared with the terrestrial and Venerian epochs, the biological story now moves at a snail's pace. After the fall of the ninth men, the subhuman creatures had one and all adopted a quadruped habit, the better to cope with gravity. At first they had indulged merely in occasional support from their knuckles, but in time many species of true quadrupeds had appeared. In several of the running types, the fingers, like the toes, had grown together, and a hoof had developed, not on the old fingertips, which were bent back and atrophied, but on the knuckles. 200 million years after the solar collision, innumerable species of subhuman grazers with long sheep-like muzzles, ample molars, and almost ruminant digestive systems were competing with one another on the polar continent. Upon these preyed the subhuman carnivora, of whom some were built for speed in the chase, others for stalking and a sudden spring. But since jumping was no easy matter on Neptune, the cat-like types were all minute. They preyed upon man's more rabbit-like and rat-like descendants, or on the carrion of the larger mammals, or on the lusty worms and beetles. These had sprung originally from vermin which had been transported accidentally from Venus. For of all the ancient Venerian fauna, only man himself, a few insects and other invertebrates, and many kinds of microorganisms, succeeded in colonizing Neptune. Of plants, many types had been artificially bred for the New World, and from these eventually arose a host of grasses, flowering plants, thick-trunked bushes, and novel seaweeds. On this marine flora fed certain highly developed marine worms, and of these last, some in time became vertebrate, predatory, swift, and fish-like. On these, in turn, man's own marine descendants preyed, whether as subhuman seals or still more specialized subhuman porpoises. Perhaps most remarkable of these developments of the ancient human stock was that which led, through a small insectivorous bat-like glider, to a great diversity of true flying mammals, scarcely larger than hummingbirds, but in some cases agile as swallows. Nowhere did the typical human form survive. There were only beasts, fitted by structure and instinct to some niche or other of their infinitely diverse and roomy world. Certain strange vestiges of human mentality did indeed persist here and there, even as in the forelimbs of most species there still remained buried the relics of man's once cunning fingers. For instance, there were certain grazers which in times of hardship would meet together, and give tongue in cacophonous ululation, or sitting on their haunches with forelimbs pressed together, they would listen by the hour to the howls of some leader, responding intermittently with groans and whimpers, and working themselves at last into foaming madness. And there were carnivora which, in the midst of the springtime fervor, would suddenly cease from love-making, fighting, and the daily routine of hunting, to sit alone in some high place day after day, night after night, watching, waiting, until at last hunger forced them into action. Now, in the fullness of time, about 300 million terrestrial years after the solar collision, a certain minute, hairless, rabbit-like creature, scampering on the polar grasslands, found itself greatly persecuted by a swift hound from the south. The subhuman rabbit was relatively unspecialized, and had no effective means of defense or flight. It was almost exterminated. A few individuals, however, saved themselves by taking to the dense and thick-trunked scrub, whither the hound could not follow them. Here they had to change their diet and manner of life, deserting grass for roots, berries, and even worms and beetles. Their forelimbs were now increasingly used for digging and climbing, and eventually for weaving nests of stick and straw. In this species, the fingers had never grown together. Internally, the forepaw was like a minute clenched fist from the elongated and exposed knuckles of which separate toes protruded. And now the knuckles elongated themselves still further, becoming in time a new set of fingers. Within the palm of the new little monkey hand there still remained traces of man's ancient fingers, bent in upon themselves. As of old, manipulation gave rise to clearer percipience, and this, in conjunction with the necessity of frequent experiments in diet, hunting, and defense, produced at length a real versatility of behavior and suppleness of mind. The rabbit throve, adopted an almost upright gait, continued to increase in stature and in brain. Yet, just as the new hand was not merely a resurrection of the old hand, so the new regions of the brain were no mere revival of the atrophied human cerebrum, but a new organ which overlaid and swallowed up that ancient relic. The creature's mind, therefore, was in many respects a new mind, though molded to the same great basic needs. Like his forerunners, of course, he craved food, love, glory, companionship. In pursuit of these ends, he devised weapons and traps and built wicker villages. He held powwows. He became the 10th men. 3. Slow conquest. For 1,000,000 terrestrial years, these long-armed, hairless beings were spreading their wicker huts and bone implements over the great northern continents, and for many more millions they remained in possession without making further cultural progress. For evolution, both biological and cultural, was indeed slow on Neptune. At last the 10th men were attacked by a microorganism and demolished. From their ruins, several primitive human species developed, and remained isolated in remote territories for millions of decades, until at length chance or enterprise brought them into contact. One of these early species, crouched and tusked, was persistently trapped for its ivory by an abler type, till it was exterminated. Another, long of muzzle and large of base, habitually squatted on its haunches like the kangaroo. Shortly after this industrious and social species had discovered the use of the wheel, a more primitive but more warlike type crashed into it like a tidal wave and overwhelmed it. Erect, but literally almost as broad as they were tall, these chunkish and bloody-minded savages spread over the whole Arctic and subarctic region and spent some millions of years in monotonous reiteration of progress and decline, until at last a slow decay of their germ-plasm almost ended man's career. But after an eon of darkness there appeared another thick-set but larger-brained species. This, for the first time on Neptune, conceived the religion of love, and all those spiritual cravings and agonies which had flickered in man so often and so vainly upon Earth and Venus. There appeared again feudal empires, militant nations, economic class wars, and not once but often a world state covering the whole northern hemisphere. These men it was that first crossed the equator in artificially cooled electric ships, and explored the huge South. No life of any kind was discovered in the southern hemisphere, for even in that age no living matter could have crossed the roasting tropics without artificial refrigeration. Indeed, it was only because the sun's temporary revival had already passed its zenith that even man, with all his ingenuity, could endure a long tropical voyage. Like the first men and so many other natural human types, these 14th men were imperfectly human. Like the first men, they conceived ideals of conduct which their imperfectly organized nervous systems could never attain and seldom approach. Unlike the first men, they survived with but minor biological changes for 300 million years. But even so long a period did not enable them to transcend their imperfect spiritual nature. Again and again and again, they passed from savagery to world civilization and back to savagery. They were captive within their own nature, as a bird in a cage. And as a caged bird may fumble with nest-building materials and periodically destroy the fruit of its aimless toil, so these cramped beings destroyed their civilizations. At length, however, this second phase of Neptunian history, this era of fluctuation, was brought to an end. At the close of the 600 million years after the first settlement of the planet, unaided nature produced, in the 15th human species, that highest form of natural man which she had produced only once before, in the second species. And this time no Martians interfered. We must not stay to watch the struggle of this great-headed man to overcome his one serious handicap, excessive weight of cranium and unwieldy proportions of body. Suffice it that after a long drawn-out immaturity, including one great mechanized war between the northern and southern hemispheres, the 15th men outgrew the ailments and fantasies of youth, and consolidated themselves as a single world community. This civilization was based economically on volcanic power, and spiritually on devotion to the fulfillment of human capacity. It was this species which, for the first time on Neptune, conceived, as an enduring racial purpose, the will to remake human nature upon an ampler scale. Henceforth, in spite of many disasters, such as another period of earthquake and eruption, sudden climatic changes, innumerable plagues, and biological aberrations, human progress was relatively steady. It was not by any means swift and sure. There were still to be ages, often longer than the whole career of the first men, in which the human spirit would rest from its pioneering to consolidate its conquests, or would actually stray into the wilderness. But never again, seemingly, was it to be routed and crushed into mere animality. In tracing man's final advance to full humanity, we can observe only the broadest features of a whole astronomical era. But in fact, it is an era crowded with many thousands of long-lived generations. Myriads of individuals, each one unique, live out their lives in rapt intercourse with one another, contribute their heart's pulses to the universal music, and presently vanish, giving place to others. All this age-long sequence of private living, which is the actual tissue of humanity's flesh, I cannot describe. I can only trace, as it were, the disembodied form of its growth. The 15th men first set themselves to abolish 5 great evils, namely, disease, suffocating toil, senility, misunderstanding, ill will. The story of their devotion, their many disastrous experiments, and ultimate triumph, cannot here be told, nor can I recount how they learned and used the secret of deriving power from the annihilation of matter, nor how they invented ether ships for the exploration of neighboring planets, nor how, after ages of experiments, they designed and produced a new species, the 16th, to supersede themselves. The new type was analogous to the ancient 5th, which had colonized Venus. Artificial rigid atoms had been introduced into its bone tissues, so that it might support great stature and an ample brain, in which, moreover, an exceptionally fine-grained cellular structure permitted a new complexity of organization. Telepathy also was once more achieved, not by means of the Martian units, which had long ago become extinct, but by the synthesis of new molecular groups of a similar type, partly through the immense increase of mutual understanding which resulted from telepathic rapport, partly through improved coordination of the nervous system. The ancient evil of selfishness was entirely and finally abolished from the normal human being. Egoistic impulses, whenever they refused to be subordinated, were henceforth classed as symptoms of insanity. The sensory powers of the new species were, of course, greatly improved, and it was even given a pair of eyes in the back of the head. Henceforth man was to have a circular instead of a semicircular field of vision, and such was the general intelligence of the new race that many problems formerly deemed insoluble were now solved in a single flash of insight. Of the great practical uses to which the 16th men put their powers, one only need be mentioned as an example. They gained control of the movement of their planet. Early in their career, they were able, with the unlimited energy at their disposal, to direct it into a wider orbit, so that its average climate became more temperate, and snow occasionally covered the polar regions. But as the ages advanced, and the sun became steadily less ferocious, it became necessary to reverse this process, and shift the planet gradually nearer to the sun. When they had possessed their world for nearly 50 million years, the 16th men, like the 5th before them, learned to enter into past minds. For them this was a more exciting adventure than for their forerunners, since they were still ignorant of terrestrial and Venerian history. Like their forerunners, so dismayed were they at the huge volume of eternal misery in the past, that for a while, in spite of their own great blessings and spontaneous gaiety, existence seemed a mockery. But in time they came to regard the past's misery as a challenge. They told themselves that the past was calling to them for help, and that somehow they must prepare a great crusade to liberate the past. How this was to be done they could not conceive, but they were determined to bear in mind this quixotic aim in the great enterprise which had by now become the chief concern of the race, namely the creation of a human type of an altogether higher order. It had become clear that man had by now advanced in understanding and creativeness as far as was possible to the individual human brain acting in physical isolation. Yet the 16th men were oppressed by their own impotence. Though in philosophy they had delved further than had ever been possible, yet even at their deepest they found only the shifting sands of mystery. In particular, they were haunted by three ancient problems, two of which were purely intellectual, namely the mystery of time and the mystery of mind's relation to the world. Their third problem was the need somehow to reconcile their confirmed loyalty to life, which they conceived as embattled against death, with their ever-strengthening impulse to rise above the battle and admire it dispassionately. Age after age, the races of the 16th men blossomed with culture after culture. The movement of thought ranged again and again through all the possible modes of the spirit, ever discovering new significance in ancient themes. Yet throughout this epoch, the three great problems remained unsolved, perplexing the individual and vitiating the policy of the race. Forced thus at length to choose between spiritual stagnation and a perilous leap in the dark, the 16th men determined to set about devising a type of brain which, by means of the mental fusion of many individuals, might waken into an altogether new mode of consciousness. Thus, it was hoped, man might gain insight into the very heart of existence, whether finally to admire or loathe. And thus the racial purpose, which had been so much confused by philosophical ignorance, might at last become clear. Of the 100 million years which passed before the 16th men produced the new human type, I must not pause to tell. They thought they had achieved their heart's desire, but in fact the glorious beings which they had produced were tortured by subtle imperfections beyond their Maker's comprehension. Consequently, no sooner had the 17th men peopled the world and attained full cultural stature, than they also bent all their strength to the production of a new type, essentially like their own, but perfected. Thus, after a brief career of a few 100,000 years, crowded with splendor and agony, the 17th gave place to the 18th, and, as it turns out, the last human species. Since all the earlier cultures find their fulfillment in the world of the last men, I pass over them to enlarge somewhat upon our modern age. Chapter 15. The Last Men. 1. Introduction to the last human species. If one of the first men could enter the world of the last men, he would find many things familiar and much that would seem strangely distorted and perverse. But nearly everything that is most distinctive of the last human species would escape him. Unless he were to be told that behind all the obvious and imposing features of civilization, behind all the social organization and personal intercourse of a great community, lay a whole other world of spiritual culture round about him, yet beyond his ken, he would no more suspect its existence than a cat in London suspects the existence of finance or literature. Among the familiar things that he would encounter would be creatures recognizably human, yet in his view grotesque. While he himself labored under the weight of his own body, these giants would be easily striding. He would consider them very sturdy, often thick-set folk, but he would be compelled to allow them grace of movement and even beauty of proportion. The longer he stayed with them, the more beauty he would see in them, and the less complacently would he regard his own type. Some of these fantastic men and women he would find covered with fur, hirsute, or mole velvet, revealing the underlying muscles. Others would display bronze, yellow, or ruddy skin, and yet others a translucent ash-green, warmed by the underflowing blood. As a species, though we are all human, We are extremely variable in body and mind, so variable that superficially we seem to be not one species, but many. Some characters, of course, are common to all of us. The traveler might perhaps be surprised by the large yet sensitive hands which are universal, both in men and women. In all of us, the outermost finger bears at its tip 3 minute organs of manipulation, rather similar to those which were first devised for the 5th man. These excrescencies would doubtless revolt our visitor. The pair of occipital eyes, too, would shock him. So would the upward-looking astronomical eye on the crown, which is peculiar to the last men. This organ was so cunningly designed that, when fully extended, about a hand-breadth from its bony case, it reveals the heavens in as much detail as your smaller astronomical telescopes. Apart from such special features as these, there is nothing definitely novel about us, though every limb, every contour shows unmistakably that much has happened since the days of the first men. We are both more human and more animal. The primitive explorer might be more readily impressed by our animality than our humanity. So much of our humanity would lie beyond his grasp. He would perhaps at first regard us as a degraded type. He would call us fawn-like, and in particular cases ape-like, bear-like, ox-like, marsupial or elephantine. Yet our general proportions are definitely human in the ancient manner. Where gravity is not insurmountable, the erect biped form is bound to be most serviceable to intelligent land animals. And so after long wanderings, man has returned to his old shape. Moreover, if our observer were himself at all sensitive to facial expression, he would come to recognize in every one of our innumerable physiognomic types an indescribable but distinctively human look, the visible sign of that inward and spiritual grace which is not wholly absent from his own species. He would perhaps say, "These men that are beasts are surely gods also." He would be reminded of those old Egyptian deities with animal heads. But in us, the animal and the human interpenetrate in every feature, in every curve of the body, and with infinite variety. He would observe in us, together with hints of the long-extinct Mongol, Negro, Nordic, and Semitic, many outlandish features and expressions, deriving from the subhuman period on Neptune or from Venus. He would see in every limb unfamiliar contours of muscle, sinew, or bone, which were acquired long after the first men had vanished. Besides the familiar eye colors, he would discover orbs of topaz, emerald, amethyst, and ruby, and 1,000 varieties of these. But in all of us he would see also, if he had discernment, a facial expression and bodily gesture peculiar to our own species, a certain luminous yet pungent and ironical significance which we miss almost wholly in the earlier human faces. The traveler would recognize among us unmistakable sexual features, both of general proportions and special organs. But it would take him long to discover that some of the most striking bodily and facial differences were due to differentiation of the two ancient sexes into many subsexes. Full sexual experience involves for us a complicated relationship between individuals of all these types. Of the extremely important sexual groups I shall speak again. Our visitor would notice, by the way, that though all persons on Neptune go habitually nude, save for a pouch or rucksack, clothing, often brightly colored and made of diverse lustrous or homely tissues unknown before our time, is worn for special purposes. He would notice also, scattered about the green countryside, many buildings, mostly of one story, for there is plenty of room on Neptune, even for the million of the last men. Here and there, however, we have great architectural pylons, cruciform or star-shaped in section, cloud-piercing, dignifying the invariable plains of Neptune. These mightiest of all buildings, which are constructed in adamantine materials formed of artificial atoms, would seem to our visitor geometrical mountains, far taller than any natural mountain could be, even on the smallest planet. In many cases the whole fabric is translucent or transparent, so that at night, with internal illumination, it appears as an edifice of light. Springing from a base 20 or more miles across, these star-seeking towers attain a height where even Neptune's atmosphere is somewhat attenuated. In their summits work the hosts of our astronomers, the essential eyes through which our community, on her little raft, peers across the ocean. Thither also all men and women repair at one time or another to contemplate this galaxy of ours, and the unnumbered remoter universes. There they perform together those supreme symbolic acts for which I find no adjective in your speech but the debased word religious. There also they seek the refreshment of mountain air in a world where natural mountains are unknown. And on the pinnacles and precipices of these loftiest horns, many of us gratify that primeval lust of climbing which was ingrained in man before ever he was man. These buildings thus combine the functions of observatory, temple, sanatorium, and gymnasium. Some of them are almost as old as the species, some are not yet completed. They embody, therefore, many styles. The traveler would find modes which he would be tempted to call Gothic, Classical, Egyptian, Peruvian, Chinese, or American, besides 1,000 architectural ideas unfamiliar to him. Each of these buildings was the work of the race as a whole at some stage in its career. None of them is a mere local product. Every successive culture has expressed itself in one or more of these supreme monuments. Once in 40,000 years or so, some new architectural glory would be conceived and executed. And such is the continuity of our cultures that there has scarcely ever been need to remove the handiwork of the past. If our visitor happened to be near enough to one of these great pylons, he would see it surrounded by a swarm of midges, which would turn out to be human flyers, wingless but without spread arms. The stranger might wonder how a large organism could rise from the ground in Neptune's powerful field of gravity. Yet flight is our ordinary means of locomotion. A man has but to put on a suit of overalls fitted at various points with radiation generators. Ordinary flight thus becomes a kind of aerial swimming. Only when very high speed is desired do we make use of closed-in airboats and liners. At the feet of the great buildings the flat or undulating country is green, brown, golden, and strewn with houses. Our traveler would recognize that much land was under cultivation, and would see many persons at work upon it with tools or machinery. Most of our food, indeed, is produced by artificial photosynthesis on the broiling planet Jupiter, where, even now that the sun is becoming normal again, no life can exist without powerful refrigeration. As far as mere nutrition is concerned, we could do without vegetation. But agriculture and its products have played so great a part in human history that today agricultural operations and vegetable foods are very beneficial to the race psychologically. And so it comes about that vegetable matter is in great demand, not only as raw material for innumerable manufactures, but also for table delicacies. Green vegetables, fruit, and various alcoholic fruit drinks have come to have the same kind of ritual significance for us as wine has for you. Meat also, though not a part of ordinary diet, is eaten on very rare and sacred occasions. The cherished wild fauna of the planet contributes its toll to periodic symbolical banquets, and whenever a human being has chosen to die, his body is ceremoniously eaten by his friends. Communication with the food factories of Jupiter and the agricultural polar regions of the less torrid Uranus, as also with the automatic mining stations on the glacial outer planets, is maintained by ether ships, which, traveling much faster than the planets themselves, make the passage to the neighbor worlds in a small fraction of the Neptunian year. These vessels, of which the smallest are about a mile in length, may be seen descending on our oceans like ducks. Before they touch the water, they cause a prodigious tumult with the downward pressure of their radiation, but once upon the surface, they pass quietly into harbor. The ether ship is in a manner symbolic of our whole community, so highly organized is it, and so minute in relation to the void which engulfs it. The ethereal navigators, because they spend so much of their time in the empty regions, beyond the range of telepathic communication and sometimes even of mechanical radio, form mentally a unique class among us. They are a hardy, simple, and modest folk, and though they embody man's proud mastery of the ether, they are never tired of reminding landlubbers, with dour jocularity, that the most daring voyages are confined within one drop of the boundless ocean of space. Recently, an exploration ship returned from a voyage into the outer tracks. Half her crew had died. The survivors were emaciated, diseased, and mentally unbalanced. To a race that thought itself so well established in sanity that nothing could disturb it, the spectacle of these unfortunates was instructive. Throughout the voyage, which was the longest ever attempted, they had encountered nothing whatever but 2 comets and an occasional meteor. Some of the nearer constellations were seen with altered forms. 1 or 2 stars increased slightly in brightness, and the sun was reduced to being the most brilliant of stars. The aloof and changeless presence of the constellations seems to have crazed the voyagers. When at last the ship returned and berthed, there was a scene such as is seldom witnessed in our modern world. The crew flung open the ports and staggered blubbering into the arms of the crowd. It would never have been believed that members of our species could be so far reduced from the self-possession that is normal to us. Subsequently, these poor human wrecks have shown an irrational phobia of the stars, and of all that not human. They dare not go out at night. They live in an extravagant passion for the presence of others. And since all others are astronomically minded, they cannot find real companionship. They insanely refuse to participate in the mental life of the race upon the plane where all things are seen in their just proportions. They cling piteously to the sweets of individual life, and so they are led to curse the immensities. They fill their minds with human conceits and their houses with toys. By night they draw the curtains and drown the quiet voice of the stars in revelry. But it is a joyless and a haunted revelry, desired less for itself than as a defense against reality. 2. Childhood and maturity. I said that we were all astronomically minded, but we are not without human interests. Our visitor from the earth would soon discover that the low buildings sprinkled on all sides were the homes of individuals, families, sexual groups, and bands of companions. Most of these buildings are so constructed that the roof and walls can be removed, completely or partially, for sunbathing and for the night. Round each house is a wilderness, or a garden, or an orchard of our sturdy fruit trees. Here and there men and women may be seen at work with hoe or spade, or secateurs. The buildings themselves affect many styles, and within doors our visitor would find great variety from house to house. Even within a single house he might come on rooms seemingly of different epochs, and while some rooms are crowded with articles, many of which would be incomprehensible to the stranger, others are bare, save for a table, chairs, a cupboard, and perhaps some single object of pure art. We have an immense variety of manufactured goods, but the visitor from a world obsessed with material wealth would probably remark the simplicity, even austerity, which characterizes most private houses. He would doubtless be surprised to see no books. In every room, however, there is a cupboard filled with minute rolls of tape, microscopically figured. Each of these rolls contains matter which could not be crammed into a score of your volumes. They are used in connection with a pocket instrument, the size and shape of the ancient cigarette case. When the roll is inserted, it reels itself off at any desired speed, and interferes systematically with ethereal vibrations produced by the instrument. Thus is generated a very complex flow of telepathic language, which permeates the brain of the reader. So delicate and direct is this medium of expression that there is scarcely any possibility of misunderstanding the author's intention. The rolls themselves, it should be said, are produced by another special instrument, which is sensitive to vibrations generated in the author's brain. Not that it produces a mere replica of his stream of consciousness. It records only those images and ideas with which he deliberately inscribes it. I may mention also that, since we can at any moment communicate by direct telepathy with any person on the planet, these books of ours are not used for the duplication of merely ephemeral thought. Each one of them preserves only the threshed and chosen grain of some mind's harvest. Other instruments may be observed in our houses, which I cannot pause to describe, instruments whose office is either to carry out domestic drudgery or to minister directly in one way or another to cultured life. Near the outer door would be hanging a number of flying suits, and in a garage attached to the house would be the private airboats, gaily colored torpedo-shaped objects of various sizes. Decoration in our houses, save in those which belong to children, is everywhere simple, even severe. None the less we prize it greatly, and spend much consideration upon it. Children, indeed, often adorn their houses with splendor, which adults themselves can also enjoy through children's eyes, even as they can enter into the frolics of infants with unaffected glee. The number of children in our world is small in relation to our immense population, yet seeing that every one of us is potentially immortal, it may be wondered how we can permit ourselves to have any children at all. The explanation is twofold. In the first place, our policy is to produce new individuals of higher type than ourselves, for we are very far from biologically perfect. Consequently, we need a continuous supply of children, and as these successively reach maturity, they take over the functions of adults whose nature is less perfect, and these, when they are aware that they are no longer of service, elect to retire from life. But even though every individual, sooner or later, ceases to exist, the average length of life is not much less than 250,000 terrestrial years. No wonder, then, that we cannot accommodate many children, but we have more than might be expected, for with us, infancy and adolescence are very lengthy. The fetus is carried for 20 years. Ectogenesis was practiced by our predecessors, but was abandoned by our own species, because, with greatly improved motherhood, there is no need for it. Our mothers, indeed, are both physically and mentally most vigorous during the all-too-rare period of pregnancy. After birth, true infancy lasts for about a century. During this period, in which the foundations of body and mind are being laid, very slowly, but so securely that they will never fail, the individual is cared for by his mother. Then follow some centuries of childhood and 1,000 years of adolescence. Our children, of course, are very different beings from the children of the first men. Though physically they are in many respects still childlike, they are independent persons in the community. Each has either a house of his own or rooms in a larger building held in common by himself and his friends. Thousands of these are to be found in the neighborhood of every educational center. There are some children who prefer to live with their parents, or with one or other of their parents, but this is rare. Though there is often much friendly intercourse between parents and children, the generations usually fare better under separate roofs. This is inevitable in our species, for the adult's overwhelmingly greater experience reveals the world to him in very different proportions from those which are possible even to the most brilliant of children, while on the other hand with us the mind of every child is, in some potentiality or other, definitely superior to every adult mind. Consequently, while the child can never appreciate what is best in his elders, the adult, in spite of his power of direct insight into all minds not superior to himself, is doomed to incomprehension of all that is novel in his own offspring. 600 or 700 years after birth, a child is in some respects physically equivalent to a 10-year-old of the first men. But since his brain is destined for much higher development, it is already far more complex than any adult brain of that species. And though temperamentally he is in many ways still a child, intellectually he has already in some respects passed beyond the culture of the best adult minds of the ancient races. The traveler, encountering one of our bright boys, might sometimes be reminded of the wise simplicity of the legendary child Christ, but also he might equally well discover a vast exuberance, boisterousness, impishness, and a complete inability to stand outside the child's own eager life and regard it dispassionately. In general, our children develop intellectually beyond the level of the first men, long before they begin to develop the dispassionate will which is characteristic of our adults. When there is conflict between a child's personal needs and the need of society, he will, as a rule, force himself to the social course, but he does so with resentment and dramatic self-pity, thereby rendering himself in the adult view exquisitely ridiculous. When our children attain physical adolescence, nearly 1,000 years after birth, they leave the safe paths of childhood to spend another 1,000 years in one of the Antarctic continents, known as the land of the young. Somewhat reminiscent of the wild continent of the fifth men, this territory is preserved as virgin bush and prairie. Subhuman grazers and carnivora abound. Volcanic eruption, hurricanes, and glacial seasons afford further attractions to the adventurous young. There is consequently a high death rate. In this land, our young people live the half-primitive, half-sophisticated life to which their nature is fitted. They hunt, fish, tend cattle, and till the ground. They cultivate all the simple beauties of human individuality. They love and hate. They sing, paint, and carve. They devise heroic myths, and delight in fantasies of direct intercourse with a cosmic person. They organize themselves as tribes and nations. Sometimes they even indulge in warfare of a primitive but bloody type. Formerly, when this happened, the adult world interfered. But we have since learned to let the fever run its course. The loss of life is regrettable, but it is a small price to pay for the insight afforded even by this restricted and juvenile warfare into those primitive agonies and passions which, when they are experienced by the adult mind, are so transformed by philosophy that their import is wholly changed. In the land of the young, our boys and girls experience all that is precious and all that is abject in the primitive. They live through in their own persons, century by century, all its toilsomeness and cramped meanness, all its blind cruelty and precariousness. But also they taste its glamour, its vernal and lyrical glory. They make in little all the mistakes of thought and action that men have ever made. But at last they emerge ready for the large and more difficult world of maturity. It was expected that some day, when we should have perfected the species, there would be no need to build up successive generations, no need of children, no need of all this schooling. It was expected that the community would then consist of adults only, and that they would be immortal not merely potentially, but in fact, yet also, of course, perennially in the flower of young maturity. Thus, death should never cut the string of individuality and scatter the hard-won pearls, necessitating new strings and laborious regatherings. The many and very delectable beauties of childhood could still be amply enjoyed in exploration of the past. We know now that this goal is not to be attained, since man's end is imminent. 3. A racial awakening. It is easy to speak of children, but how can I tell you anything significant of our adult experience in relation to which not only the world of the first men, but the worlds of the most developed earlier species seem so naive? The source of the immense difference between ourselves and all other human races lies in the sexual group, which is in fact much more than a sexual group. The designers of our species set out to produce a being that might be capable of an order of mentality higher than their own. The only possibility of doing so lay in planning a great increase of brain organization. But they knew that the brain of an individual human being could not safely be allowed to exceed a certain weight. They therefore sought to produce the new order of mentality in a system of distinct and specialized brains held in telepathic unity by means of ethereal radiation. Material brains were to be capable of becoming on some occasions mere nodes in a system of radiation which itself should then constitute the physical basis of a single mind. Hitherto there had been telepathic communication between many individuals,
but no super-individual or group mind.
It was known that such a unity of individual minds had never been attained before, save on Mars.
And it was known how lamentably the racial mind of Mars had failed to transcend the minds of the Martians. By a combination of shrewdness and good luck, the designers hit upon a policy which escaped the Martian failure. They planned as the basis of the super-individual a small, multisexual group. Of course, the mental unity of the sexual group is not the direct outcome of the sexual intercourse of its members. Such intercourse does occur. Groups differ from one another very greatly in this respect. But in most groups, all the members of the male sexes have intercourse with all the members of the female sexes. Thus, sex is with us essentially social. It is impossible for me to give any idea of the great range and intensity of experience afforded by these diverse types of union. Apart from this emotional enrichment of the individuals, the importance of sexual activity in the group lies in its bringing individuals into that extreme intimacy, temperamental harmony, and complementariness, without which no emergence into higher experience would be possible. Individuals are not necessarily confined to the same group forever. Little by little, a group may change every one of its 96 members, and yet it will remain the same super-individual mind, though enriched with the memories grafted into it by the newcomers. Very rarely does an individual leave a group before he has been in it for 10,000 years. In some groups, the members live together in a common home. In others, they live apart. Sometimes an individual will form a sort of monogamous relation with another individual of his group, homing with the chosen one for many thousands of years, or even for a lifetime. Indeed, some claim that lifelong monogamy is the ideal state, so deep and delicate is the intimacy which it affords. But of course, even in monogamy, each partner must be periodically refreshed by intercourse with other members of the group, not only for the spiritual health of the two partners themselves, but also that the group mind may be maintained in full vigor. Whatever the sexual custom of the group, there is always in the mind of each member a very special loyalty towards the whole group, a peculiar sexually toned esprit de corps, unparalleled in any other species. Occasionally there is a special kind of group intercourse in which, during the actual occurrence of group mentality, all the members of one group will have intercourse with those of another. Casual intercourse outside the group is not common, but not discouraged. When it occurs, it comes as a symbolic act, crowning a spiritual intimacy. Unlike the physical sex relationship, the mental unity of the group involves all the members of the group every time it occurs, and so long as it persists. During times of group experience, the individual continues to perform his ordinary routine of work and recreation, save when some particular activity is demanded of him by the group mind itself. But all that he does as a private individual is carried out in a profound absent-mindedness. In familiar situations he reacts correctly, even to the extent of executing familiar types of intellectual work or entertaining acquaintances with intelligent conversation. Yet all the while he is in fact far away, wrapped in the process of the group mind. Nothing short of an urgent and unfamiliar crisis can recall him, and in recalling him it usually puts an end to the group's experience. Each member of the group is fundamentally just a highly developed human animal. He enjoys his food. He has a quick eye for sexual attraction, within or without the group. He has his personal idiosyncrasies and foibles, and is pleased to ridicule the foibles of others and of himself. He may be one of those who abhor children, or one of those who enter into children's antics with fervor, if they will tolerate him. He may move heaven and earth to procure permission for a holiday in the land of the young, and if he fails, as he almost surely does, he may go walking with a friend, or boating and swimming, or playing violent games. Or he may merely potter in his garden, or refresh his mind, though not his body, by exploring some favorite region of the past. Recreation occupies a large part of his life. For this reason, he is always glad to get back to work in due season, whether his function is to maintain some part of the material organization of our world, or to educate, or to perform scientific research, or to cooperate in the endless artistic venture of the race, or, as is more likely, to help in some of those innumerable enterprises whose nature it is impossible for me to describe. As a human individual, then, he or she is somewhat of the same type as a member of the fifth species. Here once more is the perfected glandular outfit and instinctive nature. Here, too, is the highly developed sense perception and intellection. As in the fifth species, so in the 18th, each individual has his own private needs, which he heartily craves to fulfill. But also in both species, he subordinates these private cravings to the good of the race absolutely and without struggle. The only kind of conflict which ever occurs between individuals is not the irreconcilable conflict of wills, but the conflict due to misunderstanding, to imperfect knowledge of the matter under dispute, and this can always be abolished by patient telepathic explication. In addition to the brain organization necessary to this perfection of individual human nature, each member of a sexual group has in his own brain a special organ, which, useless by itself, can cooperate telepathically with the special organs of other members of the group to produce a single electromagnetic system, the physical basis of the group mind. In each subsex, this organ has a peculiar form and function, and only by the simultaneous operation of the whole 96 does the group attain unified mental life. These organs do not merely enable each member to share the experience of all, for this is already provided in the sensitivity to radiation which is characteristic of all brain tissue in our species. By means of the harmonious activity of the special organs, a true group mind emerges, with experience far beyond the range of the individuals in isolation. This would not be possible did not the temperament and capacity of each subsex differ appropriately from those of the others. I can only hint at these differences by analogy. Among the first men, there are many temperamental types whose essential natures the psychologists of that species never fully analyze. I may mention, however, as superficial designations of these types, the meditative, the active, the mystical, the intellectual, the artistic, the theoretical, the concrete, the placid, the highly strung. Now our subsexes differ from one another temperamentally in some such manners as these, but with a far greater range and diversity. These differences of temperament are utilized for the enrichment of a group self, such as could never have been attained by the first men, even if they had been capable of telepathic communication and electromagnetic unity, for they had not the range of specialized brain form. For all the daily business of life, then, each of us is mentally a distinct individual, though his ordinary means of communication with others is telepathic. But frequently he wakes up to be a group mind. Apart from this waking of individuals together, if I may so call it, the group mind has no existence, for its being is solely the being of the individuals comprehended together. When this communal awakening occurs, each individual experiences all the bodies of the group as his own multiple body, and perceives the world equally from all those bodies. This awakening happens to all the individuals at the same time, but over and above this simple enlargement of the experience field is the awakening into new kinds of experience. Of this, obviously, I can tell you nothing, save that it differs from the lowlier state more radically than the infant mind differs from the mind of the individual adult, and that it consists of insight into many unsuspected and previously inconceivable features of the familiar world of men and things. Hence, in our group mode, most, but not all, of the perennial philosophical puzzles, especially those connected with the nature of personality, can be so lucidly restated that they cease to be puzzles. Upon this higher plane of mentality, the sexual groups, and therefore the individuals participating in them, have social intercourse with one another as super-individuals. Thus they form together a community of minded communities, for each group is a person differing from other groups in character and experience somewhat as individuals differ. The groups themselves are not allocated to different works in such a manner that one group should be wholly engaged in industry, another in astronomy, and so on. Only the individuals are thus allocated. In each group there will be members of many professions. The function of the group itself is purely some special manner of insight and mode of appreciation, in relation to which, of course, the work of the individuals is constantly controlled, not only while they are actually supporting the group self, but also when they have each fallen once more into the limited experience which is ordinary individual selfhood. For though, as individuals, they cannot retain clear insight into the high matters which they so recently experienced, they do remember so much as is not beyond the range of individual mentality, and in particular, they remember the bearing of the group experience upon their own conduct as individuals. Recently, another and far more penetrating kind of experience has been attained, partly by good fortune, partly through research directed by the group minds, for these have specialized themselves for particular functions in the mental life of the race, as previously the individuals were specialized for functions within the mind of a group. Very rarely and precariously has this supreme experience been achieved. In it, the individual passes beyond his group experience and becomes the mind of the race. At all times, of course, he can communicate telepathically with other individuals anywhere upon the planet, and frequently the whole race listens in, while one individual addresses the world. But in the true racial experience, the situation is different. The system of radiation, which embraces the whole planet and includes the million brains of the race, becomes the physical basis of a racial self. The individual discovers himself to be embodied in all the bodies of the race. He savors in a single intuition all bodily contacts, including the mutual embraces of all lovers. Through the myriad feet of all men and women, he enfolds his world in a single grasp. He sees with all eyes, and comprehends in a single vision all visual fields. Thus he perceives at once, and as a continuous variegated sphere, the whole surface of the planet. But not only so, he now stands above the group minds as they above the individuals. He regards them as a man may regard his own vital tissues, with mingled contempt, sympathy, reverence, and dispassion. He watches them as one might study the living cells of his own brain, but also with the aloof interest of one observing an ant-hill, and yet again as one enthralled by the strange and diverse ways of his fellow men, and further as one who, from above the battle, watches himself and his comrades agonizing in some desperate venture, yet chiefly as the artist who has no thought but for his vision and its embodiment. In the racial mode, a man apprehends all things astronomically. Through all eyes and all observatories, he beholds his voyaging world, and peers outward into space. Thus he merges in one view, as it were, the views of deckhand, captain, stoker, and the man in the crow's nest. Regarding the solar system simultaneously from both limbs of Neptune, he perceives the planets and the sun stereoscopically, as though in binocular vision. Further, his perceived now embraces not a moment, but a vast age. Thus, observing the galaxy from every point in succession along Neptune's wide orbit, and watching the nearer stars shift hither and thither, he actually perceives some of the constellations in 3 dimensions. Nay, with the aid of our most recent instruments, the whole galaxy appears stereoscopically. But the great nebula and remote universes remain mere marks upon the flat sky, and in contemplation of their remoteness, man, even as the racial self of the mightiest of all human races, realizes his own minuteness and impotence. But chiefly the racial mind transcends the minds of groups and individuals in philosophical insight into the true nature of space and time, mind and its objects, cosmical striving and cosmical perfection. Some hints of this great elucidation must presently be given, but in the main it cannot be communicated. Indeed, such insight is beyond the reach of ourselves as isolated individuals, and even beyond the group minds. When we have declined from the racial mentality, we cannot clearly remember what it was that we experienced. In particular, we have one very perplexing recollection about our racial experience, one which involves a seeming impossibility. In the racial mind, our experience was enlarged not only spatially, but temporarily in a very strange manner. In respect of temporal perception, of course, minds may differ in two ways, in the length of the span which they can comprehend as now, and the minuteness of the successive events which they can discriminate within the now. As individuals, we can hold within one now a duration equal to the old terrestrial day, and within that duration we can, if we will, discriminate rapid pulsations such as commonly we hear together as a high musical tone. As the race mind, we perceived as now the whole period since the birth of the oldest living individuals, and the whole past of the species appeared as personal memory, stretching back into the mist of infancy. Yet we could, if we willed, discriminate within the now one light vibration from the next. In this mere increased breadth and precision of temporal perception, there is no contradiction. But how, we ask ourselves, could the race mind experience as now a vast period in which it had no existence whatever? Our first experience of racial mentality lasted only as long as Neptune's moon takes to complete one circuit. Before that period, then, the race mind was not. Yet during the month of its existence, it regarded the whole previous career of the race as present. Indeed, the racial experience has greatly perplexed us as individuals, and we can scarcely be said to remember more of it than that it was of extreme subtlety and extreme beauty. At the same time, we often have of it an impression of unspeakable horror. We who, in our familiar individual sphere, are able to regard all conceivable tragedy not merely with fortitude, but with exultation, are obscurely conscious that as the racial mind we have looked into an abyss of evil, such as we cannot now conceive, and could not endure to conceive. Yet even this hell we know to have been acceptable as an organic member in the austere form of the cosmos. We remember obscurely, and yet with a strange conviction, that all the age-long striving of the human spirit, no less than the petty cravings of individuals, was seen as a fair component in something far more admirable than itself, and that man ultimately defeated, no less than man for a while triumphant, contributes to this higher excellence. How colorless these words! How unworthy of that wholly satisfying beauty of all things, which in our awakened racial mode we see face to face. Every human being of whatever species may occasionally glimpse some fragment or aspect of existence transfigured thus with the cold beauty which normally he cannot see. Even the first men, in their respect for tragic art, had something of this experience. The second, and still more surely the fifth, sought it deliberately. The winged seventh happened upon it while they were in the air, but their minds were cramped, and all that they could appreciate was their own small world and their own tragic story. We, the last men, have all their zest in private and in racial life, whether it fares well or ill. We have it at all times, and we have it in respect of matters inconceivable to lesser minds. We have it, moreover, intelligently, knowing well how strange it is to admire evil along with good. We see clearly the subversiveness of this experience. Even we, as mere individuals, cannot reconcile our loyalty to the striving spirit of man with our own divine aloofness, and so, if we were mere individuals, there would remain conflict in each of us. But in the racial mode, each one of us has now experienced the great elucidation of intellect and of feeling. And though, as individuals once more, we can never recapture that far-seeing vision, the obscure memory of it masters us always and controls all our policies. Among yourselves, the artist, after his phase of creative insight is past, and he is once more a partisan in the struggle for existence, may carry out in detail the design conceived in his brief period of clarity. He remembers, but no longer sees the vision. He tries to fashion some perceptible embodiment of the vanished splendor. So we, living our individual lives, delighting in the contacts of flesh, the relations of minds, and all the delicate activities of human culture, cooperating and conflicting in 1,000 individual undertakings, and performing each his office in the material maintenance of our society, see all things as though transfused with light from a source which is itself no longer revealed. I have tried to tell you something of the most distinctive characteristics of our species. You can imagine that the frequent occasions of group mentality, and even more the rare occasions of race mentality, have a far-reaching effect on every individual mind, and therefore on our whole social order. Ours is, in fact, a society dominated, as no previous society, by a single racial purpose, which is, in a sense, religious. Not that the individual's private efflorescence is at all thwarted by the racial purpose, indeed far otherwise, for that purpose demands as the first condition of its fulfillment a wealth of individual fulfillment, physical and mental. But in each mind of man or woman the racial purpose presides absolutely, and hence it is the unquestioned motive of all social policy. I must not stay to describe in detail this society of ours, in which 1,000,000 citizens, grouped in over 1,000 nations, live in perfect accord without the aid of armies or even a police force. I must not tell of our much prized social organization, which assigns a unique function to each citizen, controls the procreation of new citizens of every type in relation to social need, and yet provides an endless supply of originality. We have no government and no laws, if by law is meant a stereotyped convention supported by force, and not to be altered without the aid of cumbersome machinery. Yet though our society is in this sense an anarchy, it lives by means of a very intricate system of customs, some of which are so ancient as to have become spontaneous taboos, rather than deliberate conventions. It is the business of those among us who correspond to your lawyers and politicians to study these customs and suggest improvements. Those suggestions are submitted to no representative body, but to the whole world population in telepathic conference. Ours is thus, in a sense, the most democratic of all societies. Yet, in another sense, it is extremely bureaucratic, since it is already some millions of terrestrial years since any suggestion put forward by the College of Organizers was rejected, or even seriously criticized, so thoroughly do these social engineers study their material. The only serious possibility of conflict lies now between the world population as individuals, and the same individuals as group minds or racial mind. But though in these respects there have formerly occurred serious conflicts, peculiarly distressing to the individuals who experienced them, such conflicts are now extremely rare. For even as mere individuals, we are learning to trust more and more to the judgment and dictates of our own super-individual experience. It is time to grapple with the most difficult part of my whole task. Somehow, and very briefly, I must give you an idea of that outlook upon existence which has determined our racial purpose, making it essentially a religious purpose. This outlook has come to us partly through the work of individuals in scientific research and philosophic thought, partly through the influence of our group and racial experiences. You can imagine that it is not easy to describe this modern vision of the nature of things in any manner intelligible to those who have not our advantages. There is much in this vision which will remind you of your mystics, yet between them and us there is far more difference than similarity, in respect both of the matter and the manner of our thought. For while they are confident that the cosmos is perfect, we are sure only that it is very beautiful. While they pass to their conclusion without the aid of intellect, we have used that staff every step of the way. Thus, even when in respect of conclusions we agree with your mystics rather than your plodding intellectuals, in respect of method we applaud most your intellectuals, for they scorned to deceive themselves with comfortable fantasies. 4. Cosmology. We find ourselves living in a vast and boundless, yet finite order of spatio-temporal events. And each of us, as the racial mind, has learned that there are other such orders, other and incommensurable spheres of events, related to our own neither spatially nor temporally, but in another mode of eternal being. Of the contents of those alien spheres we know almost nothing, but that they are incomprehensible to us, even in our racial mentality. Within this spatio-temporal sphere of ours, we remark what we call the beginning, and what we call the end. In the beginning there came into existence, we know not how, that all-pervading and unimaginably tenuous gas which was the parent of all material and spiritual existence within time's known span. It was, in fact, a very multitudinous yet precisely numbered host. From the crowding together of this great population into many swarms arose in time the nebulae, each of which in its turn condenses as a galaxy, a universe of stars. The stars have their beginnings and their ends, and for a few moments, somewhere in between their beginnings and their ends, a few, very few, may support mind. But in due course will come the universal end, when all the wreckage of the galaxies will have drifted together as a single, barren, and seemingly changeless ash, in the midst of a chaos of unavailing energy. But the cosmic events which we call the beginning and the end are final only in relation to our ignorance of the events which lie beyond them. We know, and as the racial mind we have apprehended as a clear necessity, that not only space but time also is boundless, though finite. For in a sense, time is cyclic. After the end, events unknowable will continue to happen during a period much longer than that which will have passed since the beginning. But at length there will recur the identical event which was itself also the beginning. Though time is cyclic, it is not repetitive. There is no other time within which it can repeat itself. For time is but an abstraction from the successiveness of events that pass. And since all events whatsoever form together a cycle of successiveness, there is nothing constant in relation to which there can be repetition. And so the succession of events is cyclic, yet not repetitive. The birth of the all-pervading gas in the so-called beginning is not merely similar to another such birth which will occur long after us and long after the cosmic end, so-called. The past beginning is the future beginning. From the beginning to the end is but the span from one spoke to the next on time's great wheel. There is a vaster span stretching beyond the end and round to the beginning. Of the events therein we know nothing, save that there must be such events. Everywhere within time's cycle there is endless passage of events. In a continuous flux they occur and vanish, yielding to their successors. Yet each one of them is eternal. Though passage is of their very nature, and without passage they are nothing, yet they have eternal being. But their passage is no illusion. They have eternal being, yet eternally they exist with passage. In our racial mode, we see clearly that this is so, but in our individual mode it remains a mystery. Yet even in our individual mode, we must accept both sides of this mysterious antimony, as a fiction needed for the rationalizing of our experience. The beginning precedes the end by some 100 million terrestrial years, and succeeds it by a period at least 9 times longer. In the middle of the smaller span lies the still shorter period, within which alone the living worlds can occur. and they are very few. One by one they dawn into mentality and die, successive blooms in life's short summer. Before that season and after it, even to the beginning and to the end, and even before the beginning and after the end, sleep utter oblivion. Not before there are stars, and not after the stars are chilled, can there be life, and then rarely. In our own galaxy there have occurred hitherto some 20,000 worlds that have conceived life, and of these a few score have attained or surpassed the mentality of the first men. But of those that have reached this development, man has now outstripped the rest, and today man alone survives. There are the millions of other galaxies, for instance, the Andromedan island. We have some reason to surmise that in that favored universe, mind may have attained to insight and power incomparably greater than our own. But all that we know for certain is that it contains 4 worlds of high order. Of the host of other universes that lie within range of our mind-detecting instruments, none have produced anything comparable with man. But there are many universes too remote to be estimated. You may wonder how we have come to detect these remote lives and intelligences. I can say only that the occurrence of mentality produces certain minute astronomical effects, to which our instruments are sensitive even at great distances. These effects increase slightly with the mere mass of living matter on any astronomical body, but far more with its mental and spiritual development. Long ago it was the spiritual development of the world community of the fifth men that dragged the moon from its orbit. And in our own case, so numerous is our society today, and so greatly developed in mental and spiritual activities, that only by a continuous expense of physical energy can we preserve the solar system from confusion. We have another means of detecting minds remote from us in space. We can, of course, enter into past minds wherever they are, so long as they are intelligible to us, and we have tried to use this power for the discovery of remote-minded worlds. But in general, the experience of such minds is too different in fiber from our own for us to be able even to detect its existence. And so our knowledge of minds in other worlds is almost wholly derived from their physical effects. We cannot say that nowhere save on those rare bodies called planets does life ever occur, for we have evidence that in a few of the younger stars there is life, and even intelligence. How it persists in an incandescent environment we know not, nor whether it is perhaps the life of the star as a whole, as a single organism, or the life of many flame-like inhabitants of the star. All that we know is that no star in its prime has life, and therefore that the lives of the younger ones are probably doomed. Again, we know that mind occurs, though very seldom, on a few extremely old stars, no longer incandescent. What the future of these minds will be, we cannot tell. Perhaps it is with them, and not with man, that the hope of the cosmos lies. But at present they are all primitive. Today nothing anywhere in this galaxy of ours can compare with man in respect of vision and mental creativeness. We have therefore come to regard our community as of some importance, especially so in the light of our metaphysics. But I can only hint at our metaphysical vision of things by means of metaphors which will convey at best a caricature of that vision.
In the beginning there was great potency, but little form, and the spirits slept as the multitude of discrete primordial existence. Thenceforth there has been a long and fluctuating adventure towards harmonious complexity of form, and towards the awakening of the spirit into unity, knowledge, delight, and self-expression. And this is the goal of all living, that the cosmos may be known and admired, and that it may be crowned with further beauties. Nowhere, and at no time, so far as we can tell, at least within our own galaxy, has the adventure reached further than in ourselves. And in us, what has been achieved is but a minute beginning. But it is a real beginning. Man in our day has gained some depth of insight,
some breadth of knowledge, some power of creation, some faculty of worship. We have looked far afield. We have probed not altogether superficially into the nature of existence, and have found it very beautiful, though also terrible. We have created a not inconsiderable community, and we have wakened together to be the unique spirit of that community. We had proposed to ourselves a very long and arduous future, which should culminate, at some time before the end, in the complete achievement of the spirit's ideal. But now we know that disaster is already near at hand. When we are in full possession of our faculties, we are not distressed by this fate, for we know that though our fair community must cease, it has also indestructible being. We have at least carved into one region of the eternal real a form which has beauty of no mean order. The great company of diverse and most lovely men and women in all their subtle relationships, striving with a single purpose towards the goal which is mind's final goal. The community and super-individuality of that great host. The beginnings of further insight and creativeness upon the higher plane, these surely are real achievements, even though in the larger view they are minute achievements. Yet though we are not at all dismayed by our own extinction, we cannot but wonder whether or not in the far future some other spirit will fulfill the cosmic ideal, or whether we ourselves are the modest crown of existence. Unfortunately, though we can explore the past wherever there are intelligible minds, we cannot enter into the future. And so in vain we ask, will ever any spirit awake to gather all spirits into itself, to elicit from the stars their full flower of beauty, to know all things together, and admire all things justly? If in the far future this end will be achieved, it is really achieved even now, for whenever it occurs, its being is eternal. But on the other hand, if it is indeed achieved eternally, this achievement must be the work of spirits, or a spirit not wholly unlike ourselves, though infinitely greater. And the physical location of that spirit must lie in the far future. But if no future spirit will achieve this end before it dies, then, though the cosmos is indeed very beautiful, it is not perfect. I said that we regard the cosmos as very beautiful, yet it is also very terrible. For ourselves, it is easy to look forward with equanimity to our end, and even to the end of our admired community, for what we prize most is the excellent beauty of the cosmos. But there are the myriads of spirits who have never entered into that vision. They have suffered, and they were not permitted that consolation. There are first the incalculable hosts of lowly creatures scattered over all the ages and all the minded worlds. Theirs was only a dream life, and their misery not often poignant, but none the less they are to be pitied for having missed the more poignant experience in which alone spirit can find fulfillment. Then there are the intelligent beings, human and otherwise, the many-minded worlds throughout the galaxies that have struggled into cognizance, striven for they knew not what, tasted brief delights and lived in the shadow of pain and death, until at last their life has been crushed out by careless fate. In our solar system there are the Martians, insanely and miserably obsessed, the native Venerians imprisoned in their ocean and murdered for man's sake, and all the hosts of the forerunning human species. A few individuals, no doubt, in every period, and many in certain favored races, have lived on the whole happily, and a few have even known something of the supreme beatitude. But for most, until our modern epoch, thwarting has outweighed fulfillment, and if actual grief has not preponderated over joy, it is because, mercifully, the fulfillment that is wholly missed cannot be conceived. Our predecessors of the 16th species, oppressed by this vast horror, undertook a forlorn and seemingly irrational crusade for the rescue of the tragic past. We see now clearly that their enterprise, though desperate, was not quite fantastic. For if ever the cosmic ideal should be realized, even though for a moment only, then in that time the awakened soul of all will embrace within itself all spirits, whatever throughout the whole of time's wide circuit. And so to each one of them, even to the least, it will seem that he has awakened and discovered himself to be the soul of all, knowing all things and rejoicing in all things. And though afterwards, through the inevitable decay of the stars, this most glorious vision must be lost suddenly or in the long drawn-out defeat of life, yet would the awakened soul of all have eternal being, and in it each martyred spirit would have beatitude eternally, though unknown to itself in its own temporal mode. It may be that this is the case. If not, then eternally the martyred spirits are martyred only, and not blessed. We cannot tell which of these possibilities is fact. As individuals, we earnestly desire that the eternal being of things may include the supreme awakening. This, nothing less than this, has been the remote but ever-present goal of our practical religious life and of our social policy. In our racial mode also we have greatly desired this end, but differently. Even as individuals, all our desires are tempered by that relentless admiration of fate which we recognize as the spirit's highest achievement. Even as individuals, we exult in the issue whether our enterprises succeed or fail. The pioneer defeated, the lover bereaved and overwhelmed, can find in his disaster the supreme experience, the dispassionate ecstasy which salutes the real as it is and would not change one jot of it. Even as individuals, we can regard the impending extinction of mankind as a thing superb, though tragic. Strong in the knowledge that the human spirit has already inscribed the cosmos with indestructible beauty, and that inevitably, whether sooner or later, man's career must end, we face this too sudden end with laughter in our hearts and peace. But there is the one thought by which, in our individual state, we are still dismayed, namely, that the cosmic enterprise itself may fail, that the full potentiality of the real may never find expression, that never in any stage of time the multitudinous and conflicting existence should be organized as the universal, harmonious living body, that the spirit's eternal nature, therefore, should be discordant, miserably tranced, that the indestructible beauties of this our sphere of space and time should remain imperfect, and remain, too, not adequately worshipped. But in the racial mind, this ultimate dread has no place. On those few occasions when we have awakened racially, we have come to regard with piety even the possibility of cosmical defeat. For as the racial mind, though in a manner we earnestly desired the fulfillment of the cosmical ideal, yet we were no more enslaved to this desire than, as individuals, we are enslaved to our private desires. For though the racial mind wills this supreme achievement, yet in the same act it holds itself aloof from it, and from all desire and all emotion, save the ecstasy which admires the real as it is, and accepts its dark bright form with joy. As individuals, therefore, we try to regard the whole cosmic adventure as a symphony now in progress, which may or may not some day achieve its just conclusion. Like music, however, the vast biography of the stars is to be judged not in respect of its final moment merely, but in respect of the perfection of its whole form. And whether its form as a whole is perfect or not, we cannot know. Actual music is a pattern of intertwining themes which evolve and die, and these again are woven of simpler members, which again are spun of chords and unitary tones. But the music of the spheres is of a complexity almost infinitely more subtle, and its themes rank above and below one another in hierarchy beyond hierarchy. None but a god, none but a mind subtle as the music itself, could hear the whole in all its detail, and grasp in one act its close-knit individuality, if such it has. Not for any human mind to say authoritatively, "This is music wholly," or to say, "This is mere noise, flecked now and then by shreds of significance." The music of the spheres is unlike other music, not only in respect of its richness, but also in the nature of its medium. It is a music not merely of sounds, but of souls. Each of its minor themes, each of its chords, each single tone of it, each tremor of each tone, is in its own degree more than a mere passive factor in the music. It is a listener and also a creator. Wherever there is individuality of form, there is also an individual appreciator and originator. And the more complex the form, the more percipient and active the spirit. Thus, in every individual factor within the musical environment of that factor is experienced, vaguely or precisely, erroneously or with greater approximation to truth. And being experienced, it is admired or loathed, rightly or falsely. And it is influenced, just as in actual music each theme is in a manner a determination of its forerunners and followers and present accompaniment, so in this vaster music each individual factor is itself a determination of its environment. Also it is a determinant both of that which precedes and that which follows. But whether these manifold interdeterminations are after all haphazard, or, as in music, controlled in relation to the beauty of the whole, we know not, nor whether, if this is the case, the beautiful whole of things is the work of some mind, nor yet whether some mind admires it adequately as a whole of beauty. But this we know, that we ourselves, when the Spirit is most awake in us, admire the real as it is revealed to us, and salute its dark, bright form with joy. Chapter 16. The Last of Man. 1. Sentence of Death. Ours has been essentially a philosophical age, in fact the supreme age of philosophy. But a great practical problem has also concerned us. We have had to prepare for the task of preserving humanity during a most difficult period, which was calculated to begin about 100 million years hence, but might, in certain circumstances, be sprung upon us at very short notice. Long ago, the human inhabitants of Venus believed that already in their day the sun was about to enter the white dwarf phase, and that the time would therefore soon come when their world would be frost-bound. This calculation was unduly pessimistic, but we know now that, even allowing for the slight delay caused by the Great Collision, the solar collapse must begin at some date astronomically not very distant. We had planned that during the comparatively brief period of the actual shrinkage we would move our planet steadily nearer to the sun, until finally it should settle in the narrowest possible orbit. Man would then be comfortably placed for a very long period. But in the fullness of time there would come a far more serious crisis. The sun would continue to cool, and at last man would no longer be able to live by means of solar radiation. It would become necessary to annihilate matter to supply the deficiency. The other planets might be used for this purpose, and possibly the sun itself. For given the sustenance for so long a voyage, man might boldly project his planet into the neighborhood of some younger star. Thenceforth, perhaps, he might operate upon a far grander scale. He might explore and colonize all suitable worlds in every corner of the galaxy, and organize himself as a vast community of minded worlds. Even, so we dreamed, he might achieve intercourse with other galaxies. It did not seem impossible that man himself was the germ of the world soul, which, we still hope, is destined to awake for a while before the universal decline, and to crown the eternal cosmos with its due of knowledge and admiration, fleeting yet eternal. We dared to think that in some far distant epoch the human spirit, clad in all wisdom, power, and delight, might look back upon our primitive age with a certain respect. No doubt with pity also and amusement, but none the less with admiration for the spirit in us, still only half awake, and struggling against great disabilities. In such a mood, half pity, half admiration, we ourselves look back upon the primitive mankinds. Our prospect is now suddenly and completely changed, for astronomers have made a startling discovery, which assigns to man a speedy end. His existence has ever been precarious. At any stage of his career he might easily have been exterminated by some slight alteration of his chemical environment, by a more than usually malignant microbe, by a radical change of climate, or by the manifold effects of his own folly. Twice already he has been almost destroyed by astronomical events. How easily might it happen that the solar system, now rushing through a somewhat more crowded region of the galaxy, should become entangled with, or actually strike, a major astronomical body, and be destroyed. But fate, as it turns out, has a more surprising end in store for man. Not long ago, an unexpected alteration was observed to be taking place in a near star. Through no discoverable cause, it began to change from white to violet, and increase in brightness. Already it has attained such extravagant brilliance that, though its actual disk remains a mere point in our sky, its dazzling purple radiance illuminates our nocturnal landscapes with hideous beauty. Our astronomers have ascertained that this is no ordinary nova, that it is not one of those stars addicted to paroxysms of brilliance. It is something unprecedented, a normal star suffering from a unique disease, a fantastic acceleration of its vital process, a riotous squandering of the energy which should have remained locked within its substance for eons. At the present rate it will be reduced either to an inert cinder or to actual annihilation in a few thousand years. This extraordinary event may possibly have been produced by unwise tamperings on the part of intelligent beings in the star's neighborhood, but indeed, since all matter at very high temperature is in a state of unstable equilibrium, the cause may have been merely some conjunction of natural circumstances. The event was first regarded simply as an intriguing spectacle, but further study roused a more serious interest. Our own planet, and therefore the sun also, was suffering a continuous and increasing bombardment of ethereal vibrations, most of which were of incredibly high frequency and of unknown potentiality. What would be their effect upon the sun? After some centuries, certain astronomical bodies in the neighborhood of the deranged star were seen to be infected with its disorder. Their fever increased the splendor of our night sky, but it also confirmed our fears. We still hoped that the sun might prove too distant to be seriously influenced, but careful analysis now showed that this hope must be abandoned. The sun's remoteness might cause a delay of some thousands of years before the cumulative effects of the bombardment could start the disintegration, but sooner or later the sun itself must be infected. Probably within 30,000 years, life will be impossible anywhere within a vast radius of the sun, so vast a radius that it is quite impossible to propel our planet away fast enough to escape before the storm can catch us. 2. Behavior of the condemned. The discovery of this doom kindled in us unfamiliar emotions. Hitherto, humanity had seemed to be destined for a very long future, and the individual himself had been accustomed to look forward to very many thousands of years of personal life, ending in voluntary sleep. We had, of course, often conceived, and even savored in imagination, the sudden destruction of our world. But now we faced it as a fact. Outwardly, everyone behaved with perfect serenity, but inwardly every mind was in turmoil. Not that there was any question of our falling into panic or despair, for in this crisis our native detachment stood us in good stead. But inevitably some time passed before our minds became properly adjusted to the new prospect, before we could see our fate outlined clearly and beautifully against the cosmic background. Presently, however, we learned to contemplate the whole great saga of man as a completed work of art, and to admire it no less for its sudden and tragic end than for the promise in it which was not to be fulfilled. Grief was now transfigured wholly into ecstasy. Defeat which had oppressed us with a sense of man's impotence and littleness among the stars, brought us into a new sympathy and reverence for all those myriads of beings in the past out of whose obscure strivings we had been born. We saw the most brilliant of our own race and the lowliest of our pre-human forerunners as essentially spirits of equal excellence, though cast in diverse circumstances. When we looked round on the heavens, and at the violet splendor which was to destroy us, we were filled with awe and pity, awe for the inconceivable potentiality of this bright host, pity for its self-thwarting effort to fulfill itself as the universal spirit. At this stage it seemed that there was nothing left for us to do, but to crowd as much excellence as possible into our remaining life, and meet our end in the noblest manner. But now there came upon us once more the rare experience of racial mentality. For a whole Neptunian year, every individual lived in an enraptured trance, in which, as the racial mind, he or she resolved many ancient mysteries and saluted many unexpected beauties. This ineffable experience, lived through under the shadow of death, was the flower of man's whole being. But I can tell nothing of it, save that when it was over we possessed, even as individuals, a new peace, in which, strangely but harmoniously, were blended grief, exultation, and godlike laughter. In consequence of this racial experience, we found ourselves faced with two tasks which had not before been contemplated. The one referred to the future, the other to the past. In respect of the future, we are now setting about the forlorn task of disseminating among the stars the seeds of a new humanity. For this purpose, we shall make use of the pressure of radiation from the sun, and chiefly the extravagantly potent radiation that will later be available. We are hoping to devise extremely minute electromagnetic wave systems, akin to normal protons and electrons, which will be individually capable of sailing forward upon the hurricane of solar radiation at a speed not wholly incomparable with the speed of light itself. This is a difficult task. But further, these units must be so cunningly interrelated that, in favorable conditions, they may tend to combine to form spores of life, and to develop, not indeed into human beings, but into lowly organisms with a definite evolutionary bias toward the essentials of human nature. These objects we shall project from beyond our atmosphere in immense quantities at certain points of our planet's orbit, so that solar radiation may carry them towards the most promising regions of the galaxy. The chance that any of them will survive to reach their destination is small, and still smaller the chance that any of them will find a suitable environment. But if any of this human seed should fall upon good ground, it will embark, we hope, upon a somewhat rapid biological evolution, and produce in due season whatever complex organic forms are possible in its environment. It will have a very real physiological bias toward the evolution of intelligence. Indeed, it will have a much greater bias in that direction than occurred on the Earth in those subvital atomic groupings from which terrestrial life eventually sprang. It is just conceivable, then, that by extreme good fortune, man may still influence the future of this galaxy, not directly, but through his creature. But in the vast music of existence, the actual theme of mankind now ceases forever. Finished, the long reiterations of man's history. Defeated, the whole proud enterprise of his maturity. The stored experience of many mankinds must sink into oblivion, and today's wisdom must vanish. The other task which occupies us, that which relates to the past, is one which may very well seem to you nonsensical. We have long been able to enter into past minds and participate in their experience. Hitherto we have been passive spectators merely, but recently we have acquired the power of influencing past minds. This seems an impossibility, for a past event is what it is, and how can it conceivably be altered at a subsequent date, even in the minutest respect? Now, it is true that past events are what they are, irrevocably. But in certain cases, some feature of a past event may depend on an event in their far future. The past event would never have been as it actually was, and is eternally, if there had not been going to be a certain future event, which, though not contemporaneous with the past event, influences it directly in the sphere of eternal being. The passage of events is real, and time is the successiveness of passing events. But though events have passage, they have also eternal being. And in certain rare cases, mental events far separated in time determine one another directly by way of eternity. Our own minds have often been profoundly influenced by direct inspection of past minds, and now we find that certain events of certain past minds are determined by present events in our own present minds. No doubt there are some mental events which are what they are by virtue of mental past processes which we shall perform, but have not yet performed. Our historians and psychologists, engaged on direct inspection of past minds, had often complained of certain singular points in past minds, where the ordinary laws of psychology failed to give a full explanation of the course of mental events, where, in fact, some wholly unknown influence seemed to be at work. Later it was found that, in some cases at least, this disturbance of the ordinary principles of psychology corresponded with certain thoughts or desires in the mind of the observer living in our own age. Of course, only such matters as could have significance to the past mind could influence it at all. Thoughts and desires of ours which have no meaning to the particular past individual fail to enter into his experience. New ideas and new values are only to be introduced by arranging familiar matter so that it may gain a new significance. Nevertheless, we now found ourselves in possession of an amazing power of communicating with the past, and contributing to its thought and action, though of course we could not alter it. But it may be asked, what if in respect of a particular singularity in some past mind, we do not, after all, choose to provide the necessary influence to account for it? The question is meaningless. There is no possibility that we should not choose to influence those past minds which are, as a matter of fact, dependent on our influence. For it is in the sphere of eternity, wherein alone we meet past minds, that we really make this free choice. And in the sphere of time, though the choosing has relations with our modern age, and may be said to occur in that age, it also had relations with the past mind, and may be said to have occurred also long ago. There are in some past minds singularities which are not the product of any influence that we have exerted today. Some of these singularities, no doubt, we shall ourselves produce on some occasion before our destruction, but it may be that some are due to an influence other than ours, perhaps to beings which, by good fortune, may spring long hence from our forlorn seminal enterprise, or they may be due perhaps to the cosmic mind, whose future occurrence and eternal existence we earnestly desire. However that may be, there are a few remarkable minds scattered up and down past ages and even in the most primitive human races, which suggest an influence other than our own. They are so singular in one respect or another that we cannot give a perfectly clear psychological account of them in terms of the past only, and yet we ourselves are not the instigators of their singularity. Your Jesus, your Socrates, your Gautama show traces of this uniqueness, but the most original of all were too eccentric to have any influence on their contemporaries. It is possible that in ourselves also there are singularities which cannot be accounted for wholly in terms of ordinary biological and psychological laws. If we could prove that this is the case, we should have very definite evidence of the occurrence of a high order of mentality somewhere in the future, and therefore of its eternal existence. But hitherto this problem has proved too subtle for us, even in the racial mode.
it may be that the mere fact that we have succeeded in attaining racial mentality involves some remote future influence.
It is even conceivable that every creative advance that any mind has ever made involves unwitting cooperation with the cosmic mind, which perhaps will awake at some date before the end.
We have two methods of influencing the past through past individuals.
For we can operate either upon minds of great originality and power, or upon any average individual whose circumstances happen to suit our purpose. In original minds we can only suggest some very vague intuition, which is then worked up by the individual himself into some form very different from that which we intended, but very potent as a factor in the culture of his age. Average minds, on the other hand, we can use as passive instruments for the conveyance of detailed ideas. But in such cases the individual is incapable of working up the material into a great and potent form suited to his age. But what is it, you may ask, that we seek to contribute to the past? We seek to afford intuitions of truth and of value, which, though easy to us from our point of vantage, would be impossible to the unaided past. We seek to help the past to make the best of itself, just as one man may help another. We seek to direct the attention of past individuals and past races to truths and beauties which, though implicit in their experience, would otherwise be overlooked. We seek to do this for two reasons. Entering into past minds, we become perfectly acquainted with them, and cannot but love them, and so we desire to help them. By influencing selected individuals, we seek to influence indirectly great multitudes. But our second motive is very different. We see the career of man in his successive planetary homes as a process of very great beauty. It is far indeed from the perfect, but it is very beautiful, with the beauty of tragic art. Now it turns out that this beautiful thing entails our operation at various points in the past. Therefore, we will to operate. Unfortunately, our first inexperienced efforts were disastrous. Many of the fatuities which primitive minds in all ages have been prone to attribute to the influence of disembodied spirits, whether deities, fiends, or the dead, are but the gibberish which resulted from our earliest experiments. And this book, so admirable in our conception, has issued from the brain of the writer, your contemporary, in such disorder as to be mostly rubbish. We are concerned with the past not only in so far as we make very rare contributions to it, but chiefly in two other manners. First, we are engaged upon the great enterprise of becoming lovingly acquainted with the past, the human past, in every detail. This is, so to speak, our supreme act of filial piety. When one being comes to know and love another, a new and beautiful thing is created, namely, the love. The cosmos is thus far and at that date enhanced. We seek then to know and love every past mind that we can enter. In most cases we can know them with far more understanding than they can know themselves. Not the least of them, not the worst of them, shall be left out of this great work of understanding and admiration. There is another manner in which we are concerned with the human past. We need its help. For we, who are triumphantly reconciled to our fate, are under obligation to devote our last energies not to ecstatic contemplation, but to a forlorn and most uncongenial task, the dissemination. This task is almost intolerably repugnant to us. Gladly would we spend our last days in embellishing our community and our culture, and in pious exploration of the past. But it is incumbent on us, who are by nature artists and philosophers, to direct the whole attention of our world upon the arid labor of designing an artificial human seed, producing it in immense quantities, and projecting it among the stars. If there is to be any possibility of success, we must undertake a very lengthy program of physical research and finally organize a worldwide system of manufacture. The work will not be completed until our physical constitution is already being undermined, and the disintegration of our community has already begun. Now, we could never fulfill this policy without a zealous conviction of its importance. Here it is that the past can help us. We, who have now learnt so thoroughly the supreme art of ecstatic fatalism, go humbly to the past to learn over again that other supreme achievement of the spirit, loyalty to the forces of life embattled against the forces of death. Wandering among the heroic and often forlorn ventures of the past, we are fired once more with primitive zeal. Thus, when we return to our own world, we are able, even while we preserve in our hearts the peace that passeth understanding, to struggle as though we cared only for victory. 3. Epilogue. I am speaking to you now from a period about 20,000 terrestrial years after the date at which the whole preceding part of this book was communicated. It has become very difficult to reach you, and still more difficult to speak to you, for already the last men are not the men they were. Our two great undertakings are still unfinished. Much of the human past remains imperfectly explored, and the projection of the seed is scarcely begun. That enterprise has proved far more difficult than was expected. Only within the last few years have we succeeded in designing an artificial human dust capable of being carried forward on the sun's radiation, hardy enough to endure the conditions of a trans-galactic voyage of many millions of years, and yet intricate enough to bear the potentiality of life and of spiritual development. We are now preparing to manufacture this seminal matter in great quantities, and to cast it into space at suitable points on the planet's orbit. Some centuries have now passed since the sun began to show the first symptoms of disintegration, namely a slight change of color towards the blue, followed by a definite increase of brightness and heat. Today, when he pierces the ever-thickening cloud, he smites us with an intolerable steely brilliance which destroys the sight of anyone foolish enough to face it. Even in the cloudy weather which is now normal, the eye is wounded by the fierce violet glare. Eye troubles afflict us all, in spite of the special glasses which have been designed to protect us. The mere heat, too, is already destructive. We are forcing our planet outward from its old orbit in an ever-widening spiral. But do what we will, we cannot prevent the climate from becoming more and more deadly, even at the poles. The intervening regions have already been deserted. Evaporation of the equatorial oceans has thrown the whole atmosphere into tumult, so that even at the poles we are tormented by hot, wet hurricanes and incredible electric storms. These have already shattered most of our great buildings, sometimes burying a whole teeming province under an avalanche of tumbled vitreous crags. Our two polar communities at first managed to maintain radio communication, but it is now some time since we of the South received news of the more distressed North. Even with us the situation is already desperate. We had recently established some hundreds of stations for the dissemination, but less than a score have been able to operate. This failure is due mainly to an increasing lack of personnel. The deluge of fantastic solar radiation has had disastrous effect on the human organism. Epidemics of a malignant tumor, which medical science has failed to conquer, have reduced the southern people to a mere remnant, and this in spite of the migration of the tropical races into the Antarctic. Each of us, moreover, is but the wreckage of his former self. The higher mental functions, attained only in the most developed human species, are already lost or disordered through the breakdown of their special tissues. Not only has the racial mind vanished, but the sexual groups have lost their mental unity. 3 of the subsexes have already been exterminated by derangement of their chemical nature. Glandular troubles, indeed, have unhinged many of us with anxieties and loathings which we cannot conquer, though we know them to be unreasonable. Even the normal power of telepathic communication has become so unreliable that we have been compelled to fall back upon the archaic practice of vocal symbolism. Exploration of the past is now confined to specialists, and is a dangerous profession, which may lead to disorders of temporal experience. Degeneration of the higher neural centers has also brought about in us a far more serious and deep-seated trouble, namely a general spiritual degradation which would formerly have seemed impossible, so confident were we of our integrity. The perfectly dispassionate will had been for many millions of years universal among us, and the cornerstone of our whole society and culture. We had almost forgotten that it has a physiological basis, and that if that basis were undermined, we might no longer be capable of rational conduct. But, drenched for some thousands of years by the unique stellar radiation, we have gradually lost not only the ecstasy of dispassionate worship, but even the capacity for normal disinterested behavior. Everyone is now liable to an irrational bias in favor of himself as a private person, as against his fellows. Personal envy, uncharitableness, even murder and gratuitous cruelty, formerly unknown amongst us, are now becoming common. At first, when men began to notice in themselves these archaic impulses, they crushed them with amused contempt. But as the highest nerve centers fell further into decay, the brute in us began to be ever more unruly, and the human more uncertain. Rational conduct was henceforth to be achieved only after an exhausting and degrading moral struggle, instead of spontaneously and fluently. Nay, worse, increasingly often the struggle ended not in victory, but defeat. Imagine, then, the terror and disgust that gripped us when we found ourselves one and all condemned to a desperate struggle against impulses which we had been accustomed to regard as insane. It is distressing enough to know that each one of us might at any moment, merely to help some dear individual or other, betray his supreme duty toward the dissemination. But it is harrowing to discover ourselves sometimes so far sunk as to be incapable even of common loving kindness toward our neighbors. For a man to favor himself against his friend or beloved, even in the slightest respect, was formerly unknown. But today many of us are haunted by the look of amazed horror and pity in the eyes of an injured friend. In the early stages of our trouble, lunatic asylums were founded, but they soon became overcrowded and a burden on a stricken community. The insane were then killed. But it became clear that by former standards we were all insane. No man now can trust himself to behave reasonably. And of course we cannot trust each other. Partly through the prevalent irrationality of desire, and partly through the misunderstandings which have come with the loss of telepathic communication, we have been plunged into all manner of discords. A political constitution and system of laws had to be devised, but they seem to have increased our troubles. Order of a kind is maintained by an overworked police force, but this is in the hands of the professional organizers, who have now all the vices of bureaucracy. It was largely through their folly that two of the Antarctic nations broke into social revolution, and are now preparing to meet the armament which an insane world government is devising for their destruction. Meanwhile, through the breakdown of the economic order, and the impossibility of reaching the food factories on Jupiter, starvation is added to our troubles, and has afforded to certain ingenious lunatics the opportunity of trading at the expense of others. All this folly in a doomed world, and in a community that was yesterday the very flower of a galaxy. Those of us who still care for the life of the spirit are tempted to regret that mankind did not choose decent suicide before ever the putrescence began. But indeed this could not be. The task that was undertaken had to be completed, for the scattering of the seed has come to be for every one of us the supreme religious duty. Even those who continually sin against it recognize this as the last office of man. It was for this that we outstayed our time, and must watch ourselves decline from spiritual estate into that brutishness from which man has so seldom freed himself. Yet why do we persist in the forlorn effort? Even if by good luck the seed should take root somewhere and thrive, there will surely come an end to its adventure, if not swiftly in fire, then in the ultimate battle of life against encroaching frost. Our labor will at best sow for death an ampler harvest. There seems no rational defense of it, unless it be rational to carry out blindly a purpose conceived in a former and more enlightened state. But we cannot feel sure that we really were more enlightened. We look back now at our former selves with wonder, but also with incomprehension and misgiving. We try to recall the glory that seemed to be revealed to each of us in the racial mind, but we remember almost nothing of it. We cannot rise even to that more homely beatitude which was once within the reach of the unaided individual, that serenity which it seemed should be the spirit's answer to every tragic event. It is gone from us. It is not only impossible, but inconceivable. We now see our private distresses and the public calamity as merely hideous. That, after so long a struggle into maturity, man should be roasted alive like a trapped mouse for the entertainment of a lunatic. How can any beauty lie in that? But this is not our last word to you. For though we have fallen, there is still something in us left over from the time that is past. We have become blind and weak. But the knowledge that we are so has forced us to a great effort. Those of us who have not already sunk too far have formed themselves into a brotherhood for mutual strengthening, so that the true human spirit may be maintained a little longer, until the seed has been well sown, and death be permissible. We call ourselves the Brotherhood of the Condemned. We seek to be faithful to one another, and to our common undertaking, and to the vision which is no longer revealed. We are vowed to the comforting of all distressed persons who are not yet permitted death. We are vowed also to the dissemination, and we are vowed to keep the spirit bright until the end. Now and again we meet together in little groups or great companies to hearten ourselves with one another's presence. Sometimes on these occasions we can but sit in silence, groping for consolation and for strength. Sometimes the spoken word flickers hither and thither amongst us, shedding a brief light but little warmth to the soul that lies freezing in a torrid world. But there is among us one, moving from place to place and company to company, whose voice all long to hear. He is young, the last born of the last men, for he was the latest to be conceived before we learned man's doom and put an end to all conceiving. Being the latest, he is also the noblest. Not him alone, but all his generation we salute, and look to for strength. But he, the youngest, is different from the rest. In him the spirit, which is but the flesh awakened into spirituality, has power to withstand the tempest of solar energy longer than the rest of us. It is as though the sun itself were eclipsed by this spirit's brightness. It is as though in him at last, and for a day only, man's promise were fulfilled. For though, like others, he suffers in the flesh, he is above his suffering. And though more than the rest of us he feels the suffering of others, he is above his pity. In his comforting there is a strange, sweet raillery which can persuade the sufferer to smile at his own pain. When this youngest brother of ours contemplates with us our dying world and the frustration of all man's striving, he is not like us dismayed, but quiet. In the presence of such quietness, despair wakens into peace. By his reasonable speech, almost by the mere sound of his voice, our eyes are opened, and our hearts mysteriously filled with exultation. Yet often his words are grave. Let his words, not mine, close this story. Great are the stars, and man is of no account to them. But man is a fair spirit, whom a star conceived, and a star kills. He is greater than those bright, blind companies. For though in them there is incalculable potentiality, in him there is achievement, small but actual. Too soon, seemingly, he comes to his end. But when he is done, he will not be nothing, not as though he had never been, for he is eternally a beauty in the eternal form of things. Man was winged, hopefully. He had in him to go further than this short flight, now ending. He proposed even that he should become the flower of all things, and that he should learn to be the all-knowing, the all-admiring. Instead, he is to be destroyed. He is only a fledgling caught in a bush-fire. He is very small, very simple, very little capable of insight. His knowledge of the great orb of things is but a fledgling's knowledge. His admiration is a nestling's admiration for the things kindly to his own small nature. He delights only in food, and the food-announcing call. The music of the spheres passes over him, through him, and is not heard. Yet it has used him, and now it uses his destruction. Great and terrible, and very beautiful is the whole, and for man the best is that the whole should use him. But does it really use him? Is the beauty of the whole really enhanced by our agony? And is the whole really beautiful? And what is beauty? Throughout all his existence, man has been striving to hear the music of the spheres, and has seemed to himself once and again to catch some phrase of it, or even a hint of the whole form of it. Yet he can never be sure that he has truly heard it, nor even that there is any such perfect music at all to be heard. Inevitably so, for if it exists, it is not for him in his littleness. But one thing is certain. Man himself, at the very least, is music, a brave theme that makes music also of its vast accompaniment, its matrix of storms and stars. Man himself, in his degree, is eternally a beauty in the eternal form of things. It is very good to have been man. And so we may go forward together with laughter in our hearts, and peace, thankful for the past and for our own courage. For we shall make, after all, a fair conclusion to this brief music that is man. End of the story, Last and First Men. Last Men in London. Contents. Preface. Introduction, the future's concern with the past. Chapter 1. The World of the Last Men. 1. Holiday on Neptune. 2. Men and Man. 3. Biographical note. Chapter 2. Exploring the Past. 1. The Portal to the Past. 2. Difficulties and Dangers. 3. Influencing Past Minds. 4. Hovering over Time. 5. Descent among the First Men. 6. In the Streets of London. Chapter 3. The Child Paul. 1. Paul and his Neptunian parasite. 2. The Child Paul. 3. Early experiments on Paul. 4. Paul's changing world. Chapter 4. Paul comes of age. 1. Paul and sex. 2. Paul devout. 3. Paul faces the facts. Chapter 5. Origins of the European War. 1. The Neptunian attitude to the war. 2. The philosophical lemurs. 3. Prehistoric origins of the war. 4. The historical period. Chapter 6. The war. 1. Europe before the war. 2. Europe chooses war. 3. Europe at war. 4. Paul in the war. Chapter 7. After the war. 1. The New Hope. 2. Paul gathers up the threads. 3. Paul comes to terms with woman.
4. London and the Spirit. Chapter 8. The Modern World. 1. Paul undertakes his task. 2. The research. 3. Fruits of the research. 4. Paul settles down. Chapter 9. On Earth and on Neptune. 1. Submerged Supermen. 2. Paul and Humpty. 3. Back to Neptune. 4. Epilogue by the terrestrial author of this book. Preface. Though this is a work of fiction, it does not pretend to be a novel. It has no hero but man. Since its purpose is not the characterization of individual human beings, no effort has been made to endow its few persons with distinctive personalities. There is no plot, except the theme of man's struggle in this awkward age to master himself and to come to terms with the universe. This theme I seek to present by imagining that a member of a much more developed human species, living on Neptune 2,000 million years hence, enters into our minds to observe the terrestrial field through our eyes, but with his own intelligence. Using one of us as a mouthpiece, he contrives to tell us something of his findings. The shortcomings of his report must be attributed to the limitations of his terrestrial instrument. This book is intelligible without reference to another fantasy, which I produced 2 years ago and called Last and First Men. But readers of that earlier book will find that Last Men in London is complementary to it. In both, the same Neptunian being speaks, formerly to tell the story of man's career between our day and his, now to describe the spiritual drama which, he tells us, underlies the whole confused history of our species, and comes to its crisis today. The present book is supposed to be communicated from a date in Neptunian history later than the body of the earlier book, but before its epilogue. The last section of the chapter on the war, though it makes use to some extent of personal experience, is nonetheless fiction. It will be obvious to many readers that I have been influenced by the very suggestive work of Mr. Gerald Hurd. I hope he will forgive me for distorting some of his ideas for my own purpose. My thanks are due once more to Mr. E.V. Ryu for many valuable criticisms and suggestions, and to Professor and Mrs. L.C. Martin, who read the untidy manuscript, for condemnation and encouragement, without which the book would have been much worse than it is. Finally, I would thank my wife both for hard labor and for other help which she is apparently incapable of appreciating. Let me remind the reader that henceforth and up to the opening of the epilogue, the speaker is a Neptunian man of the very remote future. September 1932. William Olaf Stapledon. Introduction. The Future's Concern with the Past. Men and women of Earth, brief terrestrials, of that moment when the first human species hung in the crest of its attainment, wave-like, poised for downfall. I, a member of the last human species, address you for a second time from an age 2,000 million years after your day, from an age as remotely future to you as the Earth's beginning is remotely past. In my earlier communication, I told of the huge flux of events between your day and mine. I told of the rise and fall of many mankinds, of the spirit's long desolations and brief splendors. I told how, again and again, after age-long sleep, man woke to see dimly what he should be doing with himself, how he strove accordingly to master his world and his own nature, and how each time circumstances or his own ignorance and impotence flung him back into darkness. I told how he struggled with invaders, and how he was driven from planet to planet, refashioning himself for each new world. I told not only of his great vicissitudes, but also of the many and diverse modes of mind which he assumed in different epochs. I told how at length, through good fortune and skilled control, there was fashioned a more glorious mankind, the 18th human species, my own. I hinted as best I might at the great richness and subtlety, the perfect harmony and felicity of this last expression of the human spirit. I told of our discovery that our own fair planet must soon be destroyed with all the sun's offspring, and of our exultant acceptance even of this doom. I told of the final endeavors which the coming end imposes on us. In this, my second communication, I shall say little of my own world, and less of the ages that lie between us. Instead, I shall speak mostly of your world and of yourselves. I shall try to show you yourselves through the eyes of the last men. Of myself and my fellow workers I shall speak, but chiefly as the link between your world and mine, as pioneering explorers in your world, and secret dwellers in your minds. I shall tell of the difficulties and dangers of our strange exploration of ages that to us are past, and of our still stranger influence upon past minds. But mostly I shall speak of men and women living in Europe in your 20th Christian century, and of a great crisis that we observe in your world, a great opportunity which you tragically fail to grasp. In relation to the long drama which I unfolded in my earlier communication, it might well seem that even the most urgent and the most far-reaching events of your little sphere are utterly trivial. The rise and fall of your world-moving individuals, the flowering and withering of your nations, and all their blind, plant-like struggle for existence, the slow changes and sudden upheavals of your society, the archaic passions of your religious sects, and quick changes of your fashionable thought, all seem, in relation to those eons of history, no more than the ineffective gyrations of flotsam of the great river of humanity, whose direction is determined not by any such superficial movements, but by the thrust of its own mass and the configuration of the terrain. In the light of the stars, what significance is there in such minute events as the defeat of an army, the issue of a political controversy, the success or failure of a book, the result of a football match? In that cold light, even the downfall of a species is a matter of little importance, and the final extinction of man, after his 2,000 million years of precarious blundering, is but the cessation of one brief tremulous theme in the great music of the cosmos. Yet minute events have sometimes remarkable consequences. Again and again this was evident in the great story that I told. And now I am to describe events, some of which, though momentary and minute in relation to the whole career of man, are yet in relation to yourselves long drawn out and big with destiny. In consequence of these momentary happenings, so near you yet so obscure, man's career is fated to be the weary succession of disasters and incomplete victories which I described on an earlier occasion. But the account of these events, though it is in some sense the main theme of this book, is not its sole, not even its chief purpose. I shall say much of your baseness, much of your futility, but all that I say, if I say it well, and if the mind that I have chosen for my mouthpiece serves me adequately, shall be kindled with a sense of that beauty which, in spite of all your follies and treasons, is yours uniquely. For though the whole career of your species is so confused and barren, and though against the background of the rise and fall of species after species, and the destruction of world after world, the life of any individual among you, even the most glorious, seems so completely ineffective and insignificant, yet in the least member of your or any other species there lies for the discerning eye a beauty peculiar not only to that one species, but to that one individual. To us the human dawn is precious for its own sake, and it is as creatures of the dawn that we regard you, even in your highest achievement. To us, the early human natures in every primitive human individual have a beauty which we ourselves, in spite of all our triumphs, have not. The beauty, namely, of life's first bewildered, venturing upon the wings of the spirit, the beauty of the child with all its innocent brutishness and cruelty. We understand the past better than it can understand itself, and love it better than it can love itself. Seeing it in relation to all things, we see it as it is, and so we can observe even its follies and treasons with reverence, knowing that we ourselves would have behaved so had we been so placed and so fashioned. The achievements of the past, however precarious and evanescent, we salute with respect, knowing well that to achieve anything at all in such circumstances and with such a nature entailed a faith and fortitude which in those days were miracles. We are therefore moved by filial piety to observe all the past races of men, and if possible every single individual life, with careful precision, so that, before we are destroyed, we may crown those races our equals in glory, though not in achievement. Thus we shall contribute to the cosmos a beauty which it would otherwise lack, namely the critical yet admiring love which we bear toward you. But it is not only as observers that we, who are of man's evening, are concerned with you, children of the dawn. In my earlier message I told how the future might actually influence the past, how beings such as my contemporaries, who have in some degree the freedom of eternity, may from their footing in eternity reach into past minds and contribute to their experience. For whatever is truly eternal is present equally in all times, and so we, in so far as we are capable of eternity, are influences present in your age. I said that we seek out all those points in past history where our help is entailed for the fulfillment of the past's own nature, and that this work of inspiration has become one of our main tasks. How this can be, I shall explain more fully later. Strange it is indeed that we, who are so closely occupied with the great adventure of racial experience, so closely also with preparations to face the impending ruin of our world, and with research for dissemination of a seed of life in remote regions of the galaxy, should yet also find ourselves under obligation toward the vanished and unalterable past. No influence of ours can save your species from destruction. Nothing could save it but a profound change in your own nature, and that cannot be. Wandering among you, we move always with foreknowledge of the doom which your own imperfection imposes on you. Even if we could, we would not change it, for it is a theme required in the strange music of the spheres. Chapter 1. The World of the Last Men. 1. Holiday on Neptune. When I am in your world and your epoch, I remember often a certain lonely place in my own world, and in the time that I call present. It is a corner where the land juts out into the sea as a confusion of split rocks, like a herd of monsters crowding into the water. Subterranean forces acting at this point once buckled the planet's crust into a mountain, but it was immediately torn and shattered by gravity, that implacable djinn of all great worlds. Nothing is now left of it but these rocks. On Neptune we have no mountains, and the oceans are waveless. The stout sphere holds its watery cloak so tightly to it that even the most violent hurricanes fail to raise more than a ripple. Scattered among these rocks lies a network of tiny fjords, whose walls and floors are embossed with variegated life. There you may see beneath the crystal water all manner of blobs and knobs and brilliant whorls, all manner of gaudy flowers that search with their petals, or rhythmically smack their lips, all manner of clotted seaweeds, green, brown, purple, or crimson, from whose depth sometimes a claw reaches after a drowsing sprat, while here and there a worm, fringed with legs, emerges to explore the sandy sunlit bottom. Among these rocks and fjords I spent my last day of leisure before setting out on one of those lengthy explorations of the past which have made me almost as familiar with your world as with my own. It is my task to tell you of your own race as it appears through the eyes of the far future, but first I must help you to reconstruct in imagination something of the future itself, and of the world from which we regard you. This I can best achieve by describing first that day of delight,
spent where the broken mountain sprawls into the sea, and then a more august event, namely the brief awakening of the racial mind, which was appointed for the exaltation of the explorers, upon the eve of their departure into the obscure recesses of past eons. Finally, I shall tell you something of my own upbringing and career. Almost the first moments of that day of recreation afforded me one of those pictures which haunt the memory ever after. The sun had risen over a burning ocean. He was not, as you might expect in our remote world, a small, enfeebled sun, for between your age and ours a collision had increased his bulk and splendor to a magnitude somewhat greater than that with which you are familiar. Overhead the sky was blue, but for Neptunian eyes its deep azure was infused with another unique primary color, which your vision could not have detected. Toward the sunrise, this tincture of the zenith gave place to green, gold, fire-red, purple, and yet another of the hues which elude the primitive eye. Opposite there lay darkness. But low in the darkness gleamed something which you would have taken for a very distant snowy horn, whose base was lost in night, though its crest glowed orange in the morning. A second glance would have revealed it as too precipitous and too geometrical for any mountain. It was, in fact, one of our great public buildings, many scores of miles distant, and nearly 100 in height. In a world where mountains are crushed by their own weight, these towering edifices could not stand were it not for their incredibly rigid materials, wherein artificial atoms play the chief part. The huge crag of masonry now visible was relatively new, but it could compare in age with the younger of your terrestrial mountains. The shadowed sides of its buttresses and gables, and also the shadowed faces of the near rocks and of every stone, glowed with a purple bloom, the light from a blinding violet star. This portent we call the Mad Star. It is a unique heavenly body, whose energies are being squandered with inconceivable haste, so that it will soon be burnt out. Meanwhile, it is already infecting its neighbors with its plague. In a few thousand years, our own sun will inevitably run amok in the same manner, and turn all his planets to white-hot gas. But at present, I mean in the age which I call present, the Mad Star is only a brilliant feature of our night sky. On the morning of which I am speaking, there lay full length on the brink of a little cliff, and gazing into the pool beneath her, a woman of my world. To me she is lovely, exquisite, the very embodiment of beauty. To you she would seem a strange, half-human monster. To me, as she lay there with her breasts against the rock and one arm reaching down into the water, her whole form expressed the lightness and suppleness of a panther. To you she would have seemed unwieldy, elephantine, and grotesque in every feature. Yet if you were to see her moving in her own world, you would know, I think, why her name in our speech is the equivalent of panther in yours. If you or any of your kind were to visit our world, and if by miracle you were to survive for a few moments in our alien atmosphere, gravity would make it almost impossible for you to support yourselves at all. But we, since our bones, like our buildings, are formed largely of artificial atoms, and are far more rigid than steel, since moreover our muscle cells have been most cunningly designed, can run and jump with ease. It is true, however, that in spite of our splendid tissues, we have to be more solidly built than the terrestrials, whose limbs remind us unpleasantly of insects. The woman on the rock would certainly have surprised you, for she is a member of one of our most recent generations, whose skin and flesh are darkly translucent. Seeing her there, with the sunlight drenching her limbs, you might have taken her for a statue, cut from some wine-dark alabaster, or from carbuncle, save that, with every movement of her arm, sunken gleams of crimson, topaz, and gold-brown rippled the inner night of her shoulder and flank. Her whole substance, within its lovely curves and planes, looked scarcely solid,
but rather a volume of obscure flame and smoke poised on the rock.
On her head a mass of hair, flame-like, smoke-like, was a reversion to the primitive in respect of which she could never decide whether it was a thing for shame or complacency. It was this prehistoric decoration which first drew me toward her. In a closer view you would have noticed that on her back and the outer sides of her limbs the skin's translucency was complicated by a very faint leopard-like mottling. I also bear that mottling, but I am of the sort whose flesh is opaque, and my bronze-green skin is of a texture somewhat harsher than I should choose. In her, how well I know it, the skin is soft and rich to the exploring hand. While I watched her, she raised her face from studying the water-dwellers and looked at me, laughing. It was that look which gave me the brief but strangely significant experience the memory of which was to refresh me so often in your uncouth world. It was not only that her face was lit up with merriment and tenderness, but in that fleeting expression the very spirit of humanity seemed to regard me. I cannot make you realize the potency of that glance, for the faces of your own kind afford almost no hint of such illumination. I can only assert that in our species facial expression is more developed than in yours. The facial muscles respond to every changing flicker of experience and emotion, as pools respond to every breath of wind with 1,000 criss-cross rippling tremors. The face that now looked at me was unlike terrestrial countenances, both in its subtly alien contours and in its dark translucency, which half revealed the underlying paleness of bone. It was like a stirred and dancing pool of dark but warm-tinted wine, in which the sunlight reveled. But the eyes were bright jewels, capable of many phases from sapphire to emerald. Like others of our kind, this girl bore 2 additional bright eyes in the back of her head. They sparkled quaintly in the archaic glory of her hair. Like the rest of us, she had on her crown yet another and more important organ of vision, which we call the astronomical eye. Normally sunken level with her hair, it could at will be projected upwards like a squat telescope. The exquisite development of this organ in her had determined her career. All of us are in a manner astronomers, but she is an astronomer by profession. Her whole face, though so brilliantly alive, was unlike any human type known to readers of this book, since it was so much more animal. Her nose was broad and feline, but delicately molded. Her full lips were subtle at the corners. Her ears moved among her locks like the ears of a lion. Grotesque, you say? Inhuman? No. Beside this, the opaque and sluggish faces of your proudest beauties are little better than lumps of clay or the masks of insects. But indeed it is impossible for you to see her as I saw her then, for in that look there seemed to find expression the whole achievement of our race, and the full knowledge of its impending tragedy. At the same time there was in it a half-mischievous piety toward the little simple creatures that she had been watching, and equally, it seemed, toward the stars and man himself. Smiling, she now spoke to me, if I may call speech the telepathic influence which invaded my brain from hers. That you may understand the significance of her words, I must explain that in our Neptunian rock pools there are living things of 3 very different stocks. The first is rare. One may encounter in some sheltered cranny a vague greenish slime. This is the only relic of primeval Neptunian life, long since outclassed by invaders. The second stock is by far the commonest throughout our world. Nearly all our living types are triumphant descendants of the few animals and plants which men brought, deliberately or by accident, to Neptune from Venus nearly 1,000 million years before my day, and almost as long after the age that you call present. Third, there are also, even in these little fjords, a few descendants of those ancient men themselves. These very remote cousins of my own human species are of course fantastically degenerate. Most have long ago ceased to be recognizably human. But in one, whose name in our language you might translate homunculus, nature has achieved a minute and exquisite caricature of humanity. 2 splay feet glue him to the rock. From these rises an erect and bulbous belly, wearing on its summit an upturned face. The unpleasantly human mouth keeps opening and shutting. The eyes are mere wrinkles, the nose a wide double trumpet. The ears, deaf but mobile, have become 2 broad waving fans that direct a current of water toward the mouth. Beneath each ear is a little wart-like excrescence, all that is left of the human arm and hand. One of these degenerate human beings, one of these fallen descendants of your own kind, had attracted my companion's attention. Laughing, she said, "Little homunculus has got wind of his mate, and he can't unstick his feet to go after her. What a pilgrimage it will be for him after a whole month of standing still." She looked down again and cried, "Quick, come and see. He's loose, he's moved an inch. He's waddling at breakneck speed. Now he's got her, and she's willing." After a pause, she exclaimed, "What a world this pond is! Like the world that you are to plunge into so soon." Then she looked up at the fierce star, and the light in her face changed and chilled. She became like your Egyptian Sphinx, which looks across the desert and waits for something unknown and terrible, but the appointed end. Suddenly she laughed, sprang to her feet, ran down the rock edge to the sea, and dived. I followed, and the rest of the morning we spent swimming, either far out in the bay or among the islets and fjords, chasing each other sometimes through submarine rock arches, or clinging to a sunken tussock of weed to watch some drama of the sea-bottom. At last, when the sun was high, we returned to the grassy place where we had slept, and took from the pockets of our flying suits our meal of rich sun products. Of these, some had been prepared in the photosynthesis stations on Jupiter, others came from the colonies on Uranus, but we ourselves had gathered the delicacies in our own orchards and gardens. Having eaten, we lay back on the grass and talked of matters great and small. I challenged her. "This has been the best of all our matings." "Yes," she answered, "because the shortest, because after the richest experience in separation, and perhaps because of the star." "In spite of all your lovers," I exulted, "you come back to me. In spite of your tigers, your bulls, and all your lapdog lovers, where you squander yourself." "Yes, old Python, I come back to you, the richer for that squandering. And you, in spite of all the primroses and violets and blowsy roses and over-scented lilies that you have plucked and dropped, you come back to me after your 1,000 years of roaming." "Again and again I shall come back, if I escape from the terrestrials, and if the star permits." Our conversation, let me repeat, was telepathic. If I were to report all that passed from mind to mind as we lay in the sun that afternoon, I should fill a book. For telepathic communication is incomparably swifter and more subtle than vocal speech. We ranged over all manner of subjects, from the difference between her eyes and mine, which are crimson, to the awakening of the racial mind, which we had experienced some thousands of years earlier, and were so soon to experience again. We talked also about the marriage groups to which we severally belonged, and of our own strange, irregular, yet seemingly permanent union outside our respective groups. We talked about the perplexing but lovely nature of our son, whom she had been allowed to conceive at our last meeting. We spoke also of her work in one of the great observatories. With other astronomers, she was trying to discover in some distant region of our galaxy a possible home for the human seed, which it was hoped would be scattered among the stars before man's destruction. We spoke also of the work on which I am engaged as one of the million specialists who are trying to complete the exploration of the human past
by direct participation in it. Inevitably we spoke also of the star, and of the coming destruction of our world, and of how, if we were both alive in that age, we would cling together. Before sundown we clambered over the rocks and ran inland over the flower-strewn turf. But at last we returned to our grassy nest, and after supper, when darkness had fallen, we were moved to sing, together or each in turn. Sometimes our choice fell upon the latest, wildest scintillations of rhythm and melody, sometimes on the old songs of her nation or mine, sometimes on the crude chants which we explorers had discovered among the ancient peoples and in extinct worlds. In particular, I taught her a terrestrial song which I myself had found. With difficulty we formed the uncouth syllables and caught the lilt. With difficulty we called up in imagination the dark confusion that gave it birth, the harshness of man to man, and the yearning for a better world. Readers of this book may know the song. Old Man River is its name. While we were still striving with this archaic melody, the colors of the sunset gave place to the profound azure which the Neptunian sky assumes by night for Neptunian eyes. Stars began to appear, first singly and faintly, then in companies and brightly patterned constellations. The wide heaven flashed with them. The Milky Way, flung from horizon to horizon, revealed itself to us, not as a pale cloud zone, but as an incredibly multitudinous host of lights. Here and there our astronomical eyes could detect even those misty points which are in fact the remote universes. Our singing was now hushed into a murmuring and wordless chant. For this comparatively simple yet overwhelmingly significant percept of the night sky commands us all with a power which might seem to you extravagant. It is, as it were, the visible epitome of our whole thought and feeling. It has for us more than the potency of your most venerated religious symbols. It stirs not only the surface of our being, but the ancestral depths, and yet it is relevant to the most modern ventures of our intellect. While we were still saluting with our voices and our spirits this august and never too familiar presentation, the mad star rose once more and scattered its cold steel across the sea. We fell silent, watching. Its dread effulgence extinguished the constellations. Whether it was the influence of those barbarian melodies that we had been savoring, or a mere flaw in my nature, I know not, but suddenly I heard myself cry out, "Hideous! That such a world as ours should be burnt! Wasted such a world of spirit and sweet flesh!" She looked quickly in my eyes, with amazed laughter thrusting down dismay. But before she could speak, I saw rightly again. "No," I said, "not hideous, but terrible." Strange how our thoughts can slip back for a moment into the bad old ways, as though we were to lose sight of the great beauty, and be like the blind spirits of the past. And she, "When the end begins, shall we still see the great beauty? Shall we see it even in the fire?" And I, "Who knows? But we see it now." Silently we watched the star climb with increasing splendor of violet and ultraviolet illumination. But at last we lay down together in our sheltered grassy nest, and took intimate delight in one another. At dawn we rose. After a short swim, we put on our flying suits, those overalls studded with minute sources of subatomic energy on the soles of the feet, the palms of the hands, and the whole front surface of the body. It is with these that all lesser flights are performed in our world, and as the action entails much skill and some muscular exertion, it is a delight in itself. Side by side we climbed the air until the coast was like a map beneath us. We headed inland, first over a wide tract of rock and prairie, marsh and scrub, then over corn and orchard, sprinkled with innumerable homes. Once we passed near a great building, whose crystal precipices towered over us with snow on their cornices. A white cloud covered its upper parts, save for one slender pinnacle, which tiptoed into the sunlight.
Sometimes a flying boat would detach itself from the walls or emerge from the cloud. As we traveled over more densely inhabited regions, sprinkled somewhat more closely with private houses and cottages, a more numerous swarm of these flying boats continually passed over our heads in all directions from horizon to horizon, at so great a speed that they seemed darting insects. We encountered also many flyers like ourselves. Many we saw beneath us, moving from house to house across the intervening tillage. At one point an arm of the sea lay across our route, and there we saw, entering dock, a 5-mile-long ether ship, lately returned from Jupiter or Uranus with a cargo of foodstuffs. She was a great fish of stainless metal, studded with windows over her back and flanks. Hidden under water also there would be windows, for this seemingly marine monster could rise like a cormorant, with a great churning of the ocean, to find herself within a few minutes surrounded above and below by stars. At noon we reached another wild district, and took our meal near a warren of creatures which I can best describe as Neptunian rabbits. The form of these furry descendants of an extinct human species was chiefly determined, as so often with our fauna, by gravity. For support they used not only their short, thick legs, but also their leathern bellies and tails. No sooner had we sat down to eat than these mammalian lizards crowded round us in the hope of titbits. One of them actually made off with a loaf, but before he could reach his earth I captured him, and administered such punishment that henceforth the whole tribe treated us with more respect. When our meal was over, we took leave of one another. It was a gay, grave parting, for we knew that we might not meet again for thousands of years, perhaps not before the sun, infected by the mad star, should already have begun the destruction of our beloved world. When we had looked in one another's eyes for a long moment, we buckled on our flying suits once more. Then, in opposite directions, we climbed the air. By dawn next day we had to be at our appointed stations, far asunder on the great planet's surface, to participate in the racial awakening, the sublime event to which every adult person on the planet must needs contribute. 2. Men and Man. When an attempt is to be made to call the race mind into being, all adult persons on the planet seek their allotted places near one or other of a number of great towers which are scattered throughout the continents. After a preparatory phase, in which much telepathic intercourse occurs between individuals and between the group minds of various orders which now begin to emerge, there comes a supreme moment, when, if all goes well, every man and woman in the world-wide multitude of multitudes awakes, as it were, to become the single mind of the race, possessing the million bodies of all men and women as a man's mind possesses the multitude of his body's cells. Had you been privileged to watch from the summit of the great needle of masonry round which I and so many others had gathered on that morning, you would have seen far below, at the foot of the 20-mile-high architectural precipice, and stretching to the horizon in every direction, a featureless gray plain, apparently a desert. Had you then used a powerful field-glass, you would have discovered that the plain was in fact minutely stippled with microscopic dots of brown, separated by almost invisible traces of green. Had you then availed yourself of a much more powerful telescope, you would have found, with amazement, that each of these brown dots was in fact a group of persons. The whole plain would have been revealed as no mere desert, but a prodigious host of men and women, gathered into little companies between which the green grass showed. The whole texture of the earth would have appeared almost like some vegetable tissue seen through the microscope, or the cellular flesh of Leviathan. Within each cell you might have counted 96 granules, 96 minute subcellular organs, in fact, 96 faces of men and women. Of these small marriage groups, which are the basis of our society, I have spoken elsewhere, and shall say no more now. Suffice it that you would have found each dot to be not a face, but a group of faces. Everywhere you would have seen faces turned towards the tower, and motionless as grains of sand. Yet this host was one of thousands such, scattered over all the continents. A still more powerful telescope would have shown that we were all standing, each with a doffed flying suit hanging over an arm or shoulder. As you moved the telescope hither and thither, you would have discovered our great diversity. For though we are all of one species, it is a species far more variable even than your domestic dog, and our minds are no less diverse than our bodies. Nearly all of us, you would have noted, were unclad, but a few were covered with their own velvet fur. The great majority of the last men, however, are hairless, their skins brown or gold, or black or gray, or striped or mottled. Though you would recognize our bodies as definitely human, you would at the same time be startled by the diversity of their forms, and by their manifold aberrations from what you regard as the true human type. You would notice in our faces and in the molding of our limbs a strong suggestion of animal forms, as though here a horse, there a tiger, and there some ancient reptile, had been inspired with a human mind in such a manner that, though now definitely man or woman, it remained reminiscent of its animal past. You would be revolted by this animal character of ours, but we, who are so securely human, need not shrink from being animal too. In you, humanity is precarious, and so, in dread and in shame, you kill the animal in you, and its slaughter poisons you. Your wandering telescope would have revealed us as one and all in the late spring or full summer of life. Infants had been left behind for the day in the automatic crèche. Children were at large in their own houses. The youths and girls were living their wild, romantic lives in the land of the young. And though the average age of the host gathered below you was many thousands of years, not one of its members would have appeared to you aged. Senility is unknown among us. Regarding us in the mass, you would have found it hard to believe that each human atom beneath you was in reality a unique and highly developed person, who would judge the immature personality of your own species as you judge your half-human progenitors. Careful use of the telescope, however, would have revealed the light of intense and unique consciousness in every face. For every member of this great host had his peculiar and subtle character, his rich memories, his loves and aims, and his special contribution to our incredibly complex society. Farmers and gardeners, engineers and architects, chemists and subatomic physicists, biologists, psychologists, and eugenists stood together with creative artists of many kinds, with astronomers, philosophers, historians, explorers of the past, teachers, professional mothers, and many more whose work has no counterpart in your world. There would be also, beside the more permanent denizens of Neptune, a sprinkling of ethereal navigators, whose vessels happened to be on the home planet, and even a few pioneers from the settlements on Uranus and Pluto. The ethereal navigators who ply between the planets are our only transport workers. Passenger traffic on the home planet takes place entirely in private airboats or flying suits. Freight travels automatically in subterranean tubes, some of which, suitably refrigerated, take direct routes almost through the heart of the planet. Industry and commerce, such as you know, have no representatives among us, for in our world there is nothing like your industrial system. Our industry has neither operatives nor magnets. In so far as manufacture is a routine process, it is performed by machinery which needs no human influence but the pressing of a button. In so far as it involves innovation, it is the work of scientists and engineers. In so far as it involves organization, it is controlled by the professional organizers. As for commerce, we have no such thing, because we have no buying and no selling. Both production and distribution are regulated by the organizers, working under the Supreme College of Unity. This is in no sense a governing body, since its work is purely advisory.
but owing to our constant telepathic intercourse, its recommendations are always sane and always persuasive. Consequently, though it has no powers of compulsion, it is the great coordinator of our whole communal life. In the crowd beneath you, many members of this supreme college would be present, but nothing would distinguish them from members of the other and equally honorable professions. If you had watched us for long enough, you would have noticed, after some hours of stillness, a shimmering change in the gray plain, a universal stirring which occurred at the moment of the awakening of the racial mind throughout the whole population of the planet. The telescope would have revealed that all the faces, formerly placid, were suddenly illuminated with an expression of tense concentration and triumph, for now at last each one of us was in the act of emerging into the higher selfhood, to find himself the single and all-embracing mind of a world. At that moment I, man, perceived not merely the multitudinous several perceptions of all men and women on the face of the planet, but the single significance of all those perceptions. Through the feet of all individuals I grasped my planet as a man may hold a ball in his hand, possessing all the memories of all men and women, not merely as memory, but as direct experience of the present. I perceived the whole biography of my generation, nay, of my species, as you perceive a melody, in flux, yet all of it now. I perceived the planets whirling round the sun, and even the fixed stars creeping about the sky like insects. But also at will, I perceived movements within the atoms, and counted the pulsations of light waves. I possessed also all the emotions and desires of all men and women. I observed them inwardly, as a man may introspect his own delighting and grieving, but I observed them dispassionately. I was present in the loving of all lovers, and the adventuring of all who dare. I savored all victories and defeats, all imaginings and reasonings. But from all these teeming experiences of my tiny members I held myself in detachment, turning my attention to a sphere remote from these, where I, man, experienced my own grave desires and fears, and pursued my own high reasoning and contemplation. Of what it was that then occupied me, the mind of the race, it is impossible for me, the little individual who is now communicating with you, to say anything definite. For these experiences lie beyond the understanding of any individual. But this at least may be said. Waking into this lofty experience, and looking down upon my individual members as a man may regard the cells of his flesh, I was impressed far more by my littleness than by my greatness. For in relation to the whole of things, I saw myself to be a very minute, simple, and helpless being, doomed to swift destruction by the operation of a stellar event whose meaning remained unintelligible to me, even upon my new and lofty plane of understanding. But even the little individual who is now communicating with you can remember that, when I, man, faced this doom, I was in no manner dismayed by it. I accepted it with exultation, as an evident beauty within the great beauty of the whole, for my whole experience was transfused and glorified by the perception of that all-embracing and terrible beauty. Even on that loftier plane of my being I did but glimpse it, but what I glimpsed I contemplated with an insight and a rapture impossible in my lowlier mode of being. Had you remained upon the tower until the following morning, you would have seen, shortly after sunrise, the whole plain stir again. We were preparing to go. Presently it would have seemed to you that the surface of the planet was detaching itself and rising, like dust on a wind-swept road, or steam from hot water, or like a valley cloud seen from a mountain-top and visibly boiling upwards. Higher and higher it would have risen toward you, presently to resolve itself even for the naked eye into a vast smoke of individual men and women. Soon you would have seen them all around you, and above you, swimming in the air with outspread arms, circling, soaring, darkening the sky. After a brief spell of random and ecstatic flight, they would have been observed streaming away in all directions to become a mere haze along the horizon. Looking down, you would now have seen that the gray plain had turned to green, fading in the distance into blues and purples. The dispersal of the gatherings does not put an end to the racial experience. For an indefinite period of months or years, each individual, though he goes his own way, living his own life and fulfilling his special function in the community, remains nonetheless possessed by the race mind. Each perceives, thinks, strives as an individual. But also he is man, perceiving racially, and thinking in manners wholly impossible in the humbler mode of being. As each cell in a brain lives its own life, yet participates in the experience of the whole brain, so we. But after a while the great being sleeps again. After the awakening which I have just described, the racial mentality endured for many years. But one class of individuals had perforce to refrain from any further participation in it, namely those who were to engage upon exploration of the past. For this work it is necessary, for reasons which I shall explain later, to cut off all telepathic communication with one's fellows, and consequently to leave the telepathic system in which the race mind inheres. Yet it was expressly to further our work that this particular awakening had been ordained. It was to strengthen us for our adventures. For my part, as I hastened first to my home and thence through the upper air in my flying boat toward the Arctic, I felt that I had been kindled with an inextinguishable flame, and that though I must henceforth be exiled from the lofty experience of the race mind, I had acquired a new fervor and clarity of vision, which would enable me to observe your world with finer insight than on my earlier visits. 3. Biographical Note. At this point it seems desirable to say a few words about myself, so that you may have some idea of the kind of being who is communicating with you and the angle from which he is regarding you. I am at present 20,000 years old, according to your terrestrial reckoning, and therefore I am still in the springtime of my life. My parents were chosen for me. They had long been intimate with one another, but the call to have a child arose from the knowledge that there was need of such a being as they together could produce. Recent improvements in man's powers of entering into past minds, together with the new urgency for completing the exploration of the past before our own world should be destroyed, had increased the call for past explorers. For such a career I was destined even before I was conceived, and while I was still in the womb, the eugenists were still influencing me so as to give me novel powers. During infancy I remained with my mother. Throughout my life I have retained a closer intimacy with her than is common in my world, for with her tenderness and strange, innocent ruthlessness, she embodies for me the very spirit of the past and the primitive, and these have enthralled me always. Not that in your eyes she would have seemed primitive, but underlying all her reasonableness and sophistication, I detect that savage temperament which, perhaps partly because of my own extreme sophistication, I so enjoy in others. I spent my 1,000 years of childhood in the manner characteristic of my race. Mostly I lived in a children's residential club. We managed it with more dash than efficiency, but in intervals between domestic duties, games, quarrels, and sentimental attachments, we managed to lay the foundations of our education. Even at this early stage, my predisposition toward the primitive and the past was beginning to wake. While others were making toy ether ships and model planetary systems, I was digging for fossils, haunting museums, brooding on ancient folklore, and writing histories of imaginary past worlds. In all my recreations and in all my studies, this interest was ever apt to insinuate itself. My second 1,000 years was spent, as is customary with us, in the reserved continent called the Land of the Young. There our young people sow their wild oats by living as savages and barbarians. During this phase they are definitely juvenile in disposition. They appreciate only such barbarian virtues as were admired even by the most primitive human species. They are capable of loyalty, but only by an uneasy and heroic victory over self-regard. Their loyalties are never easeful, for they have not yet developed the self-detachment of the adult. Further, they care only for the beauties of triumphant individual life. The supernal beauties of the cosmos, which form the main preoccupation of grown men and women, are hidden from these young things. Consequently, our adult world lies very largely beyond their comprehension. For some centuries I gave myself wholly to a Red Indian life, becoming a master of the bow and arrow and a really brilliant tracker. I remember, too, that I fell in love with a dangerous young Amazon with golden hair. My first encounter with her was warlike. She escaped, but left her javelin in my shoulder, and her presence in my heart. Long afterwards, when we were both in the adult world, I met her again. She had by now entered upon her career, having been chosen as one of our professional mothers. Later still, she volunteered to submit to a very dangerous maternity experiment, and was so shattered by it that the eugenists had finally to put her to death. I had not been many centuries in the land of the young before my master passion began to assert itself. I set about collecting material for a complete history of that juvenile world. For this end, I sampled every kind of life in every corner of the continent. I also sharpened my perception, or so I persuaded myself, by intimacy with many resplendent young women. But long before I had completed my history, the work began to be interrupted by visits to the adult world. There is a party in the land of the young who preach that the juvenile world is happier and nobler than the world of the adults. They send missionaries among those whom they know to be turning from the primitive, and seek to persuade them to join a small and pathetic band called the Old Young, who elect to remain in the land of the young forever. These poor arrested beings become the guardians of tradition and morality among the nations of the young. Like the village idiot, they are despised even while at the same time their sayings are supposed to be pregnant with mysterious truth. I myself, with my taste for the past and the primitive, was persuaded to take the vow of this order. But when I was introduced to one of these bright old things, I was so depressed that I recanted. It came as a revelation to me that my task was not actually to become primitive, but to study the primitive. It was borne in on me that even the past and the primitive can be understood and loved better by the full-grown mind than by the primitive itself. During their last century in the land of the young, our boys and girls normally develop beyond the larval stage very rapidly, though not without severe mental agony. For during this period, the mind is in bitter conflict with itself. It clings to the primitive, but is at the same time nauseated. It yearns toward the mature, but is at the same time fearful and reluctant. This profound metamorphosis of body and mind continues for some centuries even after the young person has entered the adult world. The simple male or female sexual characters specialize themselves into one or other of the 96 subsexes. Intelligence soars into a new order of proficiency. New centers of the brain integrate the nervous system so perfectly that henceforth behavior will be, without exception, and without serious struggle, rational, or as you would say, moral. At the same time, the faculty of telepathic communication appears, and through the cumulative effect of constant telepathic intercourse, the mind comes into such exact understanding and vivid sympathy with other minds that the diversity of all serves but to enhance the mental richness of each. This radical change of nature, which raises the individual in a few centuries to a new plane of experience, was for me the more torturing because of my innate hunger for the primitive. This same characteristic made it difficult for me to reconcile myself to the highly complex adult sexual life of my species, which is based on the marriage group of the 96 subsexes. My group formed itself with unusual difficulty, but once constituted, it was maintained without undue emphasis. Only once in a century or so are we moved to come together, and live together, and love together, and then only for about a year. During these periods we take delicate joy in one another and in ourselves, and though we remain self-conscious individuals, a single group self emerges in us. We spend much of our time wrapped in the perceptions and thoughts which are possible only to the minds of the sexual groups, brooding especially on the subtleties of personality and superpersonality, and preparing the ground for the recurrent phases of that far more complex mode of consciousness, the mind of the race. Apart from these occasional periods of group mentality, each of us lives an independent life, and is only obscurely conscious of his group membership. Nevertheless, much as, after swimming, a freshness may vaguely cheer the body for the rest of the day, or after sunbathing, a tingling beatitude, so for each of us participation in the group affords an enhanced vitality which may endure for many decades. When I had settled into my sexual group, I was about 3,000 years old. My body had attained that youthful maturity which with us is perennial, and my mind had shed all the follies of the land of the young. I was apprenticed to work which was perfectly suited to my nature. It was exacting work, for the novel powers with which I was endowed were as yet imperfectly understood. But my working hours would have seemed ridiculously short even in your most ardent trade unionists. Only for a few years in every century was my mind actually absent from the contemporary world. Only for a decade or two would I devote my mornings to formulating the results of my research. Though inevitably the past, and my study of the past, would be nearly always in my thoughts, the great bulk of my time was occupied with other activities. For decade after decade I would merely watch the manifold operations of our great community, wandering into all countries, seeking intimacy with all sorts of persons, peering through microscopes and astronomical instruments, watching the birth of inventions in other minds, studying the eugenists' plans for new generations, or the latest improvements in ethereal navigation. Much of my time was spent in ether ships, much in the Uranian colonies, much in the interior of the mine-honeycombed Pluto. Sometimes I would go as a guest into the land of the young, to spend years in comparing our own young things with the primitive races of the past. Occasionally I have been chiefly concerned, for a decade at a time, with the appreciation or practice of some creative art, most often with our supreme art, which I must reluctantly call telepathic verse. Somewhat as auditory verse uses sound, this most subtle of all arts uses our direct sensitivity to ethereal vibrations for the evocation of rhythms and patterns of sensory images and ideas. Sometimes, on the other hand, I have been absorbed in some special problem of natural science, and have done little but follow the experiments of scientific workers. Much of my time, of course, has been given to cosmology, and much to metaphysics, for in my world these subjects compel the attention of every man and woman. Sometimes, for a year or so, I would do little but rebuild my house or cultivate my garden, or I would become wholly absorbed in the invention or construction of some toy for a child friend. Sometimes my main preoccupation for several years has been intimacy with some woman of my own nation or another. It must be confessed that I am more disposed to this kind of refreshment than most of my fellows. But I do not regret it. In these many brief lyrical matings of body and mind, I seem to experience in a very special manner that which unites the developed and the primitive. Now and then, like most of my fellows, I spend a decade or so in lonely wandering, giving myself wholly to the sensuous and instinctive life. It was on one of these occasions that I first met the translucent woman whom I have called Panther. Many have I loved, but with her, whom I meet only in the wilderness, I have a very special relation. For whereas my spirit turns ever to the past, hers turns to the future, and each without the other is an empty thing. This great freedom and variety of life, and this preponderance of leisure over work, are characteristic of my world. The engineer, the chemist, even the agriculturist and the ethereal navigator spend less time at their own special tasks than in watching the lives of others. Indeed, it is only by means of this system of mutual observation, augmented by our constant telepathic intercourse, that we can preserve that understanding of one another which is the life-blood of our community. In your world, this perfect accord of minds is impossible. Yet your differences of racial temperament and of acquired bias are as nothing beside the vast diversity of innate disposition which is at once our constant danger and our chief strength. From the time when I had reached full maturity of mind and had become expert in my special calling, up to my present age of 20,000 years, my life has been even, though eventful. I have, of course, had my difficulties and anxieties, my griefs and my triumphs. I lost my two closest friends in an ether ship disaster. Another friend, younger than myself, has developed in such a strange manner that, though I do my best to understand him telepathically, I cannot but feel that he is seriously abnormal, and will sooner or later either come to grief or achieve some novel splendor. This has been my most serious anxiety apart from my work. Work has been by far the most important factor in my life. Peculiarly gifted by inheritance, I have cooperated with the equally gifted fellow workers of my generation to raise the art of past exploration to a new range of power. My novitiate was spent in studying one of the earlier Neptunian civilizations. Since then, I have acquired considerable first-hand knowledge of every one of the 18 human species. In addition, I have specialized in some detail on the Venetian flying men and the last Terrestrials. But the great bulk of my work has been done among the first men, and upon the particular crisis which you call present. Apart from the exigencies of my work, two events have produced profound changes in my life. But they were events of public rather than private significance, and have affected the whole race with equal urgency. One was the first occasion on which we awakened into the racial mentality. The other was the discovery of the mad star and of the doom of our world. For all of us, these two great happenings have changed a life of serenely victorious enterprise into something more mysterious, more pregnant, and more tragic. Chapter 2. Exploring the Past. 1. The Portal to the Past. It was with an overwhelming sense of the mystery and formidable beauty of existence that I hastened, after the racial awakening, toward that Arctic settlement which we call the Portal to the Past. Traveling now by flying boat, I soon reached the ice fields, and by noon the great towers which marked my destination stood like bristles on the horizon. Already I encountered many other boats and boatless flyers, bound for the same goal. Presently I arrived, docked my little vessel in her appointed garage, and entered the great white gate of the particular tower which concerned me. Greeting some of my colleagues, I passed through the entrance hall and stepped into one of the many lifts. In a few moments I had sunk 1,000 feet below the ground. I then proceeded along a lofty and well-lit passage, in the walls of which were doors at intervals of 100 yards. One of these I opened. Within was a comfortable room, in which were chairs, a table, cupboards, and a bed. At the far side of the room was a window, opening from ceiling to ground, and beyond it a delightful sunny garden. How could this be, you wonder, 1,000 feet below ground? Had you walked out into the garden, you would have seen that in the luminous blue ceiling there blazed an artificial sun, and you would have felt a refreshing breeze which issued from among the bushes. Behind every one of the doors in the many underground passages you would have found similar rooms and gardens, varying only in detail according to the tastes of their occupiers. Such are the apartments where we explorers of the past undertake our strange adventures. You ask, why in the Arctic? Why underground? Our work demands that the mind shall be isolated from the contemporary human world. Only in a remote land and beneath its surface can we escape the telepathic influence of the world population. Our telepathic intercourse is based on the transmission and reception of ethereal vibrations from brain to brain. Normally, our powers of reception are kept under strict control, so that we receive messages only when we will. But in the peculiar trance which is our medium for exploring the past, this control fails, so that, unless the explorer is isolated, his mind is lashed like a pond in which torrential rain is falling. When I had entered my room and shut my door, I went out into my garden and walked up and down for a while, preparing my mind for its adventure. I then brought out from the room a drawer full of rolls of microscopically figured tape, which in my world take the place of books. In normal circumstances, these little rolls work by systematically interrupting the radiation of a special instrument. This radiation penetrates the brain of the reader and is interpreted telepathically by the telepathic organ of his brain. But since in the catacombs no radiation other than the normal solar wavelengths is permitted, we explorers have to learn actually to read the rolls with the aid of a microscope. I now spent many hours lying on the turf in the sunshine, reading about the epoch which I was to visit. After a while I re-entered the room and pressed a button in the wall. A tray appeared, bearing an appetizing meal. When I had finished this and dismissed the tray, I returned to the garden and my studies. For a period equivalent to about 10 days, I lived in this manner, studying, meditating, eating occasionally, but sleeping not at all. Sometimes I would break off my studies to tend my garden. Frequently I would swim about in the pond among the bushes. But for the most part I merely browsed on my books or on my own records of the past. Toward the end of this period of preparation, I grew desperately sleepy. To keep myself awake, I had to walk up and down more and more, and my dips in the pond became more frequent. It was almost time to be gone. I drew my little bed out into the garden and made it ready to receive me. I pressed another button, which would make day slowly become night. I took a final dip and a final walk, then staggered to my bed and lay down in the twilight. But even yet I must not sleep. Instead, I concentrated my attention on the recurrent rise and fall of my own breathing, and on the nature of time. This process I had to maintain for about 30 hours, without food or sleep or any respite. Toward the end of this period, had you seen me, you would have said that I was at last falling asleep, and finally you would have declared me to be in a very profound slumber. And so, in a manner, I was, save that a single organ in my brain, usually dormant, was now intensely active, and preparing to take possession of my whole body as soon as my brain should have been refreshed by its deep sleep. After a couple of days of unconsciousness, I did indeed wake, but not to the familiar surroundings. For months, even years or decades, my body might now remain inert upon its bed, save for periodic risings to perform its natural functions of eating, drinking, and excretion. Frequently, also, it would walk for hours at a time in the garden or bathe in the pond, but these activities would be carried out in complete abstraction, and had anyone spoken to me at these times, I should have been unaware. For the higher centers of my brain were wholly possessed by the past. To anyone watching me during these routine activities, I should have appeared as a sleepwalker. At these times, no less than during the long periods of quiescence on my bed, the observer would have seen that my face, and sometimes my whole body, was constantly influenced by emotion and thought. For during the whole trance, of course, my brain would be experiencing sequences of events in the remote past, and my whole body would respond to these experiences with my normal emotional reactions. Thus, to the observer, I should appear to be asleep and dreaming, save that my expressions would be far more definite and systematic than those of a dreamer. Here I will mention one point of philosophical interest. The duration of the trance has no relation to the duration of the past events observed, Thus I might lie in my comfortable prison for a year, and in that time I might observe many years of past events, or many thousands of years, or even the whole span of man's history. The length of the trance depends only on the complexity of the matter observed. I might, for instance, spend a year in observing an immense number of simultaneous events which took only a few minutes to occur, or I might cover the whole life of one individual in far more detail than was afforded by his own consciousness of his life story. Or I might sweep through whole epochs, tracing out only some one simple thread of change. In fact, the length of the trance depends simply on the brain's capacity to assimilate, not upon the actual duration of the events observed. When as much material has been gathered as can be conveniently grasped, the explorer gradually withdraws his attention from the past. He then sinks into an undisturbed sleep which may last for several weeks. During this phase, his body shows none of that ceaseless emotional expression which is characteristic of the main trance. It lies inert, as though stunned. Finally, the explorer's attention begins to concentrate itself again, and to revert once more to his own body and its surroundings. He wakes and lies for a while passively accepting the new visual impressions. He then lives in his apartments for months or years, recording his experiences in rough notes to be organized at a later date. Sometimes, when this process is finished, he chooses to return at once, without respite, to the past for further data. Sometimes he leaves his room to confer with other workers. Sometimes he decides to drop his work and return to the contemporary world for refreshment. 2. Difficulties and dangers. How it comes that at the moment of the onset of the trance the explorer is freed from the limitations of his own date and place, I cannot tell you. Suffice it that the process involves both a special organ in the brain and a special technique, which has to be learned through a long apprenticeship. In that moment of awakening, the worker has seemingly a confused experience of all the great successive epochal phases of the human spirit up to his own date. But as the content of that supreme moment almost wholly escapes his memory as soon as it is past, it is impossible to say anything definite about it. He seems, indeed, to see in a flash, as though from another dimension of time, the whole historical order of events. Of course, he sees them only schematically. Their vast complexity of detail cannot be grasped in an instantaneous view. What he experiences can only be described, unintelligibly I fear, as a summation of all happening, of all physical, mental, and spiritual flux. One is tempted to say also that he is aware of the human aspect of this flux as a vast slumber of the spirit, punctuated with moments of watchfulness, a vast stagnation troubled here and there with tremors of tense activity. Though all this is seen in an instant, it does not appear static, but alive with real passage and change. This sublime moment must not be permitted to endure, for it is lethal. Immediately the explorer must begin to select that part of the historical order which he desires to study. To do this, he must adopt the fundamental attitude of mind or temperamental flavor, which he knows to be distinctive of the desired period. This process demands very great skill, and involves a host of uncouth and nerve-wracking experiences. As soon as he begins to succeed in assuming the appropriate mental attitude, all the periods, save that which he has chosen, fade out of his consciousness, and the chosen period becomes increasingly detailed. He has then to specialize his mental attitude still further, so as to select a particular phase or group culture within his period. And this specialization he may carry further again, till he has brought himself into the mind of some particular individual at a particular moment. Having once gained a footing in the individual mind, he can henceforth follow all its experiences from within. Or, if he prefers, he can remain in one moment of that mind and study its microscopic detail. Such is the essence of our method. First, we have to attain the momentary glimpse of eternity, or more precisely, to take up for one instant the point of view of eternity. Then by imagination and sympathy, we have to re-enter the stream of time by assuming the fundamental form of the minds or the mind that we wish to observe. In this process we have to work by means of a very delicate selectivity, not wholly unlike that physical selectivity which you exercise when you pick up ethereal messages on a particular wavelength. But this process of picking up past minds is far more delicate, since the system of basic mental patterns is very much more complex than the one-dimensional series of wave frequencies. When our ancestors first acquired the power of entering into the point of view of eternity, they suffered many disasters through ignorance of its principles. Very many of the earliest explorers succumbed simply by failing to keep their bodies alive during the trance. Their sleep turned into death. Others fell into such violent convulsions that they damaged themselves irreparably, and were mercifully killed by the superintendents. In other cases, the normal trance lasted indefinitely, the body remaining alive but unresponsive for millions of years. A section of the catacombs was until recently filled with these persons, who were looked after by the attendants in the hope that some day they might wake. But a few thousand years ago it was decided to do away with some, and use others for experimental purposes. Of the early explorers who successfully emerged from the point of view of eternity into some past epoch, many returned insane. Others, though sane when they woke, kept falling into the trance again and again. Others were so embittered by their experiences that they became plague spots in the community and had to be requested to stop their hearts. Of these, some few refused, and remained at large, doing so much damage that finally they were put to death. One or two of the pioneers, and one or two of my contemporaries also, have returned from the trance with a peculiar kind of insanity, which suggested that they had actually found their way into the future, and that they still regarded our contemporary world as an episode in the remote past. Unfortunately, they could give no account of their experiences, but in one of the earliest cases, the recorded ravings seemed to refer to the mad star, which did not earn its name until long afterwards. In the early stages of the work, few persons were engaged on it, and all that they could do was to collect random incidents from the very recent past. Gradually, however, the technique was greatly improved. It became possible to inspect almost any sequence of events in the history of our own species. This could only be done because the basic mental patterns of all the races of our own species had already been fairly well worked out by our psychologists and historians. Later, however, the psychologists began to formulate a vast theoretical system of possible basic mental patterns, and after some barren experimenting, the explorers finally learned to assume certain of these patterns in the trance. The result was startling. Not only did they, as was expected, gain access to many primitive cultures upon Neptune, but also they began to find themselves sometimes in alien worlds, apparently much smaller than their familiar planet. The proportions of common things were all altered. The seas rose into great waves. The lands were often buckled into huge mountain ranges. The native organisms, though unfortified by artificial atoms, were able to attain great size and yet remain slender and agile. And these facts were observed through the medium of human types, the existence of which had never been guessed. The very planets which these races inhabited could not be identified. No wonder, since all traces of Earth and Venus had long ago been wiped out by the solar collision that had driven man to Neptune. This discovery of past worlds was even more exciting to us than the discovery of America to your own ancestors, for it entailed incidentally the overthrow of a well-grounded theory, which traced the evolution of the human race to a primitive Neptunian organism. Interest in the exploration of the past now greatly increased. The technique was developed far beyond the dreams of the early explorers. Little by little,
The outline of man's whole history on Earth and Venus was plotted, and tract after tract of it was elaborated in some detail. In observing these extinct species, the explorers found traces of experience very different from their own. Although, of course, the basic mental pattern or temperamental ground plan was in every case one which the explorer himself had been able to conceive, and even in a manner assume, in order to make contact with these primitive beings at all, yet when the contact had been made, he seemed to enter into a new mental world. For instance, he had to deal with minds whose sensory powers were much more limited than his own. Looking through those primitive eyes, he saw things in much less detail than through his own eyes, so that, though he observed everything with all the precision that his host's crude vision could afford, yet everything seemed to him blurred and out of focus. The colors of objects, too, were diluted and simplified. For several colors familiar to us are hidden from more primitive eyes. Consequently, the world as seen through those eyes appears to us at first strangely drab, almost monochromatic, as though the observer himself had become partially colorblind. The other senses also are impoverished. For instance, all touched shapes and textures seem curiously vague and muffled. The sensations of sexual intercourse, too, which with us are richly variegated and expressive, are reduced in the primitive to a nauseating sameness and formlessness. It is impossible for you to realize the jarring, maddening effects of this coarseness and emptiness of all the sensory fields, especially to the inexperienced explorer, who has not yet learned to submit his spirit generously to the primitive. In the sphere of thought, we find all the primitive species of man, however different from one another, equally remote from ourselves. Even the most advanced members of the most advanced primitive species inhabit worlds of thought which to us seem naive and grotesque. The explorer finds himself condemned to cramp the wings of his mind within the caging of some gimcrack theory or myth, which, if he willed, he could easily shatter. Even in those rare cases in which the ground plan of some edifice of primitive thought happens to be true to the simplest basic facts of the cosmos, as in your own theory of relativity, the superstructure which it ought to support is wholly absent. The explorer thus has the impression that the cosmos, with himself in it, has been flattened into a two-dimensional map. In the sphere of desire, the explorer has to deal with very unfamiliar and very jarring kinds of experience. In all human species, of course, the most fundamental animal desires are much the same. The desires for safety, food, a mate, and companionship. But the kind of food, the kind of companionship, and so on, which the primitive human mind seeks, are often very foreign and distasteful to us. Take the case of food. Of course, the explorer's body, lying in the catacombs on Neptune, does not, if perchance he is inhabiting some primitive glutton of the past, suffer dyspepsia, save occasionally through the influence of suggestion. But nonetheless he may experience acute distress, for his brain is forced to accept sensory complexes of overeating which in normal life would disgust him, and they disgust him now. Even when overeating does not occur, the food percepts are often repulsive to our centers of taste and odor. In the matter of personal beauty, too, the explorer is at first repelled by the grotesque caricature of humanity which among primitive species passes for perfection, much as you yourselves may be repelled by the too human animality of apes. Often, when he is following the growth of some primitive love sentiment in your epoch, he is nauseated by the adored object, and by the intimacy in which he is reluctantly entangled. It is much as though a part of the mind were to watch the other part entrapped into romantic adoration of a female ape. As if with infinite disgust, one were to find himself pressing against those hairy thighs. But indeed, in this matter, as in others, since it is not mere animality that disgusts, but the failure to be human, the explorer is far more outraged than if he were compelled to cohabit with an ape. With familiarity, however, these repulsions can be surmounted.
Just as your disgust of the ape's approximation to the human is a weakness in you, due to lack of vision and sympathy, so our tendency to a disgust of your own crude approximation to the human is a weakness in us, which we have to learn to transform into a reverent, though often ironical, sympathy. Just as the surgeon may become accustomed to delving among viscera, and may even find beauty in them, so the explorer may and must accustom himself to all these primitive forms, and find beauty in them too. Of course, the beauty which he discovers in the adored yet repulsive ape-woman is never simply identical with the beauty which delights the adoring ape-man, for it is a beauty which includes within itself both that which delights the primitive and that which disgusts the developed mind. To all the preoccupations, then, and to all the ways of life and all the ideals of the early races, the explorer must react with that delight which triumphs over contempt and disgust. Of course, there is very much in this sphere which he can wholeheartedly enjoy, since much in primitive life is the unspoiled behavior of the animal, and much also improves upon the animal. But at a very early stage, primitive man begins to torture his own nature into grotesque forms, inadvertently or by intent, much as inadvertently he tortures his domestic animals, and by intent he turns his pets into freaks and caricatures. This violation of his own nature increases as he gains power, and reaches its height in primitive industrial communities such as your own. In such phases, the individual body and spirit become more and more distorted, impoverished, noisome. The early explorer, studying these phases, was hard put to it to prevent his overwhelming indignation and nausea from spoiling his study. He had, of course, to observe it all as though it were happening to himself, since he observed it through the suffering minds of his victims. And so he was almost in the position of a sick doctor, whose spirit must triumph by delighting in the study of his own disease. Grotesque sentiments, such as the lust of business success or economic power of any kind, and indeed every purely self-regarding passion, from that of the social climber to that of the salvation-seeking ascetic, are experienced by the explorer with something of that shame which the child, emerging into adolescence, may feel toward the still clinging fascination of his outgrown toys, or with such disgust as the youth may feel when he wakes from some unworthy sexual infatuation. But this shame and disgust the explorer must learn to transcend, as the surgeon the disgust of blood. Even the passions of hate and gratuitous cruelty, so widespread in your own and all other primitive species, he must learn to accept with sympathy, in spite of his spontaneous revulsion from them and his well-justified moral condemnation of them. One great difference between ourselves and most primitive minds is that, while in us all motives are fully conscious, fully open to introspection, in them scarcely any of their more complex motives are ever brought fully to light. Thus, when the explorer is following some train of action in a primitive mind, he very often observes an immense discrepancy between the mind's own view of its motives and the real motives which he himself sees to be in fact the source of the activity. To experience all the daily and hourly perversities of a lifelong complex, to experience them not merely through clinical observation but in the most intimate manner, puts him to an extremely severe strain. At every turn his own mind is wrenched by the conflict in the mind that he is observing, and in him the conflict is wholly conscious and shattering. Not a few of our early observers became infected by the disorder which they had been studying, so that when they returned to their native world they could no longer behave with perfect sanity, and had to be destroyed. To sum up, then, the earlier explorers were often desperately fatigued by the monotony of primitive existence and the sameness of primitive minds, and also they fell into disgust, an agony of disgust, with the crudity, insensitivity, and folly of the primitive. From the one point of view, it might be said that the Neptunian found himself condemned to sift the almost identical sand grains of a desert, and even to record the minute distinctive features of each grain. From the other point of view, it was as though he had been banished from the adult world to the nursery or the jungle, and was actually imprisoned in the mind of babe or beast. For once settled in the mind which he has chosen to study, the explorer is indeed a captive until study calls him elsewhere. Though he thinks his own thoughts, he perceives only what the other perceives, and is forced to endure every least sensation, thought, desire, and emotion of the other, be it never so banal. Like one who feels within his own mind the beginnings of some mania or obsession, which, though he recognizes that it is irrational or base, he cannot control, so the explorer is doomed to experience sympathetically all his subjects' thinking and desiring, even while he is nauseated by it. No wonder, then, that many early explorers were tortured by disgust or ennui. Long before my time, most of these dangers and irks of exploration had been greatly reduced. One serious trouble, however, remains, and has even increased. A great army of workers was of course bred with special aptitudes for supratemporal experience, and with special insight into the primitive types of mind. These new workers were given also a special enthusiasm and sympathy in respect of the past, and herein lay their danger. In my day, every member of the race has something of this enthusiasm and sympathy, and we explorers have them in an extreme degree. So enthralling do we find the past, even in all its monotony and squalor, that many have succumbed to its spell, and lost all footing in the present world. Wrapped in some great movement of history, or in some individual life story, the explorer may lose, little by little, all memory of the future world of which he is a native, may in fact cease to be a future mind inspecting a past mind, and become instead a mere undertone or freakish propensity in the past mind itself, or in many past minds. In time, even this may vanish, so that the explorer becomes identical with the explored. If this occurs, his own body, situated in the future and in Neptune, gradually disintegrates and dies. Certain other troubles hamper even the most modern explorers, in spite of improved technique. The method by which we enter a past epoch is, as I have said, this process of shaping our minds to the basic pattern or ground tone of the epoch to be studied. But when the explorer desires to enter a particular individual, he must try to assume the complex form or temperament which is distinctive of that individual, or else he must seize on one unique desire or thought which he supposes to be peculiar to that individual at a certain date of his life. Now, this process of mental infection or association does not necessarily work in his favor. Often, when he is trying to establish himself in some mind, or even when he has long been established, some chance association in his own thought process may suddenly snatch him away from the object of his study, and fling him into some other mind. Sometimes this other is a contemporary of the recent object of study, but often it is a mind in some different epoch or world. When this happens, not only is the study broken short, but also the explorer may be very seriously damaged. His brain, on Neptune, suffers such a fundamental and rapid readjustment that it is grievously jarred and strained, and may never recover. Even if he does not actually succumb, he may have to take a long holiday for recuperation. Fortunately, however, it is only the more extravagant dislocations that are really dangerous. Occasional jolts into minds of the same basic pattern as the original object of study are more exasperating than harmful. Often, when the explorer is resident in a particular individual, he encounters through that individual's perception another individual, who he thinks would repay immediate study. He has then to observe this other carefully through the perceptions of the first, so as to discover, if possible, some entry into his mind. This may be very difficult, since one primitive mind's awareness of another is often so erroneous and biased that the perceptions which would make for true understanding of the other fail to occur. Moreover, there is always the danger that, when the explorer attempts this change of mounts, he may fall between them, and be flung violently once more into his native location in time and space. Or again, he may at the critical moment be snatched by some chance association into some other epoch or world. Such accidents are of course very damaging, and may prove fatal. Here I may mention that some minds, scattered up and down the ages, defeat all attempts to enter them. They are very rare, only 1 in millions of millions, but they are such as we should most desire to enter. Each one of these rare beings has caused the ruin of a great company of our most able explorers. They must be, in some vital respect, alien to us, so that we cannot assume their nature accurately enough to enter them. Possibly they are themselves subject to an influence future even to us. Possibly they are possessed and subtly transformed by minds native to some world in a remote stellar system. Possibly, even, they are under the direct influence of the cosmical mind, which we hope will awaken in the most remote of all futures. Explorers of the past incur one other danger which I may mention. Sometimes the past individual under observation dies suddenly, before the explorer can foresee the death and free himself. In many cases, of course, he knows the date at which the other's death will occur, and can therefore, having prepared himself for a normal departure, observe the course of events right up to the moment of death, and yet escape before it is too late. But sometimes, especially in pioneering in some unexplored region of history, the explorer is as ignorant of the immediate future as the observed mind itself. In such cases, a dagger, a bullet, a flash of lightning, even an unforeseen heart failure, may fling him back to his own world with a shattering jerk, which may irreparably damage his brain or even kill him outright. Many of the early observers of your recent European war were caught in this manner. Resident in the mind of some soldier in action, the observer himself was annihilated by the shell that destroyed the observed. If burial were one of our practices, we, like you, might have our war graves of 1914 to 1918, though they would not have been dug till 2,000 million years later, nor would they be decorated by national emblems, nor would they bear the cross. 3. Influencing past minds. Our power of taking effect on past minds is much more restricted than our power of passively observing their processes. It is also a much more recent acquisition. To you it seems impossible, for future events, you suppose, have no being whatever until their predecessors have already ceased to exist. I can only repeat that, though future events have indeed no temporal being until their predecessors have ceased to exist with temporal being, all events have also eternal being. This does not mean that time is unreal, but that evanescence is not the whole truth about the passing of events. Now some minds, such as ours, which are to some extent capable of taking up the point of view of eternity, and of experiencing the eternal aspects of past events in other minds, can also to some extent contribute to the experience of those minds in the past. Thus, when I am observing your mental processes, my activity of observing is, in one sense, located in the past. Although it is carried out from the point of view of my own experience in the future, it enters the past through the eternal side of past events in your minds. When I act upon your minds, as for instance in inculcating thoughts and images in the writer of this book, that activity of mine is located in your age, yet it is done, so to speak, from my purchase in the future, and with all my Neptunian experience in view. From this rare but important action of the future on the past, it follows that past events, which themselves cause future events, are in part the product of future events. This may seem unintelligible, but in fact there is no more mystery in it than in the reciprocal interaction of two minds that know one another. The one, which owes its form partly to the other, is itself one factor determining the other's form. As I said before, The only way in which we can influence a past mind is by suggesting in that mind some idea or desire or other mental event which is intelligible to a mind of that particular order and is capable of being formulated in terms of its own experience. Some minds are much more receptive than others. The great majority are wholly impervious to our influence. And even among those who are not insensitive, very many are so strictly dominated by their own desires and prejudices that any thought or valuation which we consider worth suggesting to them is at once violently rejected. There are many complications and difficulties in this strange work. In the first place, we may chance to do serious damage to the past mind by unwise influence, for instance, by presenting it with ideas which are too disturbing to its nature. For though some ideas are so foreign to a mind that they are simply rejected, others, though alien to the superficial part of its nature, may be incendiary to the submerged part, as sparks falling upon tinder. Thus an idea which to the explorer seems straightforward and harmless may produce in the past mind a self-discrepant experience both of revelation and of horror, and the resulting conflict throughout the mind may lead to catastrophe. Or the idea may so captivate and exalt the unfortunate person that he loses all sense of proportion, is instigated to some fantastic course of action, and finally comes into serious collision with his society. Another difficulty lies in the fact that our influence is not always voluntary. Thoughts and desires of our own, which we have no intention of transmitting, may sometimes find their way into the mind under observation, and their effect may be disastrous. For instance, a sudden surge of contempt or indignation on the part of an inexperienced explorer, when he observes his host commit some egregious folly or meanness, may flood a hitherto complacent mind with bewildering self-contempt, and this novel experience, coming thus without preparation, may shatter the whole flimsy structure of the mind by destroying its carapace of self-pride. Or again, the explorer's own clear-eyed and ecstatic view of the cosmos, as both tragic and worshipful, may sear the optimistic faith of a primitive religious mind, without being able to raise it to the loftier worship. Our influence, then, upon the past is a very much more precarious and restricted power than our past exploration. All that we can do is to offer to a very small minority of minds some vague hint of a truth or of a beauty which would otherwise be missed, or some special precept or seminal idea, relevant to the mind's particular circumstances. This may be done either by a constant tilting of the mind in a certain general direction, or, much more rarely, by occasional impregnation of the mind with some precise idea or valuation. In very exceptional cases, which number no more than one in many thousands of millions, we can subject the individual to a constant stream of detailed suggestion, which he himself can embody in a more or less faithful report. But here we find ourselves on the horns of a dilemma. To undergo this detailed suggestion, the individual must be extremely receptive. But in the main, those that are extremely receptive lack originality, so that, in spite of their detailed receptivity, they either entirely miss the true spirit of the communication, or fail to embody it in a manner capable of stirring their fellows. On the other hand, the highly original minds, even when they are also very receptive, tend deliberately to ignore the detail of the suggestion. Thus they produce works which, though true to the spirit of the suggestion, are embodied in manners expressive of their own genius. 4. Hovering over time. I must now give you a more precise idea of the strange experiences which befall the explorer when he is trying to get a footing in some particular moment of some particular past mind. Each explorer has his own technique, and each adventure its own vicissitudes. But I shall tell simply of my own approach to your world and epoch on that occasion which I have already begun to describe. Emerging presently from that ineffable moment in which I participated in the eternal view, I was at the outset conscious of a vague restlessness, a most poignant yet indefinite yearning, and along with this a violent and confused agitation of all my senses. Even though this was not my first excursion into these realms, I was overwhelmed with the pathos of man's ever unsatisfied and blindly fumbling desire, and equally by the tyranny of his rare joys and the torture of his distresses. At the outset, this yearning and this sensory tumult were, so to speak, all that there was of me. But with an effort I woke to something more precise. I held the obscure thing away from me and looked at it calmly. As I did so, it developed under my very eyes, the eyes of my mind, into a surge of specific primitive cravings and passions, which, though I lived them as my own, I also regarded, as it were, from a great height of aloofness. I was now experiencing the summed and confused experiences of all mankind. They came to me with the vagueness of a composite photograph, but also with that sense of multitude, of innumerable individual uniquenesses, which one may sometimes catch in listening to the murmur of a great crowd. Yet all these multitudinous experiences were in a manner mine, and combined into one experience, like the single deliverance of a man's two eyes. I was terrified and longed for safety, hungry and lusted for food. I was enraged against some obscure adversary. I tasted the joy of murder, and equally the final despair of the victim. I was solitary, and my flesh burned with sexual potency. Outcast, and my mind hungered for companionship. Against this vast enduring background of primitive craving, I experienced also momentary gleams of loftier desire, rare and faint as voices heard above the storm. I felt the longing and the delight of spiritual intimacy with another mind, the longing and the delight of truth, the longing and the delight and glory of participation in a great community, the longing and the delight of faith. I felt also the terror, the despair, the peace and final ecstasy, which is the way of true worship. But all these illuminations of the spirit were no more than stars piercing for a moment the storm cloud of the primitive. While I was undergoing all these obscure impulses, tumultuous messages were also pouring in through all my senses. At first, indeed, I received such a medley of impressions that I was aware only of a nondescript and distressing commotion. But as I attended to this, the matter of the various senses began to differentiate itself. Thus at first I seemed to be subjected to a general pressure all over my body, but under scrutiny this developed into a profusion of hardnesses and softnesses, roughnesses and smoothnesses, rotundities and angularities. I felt the pressure of earth under my feet. I felt myself lying on hard ground, and then on a kindly bed. With my hands I felt a multitude of textures, as of stone, tree trunks, fur, and the incomparable touch of human flesh in all its repellent and its enticing modes. I felt also a vague warmth and chill, which by attending to them I could develop into violent heat and cold, or the bite of fire and frost. Innumerable pains invaded me. At first they seemed to struggle against a sense of physical well-being, a tingling healthiness. But soon pain triumphed, for it had at the outset a compelling poignancy which increased alarmingly under attention. The whole surface of my body, it seemed, was tortured, and my internal organs were all gripped in agony. My brain throbbed and burned, and was stabbed through and through in all directions. But in truth the brain that was thus tormented was not mine, nor the bowels mine, nor the skin. The source of my torture lay in the innumerable bodies of my predecessors. Wrenching my attention from this horror, I noticed a confusion of tastes, fragrances, and stenches, and along with these there came sounds. A muffled roar, as of the sea or a distant bombardment, grew as I listened to it into a crashing and shrieking which reverberated through my whole body. By a special act of attention, a straining of the mind's ear, I could penetrate beyond this uproar, and hear an obscure vocal sound, which as I listened became inarticulate lamentation, flecked here and there with laughter. In the field of vision I experienced at first nothing but a vague brightness above and obscurity below. This was due to the fact that in most minds of all periods, save those in which indoor life predominates over outdoor life, daytime experience contains in the main a light sky and a darker ground. As soon as I began to attend to the matter of this vision, it revealed itself as being, after all, rich with detail. First, both in the light and in the dark field, there moved unrecognizable shadowy forms and occasional colors. Then aloft I began to see white clouds sailing in blue sky, then widespread rain cloud, then thunder cloud, and then in a moment the broad, unbroken blue, then night, obscure, starry, moonlit, and again obscure. Below I saw sometimes hills, crags, tree-tops, meadows, bright flowers and plumage, sometimes breakers on the shore, sometimes huts, mansions in many styles, or congested towns, sometimes interiors of splendor, or comfortable homeliness or squalor. All these forms kept appearing, vanishing, reappearing, invading one another and exterminating one another, like the visions that haunt us between waking and sleeping. I saw also forms of beasts, and human forms of all the species, from hairy Pithecanthropus to your own fantastically clothed half-human kind, to those large and noble beings who were the last Terrestrials, and the bat-like flyers of Venus, and my own immediate ancestors on Neptune. I saw limbs writhing in agony, limbs dancing, limbs straining in toil and sport, fair limbs embracing, limbs grotesque and crippled. Faces also appeared and vanished, singly or in crowds, faces eager and disillusioned, faces twisted by pain or by rapacity, faces expressionless as pebbles, faces of terror, hate, meanness, faces of peace and of exultation, child faces, faces of maturity all aglow with life, faces gray, wrinkled, sagging, old, and faces of the dead, impassive, sealed against experience. Along with these visions of humanity would sometimes come faint sexual sensations, which, when I attended to them, opened out into a whole world of amorous experience, of lyrical first matings and desolate repetitions, of violations, thwarted crises, lonely makeshifts, of the bland unions of long-tried lovers, of senile failures, and the whole gamut of perversions. Intermingled with these purely perceptual visions, there came to me all manner of experiences of personal relationships. I was flooded with the lovings and hatings of all men and women, by their cooperations and rivalries, by all the modes of leadership, by all fealties and servitudes. I became a mother toiling for a son whose thought was not of her. I became a son held within the soft, strong meshes of his home. I had a glimpse, as it were, both from without and from within their minds, of myriads of the boys and girls of all the species, opening their eyes in amazement upon life, knowing neither what they ought to be doing with it, nor even how to wrest from it the simple joys they so vaguely conceived. I glimpsed likewise the myriads of grown men and women, with all their hopes thwarted, and their minds desperately concerned only to keep their bodies alive, or at most their heads above their fellows. And the old I glimpsed also, with their lives written indelibly into the great story of worlds. Through their eyes I watched the young things rising up all around them and beyond them, like birds that rise and leave their wounded on the ground. It seemed, too, that I entered into the minds of the innumerable toilers of all the eons. I felt the ache and the leaden weight of their limbs, the sick ache of their eyeballs, and the hopelessness of their crippled souls. I felt also the calm of spirit, the strenuous peacefulness of those few who are wholly and gladly possessed by their work. There poured in upon me also all the thoughts and fantasies and ideals of all men and women in all ages. My mind reeled and staggered in the tide of them, and was swept to and fro upon the great ocean of whimsies and dreams, doctrines and theories. With the pre-human beings, I fashioned imaginatively, step by step, the whole world of perceptual common sense, that tissue of theories and images, so true and so false, which to most human beings of all species appears to be the unquestionable real. I observed, as in my own mind, the flashes of primeval genius that had gone to the making of that great medley of fact and fiction. With the ape-men, too, I projected souls into trees and mountains, storms and stars, and with them also I felt the first painful birth-throes of true intellect. To trap my prey, to beguile my mate, or build my shelter, I reasoned, I put two and two together. But every motion of this reason I distorted with fantasies born of mere desire, and when this hybrid failed me, I blamed reason. All manner of laborious reasonings and intricate bright myths flashed across my mind and vanished. In the twinkling of an eye, I savored cosmology after cosmology. I saw Shiva, Odin, Zeus, Yahweh and his fair offspring Jesus, and innumerable other godheads of wrath and righteousness, of wisdom, of power, of love, emanations from the minds of all the races, all the species of man. And with these I tried out a million sciences and philosophies, amongst which, as yet ever so faint and remote, like the voices of two bright, confident, quarreling children, that materialism and that spiritism which resound throughout your little playroom world. Theories, myriads upon myriads of them, streamed over me like wind-borne leaves, like the contents of some titanic paper factory flung aloft by the storm, like dust clouds in the hurricane advance of the mind. Gasping in this vast whirling aridity, I almost forgot that in every mote of it lay some few spores of the organic truth, most often parched and dead, but sometimes living, pregnant, significant. 5. Descent among the first men. During the whole of this early stage of my adventure, I was already trying to select from the confusion of experiences something which might serve to bring me nearer to your own particular phase of the human process. My chief method of directing myself toward your age is, as I have already said, to assume imaginatively, and as precisely as possible, first the basic temperamental pattern of your species, and then the particular form of it which is characteristic of your period, and of that unique point and moment of individuality which I desire to study. This work I was already attempting, but it was hampered on this occasion, and on most others, by the prodigious influx of perceptions, thoughts, and emotions which I have attempted to describe. I was like a swimmer swept hither and thither by great waves, and scarcely able to make the particular rocky creek which is his haven. I had first to conceive and emotionally assume the general form of all primitive human mentality, so as to exclude from my view the whole of my own species, and also that other abortive phase of spiritual maturity which took place just before man left the earth. I had to become, in imagination, a bewildered, limited being, ignorant of its own nature, ever racked by inner conflicts which eluded its apprehension, ever yearning to be whole, yet ever carried away by momentary cravings which were ludicrous even in its own estimation. With patience I was able to achieve this piece of inner play-acting with such success that I began to have definite but fleeting glimpses of individuals and incidents among the primitive kinds of men, now a winged Venerian, skimming his wild ocean, now a woman of the third men, ruddy and lithe, feeding her beasts, now a scarcely human early inhabitant of Neptune. These individuals I perceived, of course, through the eyes of some contemporary, and if ever I troubled to look at my own body during these experiences, I perceived it to be not my familiar body at all, but of the same species as the observed individual. Perceiving through the eyes of past beings, I perceived their bodies as though they were each in turn my own body. I had now to select that mode of the primitive which is distinctive of your own species, a mode characterized by repressed sexuality, excessive self-regard, and an intelligence which is both rudimentary and in bondage to unruly cravings. Now, though all the races of your species in all its stages manifest, in spite of their differences, one unique blend of these factors, yet the process of imaginatively assuming this mode of mentality is dangerous. For there is another species, one of our forerunners on Neptune, which is strangely like you in this respect. I now found myself, as often before, oscillating painfully between these two phases of man's career. I saw now the hills and tall trees of Earth, now the plains and bushes of Neptune. I assumed now the spidery limbs and jaunty gait of a terrestrial, now the elephantine legs, kangaroo arms, and grave demeanor of an early Neptunian. I listened for a moment to Attic disputation, then suddenly to primitive Neptunian grunts and clicks. It was as though I were listening in with a radio set of bad selectivity. Or to change the image, I was a storm-tossed buzzard among the hills, beneath me a dividing range, on either side of it a valley. Into one of these valleys I purposed to ascend, but the wind kept thrusting me back over the ridge into the other. At one moment I saw beneath me the desired valley, then, after a vain struggle, the other. At length, however, by a violent effort of attention, I succeeded in concentrating upon your species and avoiding the other. Gradually, the imagery and thought which flooded in on me came to be entirely derived from the first men in one or other of their phases. But my experience was still chaotic. I had indeed a strong but vague apprehension of your species as a historic whole, of its many long phases of somnolence and its few brief effulgences. And after careful inspection, I detected that sense of cosmical tragedy which overwhelmed, or from your point of view will overwhelm, the more intelligent of your descendants when they realize that their species is setting inevitably into decline. But for the most part, I had merely a sickening confusion of random samples from all your ages. Thus at one moment I was an Aurignacian, engraving his cave wall with vivid shapes of deer and bison, while my fellow hunters peered with admiration through the smoke. Now I was a Chinese citizen of that Americanized world state which lies future to you, and I was speaking in worn and polluted English to my Sudanese wife. Now I was an Elizabethan dame, tight-laced and plastered with jewelry. Suddenly I flashed many thousands of years ahead into that Patagonian civilization which is the last weary effort of your species. I was a prematurely aged boy, prostrate in a temple before the grotesque image of power. Not until many more of these visions had appeared and had been dismissed did I find myself approximately in your age. I was an Indian confronting a topied, bare-kneed Englishman. Rage was in my heart, fear, contempt, and subterfuge, and as little understanding of the other as he had of me. Fatigued, but now more hopeful, I forced myself rigorously into the mentality which is common to most members of a primitive industrialistic community. To you, this curious mode of experience is so familiar that you do not suspect its rarity and oddity, though many of you feel that it is neither wholesome nor inevitable. That you may realize the violent effort of imagination and emotional control that was now incumbent on me, I will set down the main features which render the primitive industrial mentality so difficult for the explorer. To revert to the image which I have already used, it is as though the buzzard, having successfully descended into the valley of his choice, were now to enter the ventilation shaft of an old disused mine, and were to sink downwards in the dark through fetid air, with scarcely room to keep his wings outspread. No wonder that he suffers considerable distress and incurs serious dangers before he finally alights amongst the pale and eyeless fauna of the pit. No wonder that his own eyes take time to accustom themselves to the dim phosphorescence which is the sole illumination of that world. When the explorer seeks to establish himself in your society, he has first to assume that jarred and restless mood which is common to all those whose habitual environment is alien to their native capacities. In particular, he must imaginatively produce in himself the lifelong strain of perceiving streets, traffic, and stuffy interiors, instead of the landscapes which originally molded his capacities. He must also reconstruct in himself the unconscious obsession with matter, or rather with the control of matter by machinery and chemical manipulation. He must conceive also the mind's unwitting obeisance and self-distrust before its robot offspring. Further, he must subject his own free-roaming spirit to the hideous effects of a narrow specialism, both of body and mind. He must conceive the almost inconceivable ignorance and groping hate of the being whose life is molded to one narrow round of duties and perceptions. Equally, he must conceive the profound, unwitting guiltiness of the primitive industrial master, and also of that idle scum that floats on the surface of all primitive industrial societies. Little by little, I reproduced in myself this cramped and ungenerous mode of the mind, and as I did so, visions of your world came crowding in upon me with increasing vividness. I became a half-naked woman in a coal mine of your industrial revolution. I crept on hands and knees along a low gallery. Tugging at the collar like a beast, I dragged a truck. The trace passed between my legs. I was whimpering, not from any present discomfort, but because I had lost a keepsake. This incident was obviously a century or more too early, but others followed, and more of them were of your period. I had now to seek out a particular individual among you, and a particular moment of his life. But in doing so, I nearly suffered catastrophe. On Venus there was once, or rather from your point of view there will be, an industrial phase much like your own in certain respects, although the species which produced it was very different from yours. Into that epoch I was suddenly flung by I know not what detail of identity. A face which was obviously not of the first men, a pale and blinking frog-like face, with a running sore beneath the left eye and a fantastic hat cocked backwards, slowly grimaced at me. For one anxious moment I feared that I should be trapped in that Venerian phase of man, with my mind still molded to the mentality of the first men. But by a desperate effort of concentration upon the terrestrial mode of experience, I managed to disengage myself from this dangerous irrelevance. And with one leap, I found myself back again at the desired point of your history. 6. In the streets of London. I was in a town. A great red vehicle, roaring and trumpeting, was in the act of swooping upon me. Leaping out of its track, I ran to the pavement where two contrary streams of pedestrians brushed past one another. As the archaic chariot left me, I saw on its flank the English word General, in letters of gold. I had already become familiar with this device on my previous visit to your world, and I now knew that I must be in London somewhere between the invention of the motor omnibus and the socialization of all such vehicles under a metropolitan authority. The clothes of the women pedestrians were of the style worn in 1914. Skirts left the ankle exposed. Waists were confined within broad belts of ribbon. Hats were large and poised high on the crown. Clearly I had struck the right period. But who was I? Or rather, who was my host? I noted with satisfaction that his basic mental pattern fitted very precisely the mood which I had already myself assumed to take me to my chosen object of study. Surely this must be the young man whom I sought. I shall not reveal his name, since with its aid he or his relatives might recognize the portrait or the setting which I must give in some detail. I shall therefore refer to him simply as Paul. I had already observed him on an earlier visit, but now I propose to follow him through the most critical moment of the career of his species. Paul was gravely agitated. I noticed a visual image looming in the recesses of his mind, an image not open to his own introspection. It was the face of his pet enemy of childhood days, and it was streaming with tears and blood. The child Paul had just put an end to this lad's bullying by defending himself with a table fork. He now consciously felt once more, though he knew not why, the horror and guilt that he had suffered long ago at the sight of his enemy's damaged cheek. The experience was now accompanied by confused images of khaki, bayonets, and the theme of a patriotic song. Paul was experiencing, and I experienced through him, a distressing conflict of blood-loathing and martial fervor. Evidently I had come upon Paul in the midst of his great crisis. Like so many of his contemporaries, he was faced with the necessity of deciding whether he would or would not fight for king and country and gallant little Belgium. But with Paul the situation was complicated by the fact that ever since his childhood I had been tampering with his mind so as to make him more sensitive to the momentous issues which were at stake. Had I needed further confirmation that my host was indeed Paul, it was available. He was now passing a shop which bore a panel of mirror between its windows. Such mirrors I had often noticed in your cities, cunning devices for attracting the attention of your amusingly and fatally self-gratulatory species. My host slackened his pace and gazed into the mirror. Indeed, he actually halted for a moment. I at once recognized the youthful and anxious face that I had perforce so often observed in the shaving-glass. But I noticed that its habitual expression of watchful self-reserve was now intensified with some kind of suppressed but haunting terror. Neptunian vision detected also, contrasting with this callow distress, a gleam of contemptuous irony new in Paul. Only for a moment did Paul regard himself. With a blush and an impatient jerk he turned away, and looked anxiously to see if anyone had been watching him. Immediately, with a deeper blush, he faced the mirror again, and pretended to be searching for grit in his eye. Amongst the crowd of passers-by, two figures were approaching and almost upon us. The young man was in khaki. The girl clung to his arm with demure possessiveness. He did not notice Paul, but she caught Paul's eyes as he was turning toward the mirror. In the fraction of a second that elapsed before his eyes could free themselves, he saw that she dismissed him as no true male, that she thanked God her man was a soldier, and that she was ready to do her bit by yielding herself unconditionally to him. Real tears welled in Paul's eyes to wash out the imaginary grit. I took a hasty glance at the most recent memories of my host, and saw that while he had been walking along the Strand after his lunch, he had been subject to several encounters of this sort, real or imaginary. By now he was badly shaken. He turned down a side street and wandered along the embankment. Presently he was calmed by the quietly flowing water, still more, perhaps, by the obelisk, that proud ancient captive among Lilliputians. To Paul it seemed refreshingly indifferent to their ant wars. Suddenly his peace was shattered. Half a dozen urchins approached in military formation, accompanied by martial rhythms on an old tin can. As they passed him, one of them struck up on a mouth organ an excruciating but recognizable version of a catchy song already in vogue among the troops. I felt Paul's mind rear and plunge beneath me like a startled horse. Many times he had heard that tune. Many columns of troops he had seen, with full equipment, marching toward the great railway terminus for entrainment toward the coast. But this commonplace little incident stirred him more deeply. It filled him with a desperate longing to be at one with the herd, to forget himself in the herd's emotions, to sacrifice himself heroically to the herd's gods. A visual image now flashed into his view, a shop front converted into a recruiting office. The window displayed posters to incite the laggard, "Your king and country need you," and so on. This image Paul now greeted with a violent assent. On the heels of that swift mental gesture, there followed a fleeting tactual image of a hand's pressure on his hand, as though the whole nation were congratulating him on his decision. Paul hurried away from the river with an almost swaggering gait. He took a shortcut by back streets to the recruiting office that he had so often passed, and as often circumvented so as to avoid its blatant reproaches. Street after street he threaded, and in each succeeding street his resolution was less secure and his swagger less evident. The only clear conviction in his mind was that whichever course he finally took, he would regret it, and feel ashamed that he had not taken the other. His perplexity was the outcome not only of the objective moral problem as to what course was in fact the right course, but also of a subjective psychological problem, namely, what would his motives really be if he took this course, and what if he took that? I myself, observing his mind as he hurried along in dangerous abstraction among pedestrians and vehicles, was able to detect in him many motives hidden from his own observation. There is no need to give a complete inventory of the tangled impulses that were pulling him hither and thither in his perplexity, but one point must be made clear because of its significance. Paul's indecision was in fact only superficial, was indeed illusory. To me, though not to Paul himself, it was evident that he had resolved on his course a good month earlier, and that however much he might seem to himself to be vacillating, his will was already fixed. This curious state of affairs was due to the fact that his deciding motive was not clearly apprehended, while at the same time he was very poignantly aware of a conflict between other motives which were not strictly relevant to the problem at all. Thus he dared not enlist, lest his motive should be merely moral cowardice. He dared not refuse to enlist, lest his motive should be merely physical cowardice or moral pride. Whatever course he chose would almost certainly spring from purely selfish motives. In fact, although the decision had indeed really been made long ago, he had ever since been chafing within his illusory cage of morality and selfishness, like a captive beast that rubs itself painfully against its bars without hope of escape. The same forlorn task was occupying him when at last the recruiting office leapt into view. It was a corner house diagonally opposite him. He stepped off the pavement, dodged the traffic, and was already halfway across when his resolution finally vanished. At the door stood a sergeant with a red, white, and blue cockade. He had already sighted Paul, and was preparing to greet him with acquisitive geniality. Paul's legs continued to carry him toward the door, though weakly. But Paul's mind now woke to a surprisingly clear conviction that, whatever the reason, this thing must not be done. He reached the pavement. The sergeant stood aside to let him pass. Paul was almost in the doorway when he suddenly veered and scuttled away. His conviction vanished, but he continued to hurry along the pavement. Tears came to his eyes, and he whimpered to himself, "Coward, coward," with which verdict the sergeant doubtless agreed. But to me, the detached observer, it was evident that though Paul was on the whole more of a coward than the average, and would have made a very bad soldier, it was not cowardice that had put him to flight. It is difficult to describe the determining, though deeply hidden motive, which on this occasion as on others snatched him away from the recruiting office. It was a motive present also in the majority of his contemporaries, though in few was it able to disturb the operation of more familiar motives. The real determinant of Paul's behavior was an obscure intuition, which your psychologists mostly fail to recognize as a basic and unanalyzable factor in your nature. They fail to recognize it because in you it is so precarious and so blind. You have no satisfactory name for it, since few of you are at all clearly aware of it. Call it, if you will, loyalty to the enterprise of life on your planet and among the stars. But realize that, though it is a natural product of age-long events, and though it cannot express itself at all unless it is evoked by education, it becomes, at a certain stage of evolution, a bias as strong and unreasoned as the bias in favor of food or offspring. Indeed, these propensities are but gropings toward this more general but equally non-rational bias. This it was that in Paul, partly through my earlier influence, partly through his own constitution, was strong enough to turn him aside on the threshold of the recruiting office. This it was that in the majority of Paul's contemporaries caused, indeed, grave agony of mind, but could not bring them to refuse war. Chapter 3. The Child Paul. 1. Paul and his Neptunian Parasite. Why do I choose Paul for study? Why do I propose to tell you more of him than of anyone else in my collection? I have examined in detail at one time and another an immense number of specimens of your kind, not only your contemporaries, but many others whose date is earlier than yours, and many who in your day are still to live. I have made myself familiar with every trait and whim, every minute episode in the minds of selected individuals from among the Greeks, the Indians, the early Teutons, the ancient Egyptians, the Chinese of all China's phases, and also the still unborn Americans and Patagonians. In fact, there is no race of the first men that has not yielded me samples, which, as I have grown intimate with them, have so captivated me with their fantastic personalities that I have come to regard them not merely as specimens, but in a manner as friends. For these beings have yielded me the secrets of their nature to an extent impossible in normal intercourse, and yet they have never communicated with me, and for the most part have never suspected my existence. If I chose, I could tell you many strange secrets about your famous characters, for instance about your Queen Elizabeth, who is among my collection. Through her eyes I have looked not only on the fair face of Essex, but also on that abnormal formation of her own body which caused her to be so lonely, so insistent on her womanhood, and withal so kingly. And I have tasted her bitter rage against fate, her greedy self-love, her love of England. Leonardo da Vinci also I have inhabited. It was I that tormented him with 1,000 ideas in advance of his age. It was the enigma of my influence in him that he embodied in pigment as a smile. Akhenaton also I swayed, and in his wife's face my influence conjured another smile. There are moments in my life on Neptune when my beloved specimens crowd in upon my memory and overwhelm me with the infinity of their uniquenesses. When forgetful of my own Neptunian personality, I seem to be nothing but the theater in which these many play their parts. If it is incredible to you that I should have millions of these intimates, remember not only that the minds of the last men are far more agile and far more capacious than your minds, but also that I have spent many thousands of years upon the work, and that in most cases a whole terrestrial lifetime occupies me for no more than a day of my life on Neptune. Of course, even my millions of specimens can afford only partial knowledge of your kind. But those of my colleagues who have been working in the same field have worked with no less industry. No doubt all of us together have studied only a minute fraction of your species, but at least we have by now sampled every culture, every local strain, every generation. And your own age, since it is the turning point of your history, we have sifted again and again with special care. Why, then, out of all this collection, do I choose Paul as the text and the epitome of what I have to say to you? I choose him because he does epitomize in his character, his circumstances, and his reaction to my influence, the spiritual crisis of your age, and indeed the doom of your species. It would not be true to say that he was an exceptionally average member of his race. Far from it. Though in a sense typical and significant, Paul was not average. Indeed, both in character and in circumstance, he was rather unusual. Yet he is typical in that he illustrates very clearly the confused nature of his species and the disorder of its world. In Paul's life there appear, with an almost naive simplicity of outline, certain phases of spiritual growth, distorted by the all-pervading blight of his age, nay, of his species. In all of you, from the earliest flint worker even to the last survivors of Patagonia, the conflict between the primitive simian nature and the genuinely human, or from your point of view, the superhuman, is present as a fundamental condition of life. In Paul, the old simian nature was undisguised and insistent, while the new human nature had defined itself with precision and emphasis. The conflict, therefore, was clear. I pride myself somewhat on the discovery of Paul. My crowning research upon the mentality of the first men and on the crisis of their career demanded a specimen such as I knew would be hard to find. I cannot tell you at all clearly what was necessary, since you are ignorant of the principles of my work. But, to repeat, I had to select an individual both typical and unique, a being of average intelligence, average abilities, average strength of will, but one in whom the simian and the distinctively human were both well developed and delicately balanced. Further, he must be one capable of a degree of self-consciousness abnormal in your species. Many other more subtle requirements I must leave unmentioned. In order to discover this unique creature, I had to explore not only your own age, but many earlier generations in search of genetic strains favorable to my requirements. In the 17th century there was a German family which promised what I wanted, but in them the desirable features were complicated by a musical sensitivity which in many individuals afforded escape from the conflict. I noticed, however, that those members of the clan who most nearly fulfilled my requirements had a subtly characteristic laugh, or rather that, though they laughed in many different styles, the laughter of each had a curious, fleeting tremor of bewilderment. Armed with this clue, and certain others more introspective, I continued my search, until in the England of King Alfred I found a similar and even more promising strain. This I followed through the generations hither and thither. One branch of it, the most promising, was exterminated by the Black Death. Another became hopelessly contaminated by interbreeding with a strain of defectives. A third produced witches in the 16th century and mystics in the 17th. Early in the 18th century, a member of this line married into another stock which I had already marked out, and produced a number of more scientifically minded folk. Throughout the 18th and early 19th centuries, this line suffered social decline, and proliferated in a swarm of poverty-stricken households scattered over the industrial north of England. From one of these sprang Paul's grandmother, who by good fortune married into yet another of my chosen lines. Paul's father also was of a stock that had already interested me. Having now discovered my unique specimen, I first took a hasty glance at his career, and found to my delight that circumstance was destined to intensify and clarify in him the characteristics which I proposed to study. In that first hasty glance, I saw also the quite unmistakable effects of a Neptunian influence, doubtless my own influence which I had not yet exerted. I then proceeded to make a thorough investigation of every line of Paul's ancestry, in order that I might know his nature through and through. Many volumes could be filled with the results of this inquiry, but here I need not elaborate. Incidentally, I traced the evolution of Paul's physical appearance, of his nose, eyebrows, hands, and so on. A curious twist of the hair of his left eyebrow, which was a recessive character, and had not appeared in any of his more recent ancestors, came in with a French strain in the 14th century. A certain scarcely noticeable prominence of the cheekbones I traced to a Danish invader of the 8th century, and beyond him through Swedes and Finns into Central Asia. Another remarkable line of his ancestry, in part responsible for his intellectual curiosity and certain features of his thumb-print, took me via a Dutch merchant of the 17th century, a Rhenish baron of the 13th, various Swiss herdsmen and Italian farmers to Syracuse, and so to ancient Greece, where one of Paul's ancestors once handed a cup to Socrates. But apart from a dozen or so curious threads of this type, which of course occur in many family trees, Paul's ancestry was the usual tangle of intercrossing lines, stretching back in manifold complexity among the Norse, the Low Germans, the ancient British, and the Neolithic, and beyond these to the common forefathers of all your races. It would have been useless to trace Paul's ancestry any further in detail, since nothing more, that was distinctive of Paul himself remained to be discovered. In the more remote past, the genes that were to produce Paul were ancestral, also to the mass of his contemporaries. This story was already known to me. I must now tell you what it was that I intended to do with Paul, and how I carried out my plan. I wished to perform certain delicate experiments on him, and observe his reactions. To some of the readers of this book, the mental vivisection which I had to practice upon Paul may seem merely brutal. I would remind them first that it was a necessary part of a very lofty task. Second, that Paul himself in his best moments would have gladly accepted all and more of my torturing manipulation for the sake of that high enterprise. And lastly, that the final result upon Paul, the individual human being, was a very great spiritual enrichment. It is difficult to give you any clear idea of my aim, beyond saying that, having found this uniquely typical, yet also exceptionally self-conscious being, I intended to influence him periodically in such a manner that he should see his world as far as possible from the Neptunian point of view. I should then be able to observe in detail the effect of this vision on his primitive nature. Had he been of the heroic type, this policy would have turned him into some kind of prophet or crank, but he was made of milder stuff, and would never spoil my experiment in that style. Indeed, one effect of my intermittent manipulation of his experience was to inspire him with a dread of showing himself to be different from others. Just because he possessed a whole secret world of his own, and was prone to see the actual world turn farcical or hideous in the light cast by that other world, he became increasingly anxious to maintain a secure footing in the actual world, and conform to all the customary modes of behavior. For in spite of his Neptunian vision, he remained essentially a product of his own world. But as my influence extended, he was forced to admit that there was something in him profoundly alien to his environment, something alien even to himself. At times he feared he was going mad. At other times he would persuade himself with immense complacency that he was inspired, and that he must indeed be a prophet. But as he was incapable of any such heroism, this delusion was soon shattered. There were moments when he threatened to break into two personalities, one the natural Paul, the other a violent and spasmodic idealist. But I had chosen him carefully. He was too well integrated actually to succumb to this easy solution of his conflict. Instead of disintegrating, he remained one mind, though torn and perplexed. But as time passed, a change came over him. At first he had regarded his native terrestrial mentality as himself, and the Neptunian influence as alien, disturbing, irrational, insane. He was fascinated by it, but he wished to keep it thoroughly suppressed and ineffective. Later, however, it came to seem a divine enlightenment, sane and joyous, still alien to himself, but most precious. Then at last he began to try to live according to my influence, and incurred at once the ridicule and hostility of his own world. With horror he now forswore his inner light, which had so misled him. He earnestly tried to become blind to it, and to be like his fellows. But my influence left him no peace. It found something responsive in him, which, as he matured, was emboldened to identify itself wholly with the Neptunian point of view. Little by little he came to think of this Neptunian factor in his mind as truly himself, and the normal terrestrial as other, something like an unruly horse which his true self must somehow break in and ride. There followed a period of struggle which ended in despair, for it became clear that he could not master his terrestrial nature. Indeed, it seemed to him that he himself was bound and helpless upon the back of this uncontrolled animal, or that while his body and his mundane intelligence went about the world performing all manner of aimless antics, his essential spirit was imprisoned somewhere in his head, watching all, but almost wholly impotent. This essential spirit which he regarded as himself was not, of course, merely my influence in him. It was his own best and most human nature, on which my influence was able to work. But this best of his was only the rudimentary best which was characteristic of his species, and though my influence had endowed it with an immense treasure of imagination, it remained almost wholly ineffective, as is usual with your kind. Yet there were times in his life when Paul did succeed in acting in a manner that was really human, and on these occasions my influence played a part. Of these crises I shall presently tell. 2. The Child Paul. I know Paul perhaps better than I know myself. I have been Paul. I have been Paul throughout his life, and watched him to the very moment of his death. The more important passages of his life I have experienced again and again. I know little intimate facts about him, like the feel of the inside of his mouth. I know the feel of Paul slightly drunk, Paul sexually excited, and Paul with one of his bad colds. I know, far better than Paul himself knew it, the obscure tone of his whole body, when through eating too many muffins, he seemed to see the world itself turn foul. I know also, and can hold together for comparison, the feel of Paul the child, Paul the boy, Paul the young man, stiffening into middle age, and Paul awaiting death in helpless senility. Fortunately, there is no need for me to tell you all the details that I know about Paul. I have only to make you realize the main mental themes or motifs of his life. I need not, for instance, tell you much about his birth. It was a normal birth. Several times I have examined the obscure experiences which harassed him during that earliest of his adventures, for it seemed possible that even then something might have occurred to contribute to his idiosyncrasies. But neither in his passage into the outer world nor in his fungoid prenatal experience, so difficult for the explorer to penetrate, did I find anything significant, save what is common to all his kind. In Paul, whose nature was more sensitive than the average, the shock of exchanging the Elysium of the womb for an alien world was serious, and was accentuated somewhat by the clumsiness of the physician. But it caused no unusual damage to his mind, nothing but the common yearning toward a warmer, cozier, less noxious world, which in so many of you favors legends of a golden age in the past, or of a golden heaven in the future. One feature of Paul's experience of birth was indeed significant, and served to confirm my choice of him as a subject of experiment. Like many others, he did not breathe till a smack made him take breath to bellow. I experienced, of course, his bewildered fury at the chastisement. I also experienced his awareness of the cold air that flooded his lungs, and the shock of glee that came with it. In that instant, a connection was registered in Paul's mind for ever after, a connection between what I may call fate's smiting and the breath of life. In after years, Paul was to know himself a coward. Yet in spite of his cowardice, he was ever to seek in the harshness of fate for the breath of a new life. Even though in all his ages he yearned to creep back into the warm, close peace of the womb, he craved also to absorb into his blood the atmosphere of a wider world. I need not describe Paul's arduous self-education in the cot, the nursery, and the garden. Like all organisms, he had to learn to cope with his world. Like all animals, he had to grapple with the problems of perceiving and acting in a world of space and time. Little by little, he learned to observe and to respond to all manner of objects, such as the rotund and fragrant dairy of his mother's breast, and the less delectable bottle. He learned the geography of his own body, mapping it out patiently, unwittingly, day by day, in a surprisingly intricate system of explorations, discovering that all these complex findings fell together beautifully in a three-dimensional system of touch and sight. Many great arts he acquired, first the art of sucking and of shifting about in bed, then the art of the rattle. Presently he learned how to use his whole body as a vehicle to transport him to and fro in a wider sphere. He mastered the more dangerous arts of crawling and walking, the art of the bouncing ball, and so on. Meanwhile he had distinguished the soothing and indignant tones of the human voice. Also the intermittent human breasts and arms and laps and voices had fallen into order to make more or less constant systems, each of which might be expected to behave in a distinctive manner. Then at last he discovered that human voices had meanings, and that he himself could use these noises so as to make the great grown-up creatures do his bidding. This power of controlling the movements of adults was one of Paul's most exciting early triumphs. It was a limited and erratic power. All too often, the great creature refused to obey, or actually turned the tables and compelled him to do what he did not want to do. Altogether, these adults were a very perplexing fact in Paul's early life. In some ways, they were so necessary and reliable. In others, so inconsequent and even noxious. Of course, Paul did not consciously make these generalizations, but they were implied in his behavior. Thus, in certain respects, such as physical care and protection, he trusted the adult absolutely. But in others, he learned to expect nothing but misunderstanding and ridicule. In yet other respects, he himself was so influenced by the prestige suggestion which these mighty beings brought to bear on him, that many of their unintelligible admirations and taboos gradually took root in his own nature. For instance, he slavishly accepted their views about sex. Very early in his childhood, he had begun to take an interest in those parts of his body which adults pointedly ignored. He had discovered that a vague pleasure occurred when these organs were touched. But long before he was told that it was wicked and dangerous to take any notice of them, he already profoundly felt that it was so, merely through the awkwardness that beset adults whenever he referred to them. Had Paul been born a young baboon or chimpanzee, he would at least have escaped the agony of mind and waste of energy which, as I shall tell later, he, like so many of his kind, incurred through this too ready acceptance of adult standards. Meanwhile, it was inevitable that, before sex became an imperious need, Paul should adjust himself to adult standards in this as in so many other respects. Adults were objects which one had to learn to cope with, just as one had to learn to cope with dogs and chairs and fire. Sometimes one failed and suffered for it, but on the whole one succeeded. I must not, however, dwell on the process by which Paul gradually mastered these earliest problems. In all his adventures, I, his parasite, tasted his success and failure. I suffered all his bumps, scratches, and scaldings. I saw beforehand what was impending. I saw both that it was inevitable and that, with a little more skill, it might have been avoided. Had I chosen, I might have played the mother to him, and saved him from many a disaster. But it was better to let him learn. During his earliest years, I refrained from any kind of influence, since it was important that he should develop normally up to a certain stage. Little by little, Paul's world crystallized into extensive patterns. No longer a meager and obscure flux of dreamlike forms, it became a more or less reliable world of common sense, a house and garden, with surrounding continents made up of other houses and gardens, streets and fields. Gradually, also, he was able to look backwards, not merely into a confused cloud of pastness, but along a brief but orderly vista of nights and days. But with this gradual increase of order in his daylight world, Paul became more and more distressed by that other chaotic world which swallowed him at night. When the light was put out and he was left alone in bed, the whole reliable order vanished. Even if he kept his eyes shut, terrifying shades confronted him with their vague and shifty forms. He saw animal heads and shoulders, and stealthily moving gorilla arms. They kept changing from one thing into another thing. They were unintelligible and therefore terrible. Still worse, sometimes the seething confusion of shadows would be dominated by a single staring eye. Paul could not escape it. Wherever he looked, there it was, watching him. Perhaps it was God's eye, seeing right through him, coldly noting all his most secret wickedness. Perhaps God had done away with the world of day because Paul had been so naughty in it. Perhaps there was nothing now but Paul and God and the close dark, with one streak of light pretending to be under the door to keep up appearances. Somehow the eye seemed to him both very wise and very stupid, a vindictive, clever thing that intended to kill him just by gazing at him, for no reason but that he did not please the eye. Sometimes Paul was so terrified that he screamed. Then an exasperated grown-up would appear and ask what on earth was the matter. He could never tell, for grown-ups were somehow burled, and would think him silly. But to me, Paul's trouble was very real, and also intelligible. To Paul, though he knew it not, the night was the womb. When he was very sleepy, it promised rest and peace. But when he was not sleepy, he regarded it as a well of blackness, stuffiness, formlessness, negation. It threatened to swallow him back from the bright, orderly, extra-uterine world of day, with its complicated geography, its reliable persons, and its winds that came with obscure messages from still wider spheres. Throughout Paul's life, this contrast of the day world and the night world lay at the back of his thinking and feeling, influencing it, perplexing it. As he grew older, however, the two worlds seemed to interpenetrate more and more, until at last he found that there was a day view of everything, and a night view also. But which was the true view? Perhaps the night view of things was in fact just nightmare, a bad dream. But then perhaps it was the other way round. Perhaps the whole day universe was just a foolish dream of the eternal fetus imprisoned in the eternal womb. In early days, of course, Paul never thought of the problem in this way, but I myself could see how the obscure movements of his mind were related to the forgotten experience of birth. There was one aspect of the night which seemed even to the child Paul very different from the night which imprisoned him in bed, namely the starry sky. He seldom saw it, but even a brief glimpse of it would have lasting effect on him. It gave him a sort of calm elation which fortified him against the terrors of darkness, and would sometimes even last into the next day, soothing his troubles and tempering his joys. This experience, which played an important part in Paul's life, was not simply a spontaneous outcome of his own nature. It was in part due to my presence in his mind, though in part also to his native disposition. Throughout his life, these occasions on which he was able to regard the night sky had a very considerable effect on me, the imprisoned and often fatigued observer of all his experience. They afforded me refreshing glimpses of something common to his world and my own. When I had become too deeply immersed in the minutiae of Paul's behavior, and was beginning to feel your world more real than mine, the sight of the stars, even through the inefficient eyes of a member of your species, would recall to me with great vividness the Neptunian plains and dwarf jungles, the sky-piercing towers and bland inhabitants of my own far-future world. This vivid recollection would rekindle in me the still, flame-like ardor which is the spirit of our doomed but unperturbed community. And the serene emotion which then surged through me would infect Paul also, lending a tone to his experience, which, though he could never properly account for it, he came in time to recognize as in some manner a gift from a source beyond his mundane nature. I well remember the hush of surprise and gurgle of delight with which the child Paul first greeted the stars. He was in his mother's arms. He stretched out his own fat arms and turned his head slowly from side to side, surveying the heaven. On another occasion, much later, when he was being brought home from a Christmas party, so tired that he could hardly walk, a brilliant night sky overpowered him so that he burst into tears of uncomprehending joy. As the years advanced, Paul's sense that the starry night was present even by day became an increasing influence in his life. This was partly my doing, for I soon found that by giving him visual images of the night sky in the midst of mundane situations, I could help him to regard the affairs of himself and his companions with Uranian detachment. There was an early stage in his development when, through this action of mine, he came to think of the universe as a sandwich made of the upper and nether night, with, between them, the meat of day. Below was the horrible darkness and confusion and closeness which he encountered in his stuffy bedroom. Above was the high mystery of the stars. Between was the world of familiar things. This middle world had already spread outwards to become a vague expanse of countries, embracing somewhere beyond the familiar streets all kinds of wonders, which were nevertheless definitely daytime wonders. Somewhere there was India, full of tigers, elephants, jeweled princes, and jugglers. Elsewhere lay Iceland, all solid ice, with rivers of fire running down the crystal volcanoes. Then there was France, where they ate frogs and snails and were terribly polite. Germany, where they made cheap copies of English toys and fought duels. Greece, where they wore no clothes except helmets with clothes-brushes on them. Egypt, all mummies and crocodiles. Fairyland, where magic happened more easily than in England. Yet even in England magic was not unknown. There was Santa Claus and dozens of lucky and unlucky things to be sought and avoided. Over the whole world of countries hung the sky, a blue or cloudy ceiling. Here a discrepancy entered into Paul's universe. If you thought about it from the daytime point of view, you believed that beyond the sky and the stars there was heaven, full of winged angels in nightgowns, their eyes always turned upwards. And above them again was God, whom Paul had somehow come to think of as a huge grown-up, sprawling from horizon to horizon, and looking down precisely at Paul, with eyes that saw even his thoughts. Somehow those eyes were the same as the eye that stared at him in the nether darkness of his bedroom. When Paul remembered the eye by day, he would repeat rapidly, "Oh, God, I love you, I love you, I love you." But if you thought of things from the point of view of the starry night, God and the angels did not seem to fit in very well. Paul half believed that they were pictures painted on the ceiling of the day world. In time, of course, Paul's day world ceased to be flat, and became a huge ball. At this stage, the universe was more like a dumpling than a sandwich. Vaguely, Paul still conceived the three levels of existence. The nether night was deep down within the ball of the day world. The starry night was all around it. On the ball were all the countries except Fairyland, which was nowhere. Many of the countries were British possessions, and red. At school, he learned much about England and the Empire, and became a patriot. The English were, well, English. They had the greatest empire in the world. They were the only people who played fair in games, and were kind to animals, and could govern black people, and fight a losing battle to the end, and rule the seas. And because they were such fine people, God had hidden a lot of coal and iron under their country, so that they could use it for ships and engines and for making thousands of things that other countries were not clever enough to make for themselves. God had also written the Bible in English, because it was the best language, and the angels talked it. Paul's patriotism was largely an affectation. At this time he had a great longing to be like his fellows, and his fellows made it very obvious that they were patriotic. Also he found in patriotism a source of self-gratulation. Somehow or other, through patriotism, the worm that was the ordinary Paul became one of the lords of the earth. But there was also another factor at work. He had already begun to feel an obscure impulse to devote himself to ends beyond private gratification. Much of this sadly misconceived yearning for lofty ends was expressed in bragging about his school and vilifying other schools. But the empire afforded it a more imposing object. 3. Early experiments on Paul. Not until Paul was already at school did I begin to exercise a deliberate influence over him. My aim was to prepare him to attain in early maturity as complete an insight as possible into the Neptunian view of terrestrial affairs. In his early years I seldom influenced him, but the rare occasions on which I did so had a deep effect on him. They were designed to intensify his consciousness beyond the normal limitations of his species. By goading and delicately controlling his attention, I contrived to make him startlingly aware, now and again, of data which commonly lie beyond the apprehension of the first men. The scope of my early work upon him might be described by saying that I forced him to a more vivid sense of the reality and uniqueness of perceptual objects, of himself, of others as selves, and also of his own underlying unity with others, and of his own participation in the cosmos. For instance, to deal with the simplest matter first, Paul once found a curious green pebble. He picked it up and examined it intently, noting with delight its veining, its smooth curvature, its rigidity. He turned it about, fingered it, tapped it. Then suddenly I flooded him with a spate of relevant imagery, visual and tactual, so that he seemed to encounter in this one pebble the whole splendor of sight, the whole poignancy of touch. The thing suddenly leapt at him with its unveiled reality. The change in his experience was as impressive as the change from imagery to actual perception, from picturing a friend's face to actually seeing it. It was as though the earlier experience, which at the time seemed normally vivid, had been after all but a shadowy imagination of a pebble, compared with the later experience, which was an actual apprehension of an objective reality. It was over in a moment. Paul dropped the pebble and collapsed on the grass, holding his head in his hands. For a moment he thought someone had thrown a pebble at him and that it had gone right through his head. He opened his eyes. Everything seemed ordinary again. Then he caught sight of the pebble, half hidden under a dandelion leaf. It was just a little round green thing, but it seemed to look at him meaningly. As they regarded one another, Paul and the pebble, Paul felt the pebble rushing at him again. He covered his eyes and sat for a long while thinking of nothing but his splitting head. He had been rather badly hurt, but also he was intrigued. The effect was something like his forgotten experience of birth, a confusion of shock, pain, brilliant novelty, fear of the unknown, and exhilaration. Paul spent the next 2 days in bed with a bilious headache. When he was recovered, he went in search of his pebble. He picked it up almost as though it were a live bomb, but though it raised a vivid memory of the adventure, it gave him no fresh experience. I repeated this experiment on Paul at rare intervals and in relation to very diverse objects, such as his precious knife, the tolling of a bell, a flying hawk, and his own hand. The last entailed a whole week in bed. For not only had he perceived his hand externally, as he had perceived the pebble, he had also perceived it from within, and moreover he had been fascinated by his volitional control of it. It was a little grubby brown hand with black-rimmed nails and many scratches. He turned it about, bending and straightening the fingers, confidently willing it to perform various antics, intensely aware of his own fiat, yet not at all self-conscious in any deeper sense. Through my influence, Paul continued to suffer these experiences throughout his childhood. He became accustomed to them, and to look forward to them with mingled dread and zest. At length I judged him ripe for a different kind of experiment. He had been coveting a minute bronze dog which belonged to one of his companions. He tried to persuade the owner to swap it, but in vain. Paul became more and more obsessed, and finally stole the dog. While he was guiltily playing with it in his own house, I played a trick on him. I gave him an intense and detailed visual image of his friend rummaging frantically among his toys for the lost dog. So aggressive did this image become that it blotted out Paul's actual environment. It had, moreover, the intensified reality that he had first encountered in the pebble. Paul's reaction was strange. For a moment he stared at the hallucination, while hatred welled within him. Then, as soon as the vision had faded, he rushed into the street and dropped the little bronze figure down a grid. Henceforth he treated his former friend with shocking spite, mingled with terror. I did not attempt to influence Paul's slowly dawning awareness of self till he was already well advanced in boyhood. One day, after he had been bathing with his favorite schoolfellow, the two boys, naked, wet, gleaming in the sunlight, had a friendly wrangle over a towel. They tugged in opposite directions, shouting and panting. For a moment they stood still, staring into one another's eyes. Suddenly I rekindled in Paul all his past groping realizations of the difference between himself and the other, all his past obscure awareness of me and you. I focused, so to speak, the whole vague illumination of this mass of experience upon the present moment. As formerly the pebble and his hand, so now his friend and his own being impinged upon him with overwhelming reality. It was a reality not alone of visual and tactual form, but also of experiencing. Through my manipulation of his imagery, he seemed to enter imaginatively into the mind of the other, to have the feel of a different being in a different body. A fly settled on the other's neck. Paul felt it tickle, and felt the quick contortion that sent it away. Through the other's eyes he seemed to see his own intent face, and his own arms lightly pulling at the towel. He began murmuring to himself, "I, Paul, you, Dick. I, Dick, you, Paul." And through Dick's eyes he seemed to see his own lips moving. Through Dick's ears, and through his own ears also, he heard his own voice. Dick, meanwhile, had seen the sudden intensity of Paul's expression, and was alarmed. Paul saw, and vividly experienced, Dick's alarm. They dropped the towel. Paul reached out a hand and felt Dick's shoulder, as formerly he had felt the pebble. "Odd," he said. "I've waked up. I do sometimes, but never quite this way before." Dick began to question, but Paul went on. "I sort of woke to be really me. Then I was you, and both of us at once. Did it happen to you, too?" Dick shook his head, very perplexed. Then came the headache. Paul dropped and lay whimpering, with his hands over his eyes. My next experiment was performed during a violent quarrel between Paul and Dick. Paul had spent a free afternoon making a boat. He was hollowing it with a gouge borrowed from Dick. Dick arrived to demand the gouge, which was long overdue, and was needed for hollowing his own boat. Paul, intent on his work and eager to finish it before tea, refused to surrender the tool. They wrangled, while Paul carried on his work. Dick tried to stop him. At this moment I forced on Paul a vivid apprehension of the other boy, and of his craving to have his tool, and of his rage against Paul. Paul stopped working. Once more he seemed for a moment to be Dick, and to see his own ugly scowl through Dick's eyes. For a moment Paul hung paralyzed in a mental conflict. Then suddenly he jabbed Dick's hand with the gouge. Both boys screamed with Dick's pain. Paul rushed toward the door, crying, "Beast, get out of me, you taste horrid!" Before he reached the door, he vomited. Then he fled, yelling. He carried off the gouge. This reaction of Paul's was very typical of his species. His brief insight into the other's point of view merely filled him with resentment. Typical also was his subsequent remorse, which tortured him during his period of illness after this experiment. Dick had been thoroughly frightened. It seemed to him that Paul had gone mad. In time, however, the friendship was restored, and even deepened, for Paul now treated Dick with a gentleness and understanding beyond his years. Occasionally I induced in him the more vivid apprehension of his friend and himself, but I carefully refrained from doing so when their interests were violently opposed. In this way I produced in Paul a self-insight and insight into others which is very unusual in your species. His rare abnormal experiences now colored his whole life, and sowed in him the seed of a lifelong conflict between the behavior natural to his kind and the behavior which his enhanced insight demanded. When he found himself forced to choose between the two, he almost always acted in the baser way, though afterwards he was bitterly remorseful. Once or twice, however, things turned out differently. I will give one example. Paul was one of those timid boys who is a constant temptation to the bully. When any bullying was afoot in which Paul himself was not involved, he always took care not to interfere. Sometimes he would actually try to ingratiate himself with the stronger party. One winter day at school, when Paul and a few others of his form were supposed to be doing their preparation, the arch-bully of the form began tormenting a little Jew whom Paul intensely disliked. The smaller boys, with Paul among them, looked on, applauding now and then with anxious giggles. I chose this moment for an experiment. With dismay, Paul felt his cursed imagination beginning to work. He tried to bury himself in his French exercise, but vainly. Do what he would, he could not help entering imaginatively into that beastly little Jew. Then he started being not only the Jew, but the bully also. He imagined the big lout feeling the helpless self-disgust which he himself had felt in his one experiment in the art of bullying. I worked up this imagination till he really apprehended the mind of the bully far better than the bully himself. He realized vividly the drowsy, fumbling, vaguely distressed and frightened life that was going on in that hulk of flesh, and was disguised even from itself by the pose of braggartism. Suddenly Paul said aloud in a clear but dreamy voice, "Chuck it, Williams, you're hurting yourself." There was a sudden silence of amazement. Paul, terrified at his own voice, bowed over his French book. The bully remarked, "Your turn next," and then applied himself once more to his victim, who squealed. Paul rose, crossed the floor, laid a hand on the bully's shoulder, and was sent crashing into the hearth. He sat for a moment among the cinders, listening to the general laugh. Then slowly he rose, and slowly surveyed his grinning fellow mortals. Williams gave an extra twist to the Jew's arm, and there followed a yell. Paul, saying quietly, "Williams, you've got to stop," put his own left hand into the fire, and picked out a large, completely red-hot coal. Ignoring the pain and the smell of his burning flesh, he went over to Williams and said, "Now clear out or I'll brand you." Someone tried to seize Paul's arm. He used his coal with effect, so that the other retired. Then he rushed at Williams. The bully fled. I felt Paul's eyebrows rise and his lips twist in a whimsical smile. He stood dreaming for a moment, then restored the still faintly glowing coal to its place in the fire. Suddenly he caught sight of the charred and smoking mess that was his hand. All along he had been aware of the pain, but he had calmly ignored it. But now that the incident was completed, ignoring was impossible. His strange exultation vanished. He gave one sharp scream, half for pain, half for surprise, and then fainted. Paul's hand recovered within a few weeks, though of course it remained scarred forever. Paul's mind was more deeply affected. He was terrified about himself. He felt that he had been possessed, and he dreaded being let in for even worse scrapes in the future. All the same, he was rather proud of himself, and half wished he could be like that always. 4. Paul's Changing World. During his school days, Paul suffered more than the normal growing pains, for his mind was shooting upward in response not only to normal, but to abnormal influences. He was outgrowing not only toys and childish interests. He was outgrowing the world which school life imposed upon him. Like a crab that has become too big for its shell and must struggle out of it, Paul was now too big for his world. It had cracked under the stress of his vital movement, and he was in the act of issuing from it in a soft, vulnerable, but flexible and expansible covering, which some day would harden into a new and ampler dwelling place. Two conflicting influences dominated him at school: the impulse to assume the stereotyped schoolboy nature and live comfortably in the schoolboy world, and in opposition to this, the impulse to find himself and to find reality. He strove to live according to the schoolboy ethic, partly because he genuinely admired it, partly so as to assume the protective coloring of his surroundings. But he could never succeed. The forces at work within him were too strong for him. In his early school days, Paul never clearly understood that he was trying to live two inconsistent lives at once. He did not know that, While he was so earnestly trying to adjust himself to the school universe, he was also trying to burst that universe apart and grow an entirely new universe to suit the expanding tissues of his mind. This growth, or rather this profound metamorphosis, was controlled by certain experiences which had an enduring effect on him. They were, so to speak, the centers of reorganization which, little by little, changed the larval Paul into the adult imago. These seminal experiences were of two kinds, though he did not clearly distinguish between them. His attention was arrested, and he was stung into excited admiration by two widespread facts: by the intricacy and relentlessness of physical happenings, and also by biological perfection, or at least functional perfection of every sort. Paul's sense of the austerity of the physical universe awoke early. Even in the nursery he had conceived an uncomprehending respect for the mechanism of natural events. This spontaneous movement of piety toward nature developed not only into a strong scientific interest, but also into a strangely exultant awe, for which there seemed to be no rational justification. It was his father who first pointed out to him the crossing wave-trains of a mountain tarn, and by eloquent description made him feel that the whole physical world was in some manner a lake, rippled by myriads of such crossing waves, great and small, swift and slow. This little significant experience took place during a holiday spent on the Welsh moors. They were standing on a crag overlooking the grey Ilne. They counted 5 distinct systems of waves, some small and sharp, some broad and faint. There were also occasional brief cat's paws complicating the pattern. Father and son went down to the sheltered side of the lake and contemplated its more peaceful undulations. With a sense almost of sacrilege, Paul stirred the water with his stick and sent ripple after ripple in widening circles. The father said, "That is what you are yourself, a stirring up of the water, so that waves spread across the world. When the stirring stops, there will be no more ripples." As they walked away, they discussed light and sound and the rippled sky, and the sun, great source of ripples. Thus did an imaginative amateur anticipate in a happy guess the wave mechanics which was to prove the crowning achievement of the physics of the first men. Paul was given to understand that even his own body, whatever else it was certainly a turmoil of waves, inconceivably complex, but no less orderly than the waves on the tarn. His apprehension of this novel information was confused but dramatic. It gave him a sense of the extreme subtlety and inevitability of existence. That even his own body should be of this nature seemed to him very strange, but also very beautiful. Almost at the outset, however, he said, "If my body is all waves, where do I come in? Do I make the waves, or do the waves make me?" To this the father answered, with more confidence than lucidity, "You are the waves. What stirs is God." This experience remained with Paul forever. It became for him the paradigm of all physical sciences, and at the same time an epitome of the mystery of life. In his maturity he would often, when he came upon still water, pause to disturb its serenity. The little act would seem to him darkly impious, yet also creative. He would mutter to himself, "God stirs the waters." Sometimes he would take a handful of little stones and throw them into the pond, one after the other in different directions. Then he would stand motionless, watching the intersecting circles spread and fade and die, till at last peace was wholly restored. Paul's first view of the moon through his father's modest telescope was another memorable experience. He had already seen a ship disappearing below the horizon, and had been told that the earth and the moon were round, but actually to see the rotund moon, no longer as a flat white shilling, but as a distant world covered with mountains, was an experience whose fascination he never outgrew. Throughout his life he was ready to gaze for 10 minutes at a time through telescope or field-glass at the bright summits and black valleys along the line between lunar night and day. This vision had a startling power over him which he himself could not rationally justify. It would flash mysteriously upon him with bewildering and even devastating effect in the midst of some schoolboy activity, in the midst of a Latin lesson, or morning prayers, or a game of cricket, or a smutty story. Under the influence of this experience, he began to devour popular astronomy books. He looked with new eyes at the first page of the school atlas, which had hitherto meant nothing to him. Rapidly, the schoolboy universe ceased to be the whole real universe, and was reduced to a very faulty picture of a tiny corner of a universe which teemed with suns and inhabited worlds. For at this stage he imagined that every star was attended by a dozen or so populous planets. He was perplexed to find that most adults, though many of them fully believed in some such universe, did nothing with the knowledge. That which to him was so significant was to them either tiresome or terrifying. Even his father, who had helped him to discover the new world, did not seem to appreciate it as it deserved. To the father it did indeed seem wonderful. He called it sublime. But for him it remained merely a sublime irrelevance. It compelled his attention, and in a manner his admiration also. But the tone of his voice when he was talking of it suggested a veiled reluctance, almost resentment. He seemed, in spite of all his scientific interest, to be happier and more at home in the world of the Iliad or of the Fairy Queen. The son, on the other hand, though he did his best to appreciate these dream worlds, was never moved by them. But the stars gave him an intense exhilaration, which, when he tried to justify it to his father, turned out to be, or to seem, wholly irrational. Another overwhelming fact that gradually emerged into the child Paul's ken, partly through the help of his father, partly through his own unaided apprehension, was what he came later to call the aliveness of all living things. His boon companion of early days had been a terrier, with whom he used surreptitiously to share his bread and butter, bite by bite. Of course he believed that this creature had a mind much more like his own mind than was actually the case, but also by long experience of this animal he learned to enter into imaginative sympathy with a mind that was not human. This canine friendship drove deep into his own mind and heart both a sense of the kinship of all living things and a sense of their differences. Though Jack could enter into a romp, he could never be induced to play trains, nor could he be persuaded that rabbits were beings like himself, whose lives should be respected. Paul himself, of course, had to make that discovery. But even in his earliest fly-tormenting and beetle-crushing phase, he was already making it. Later there came a stage when this mystery of alien lives was his chief absorption and his chief perplexity. He would watch ants toiling through the grass jungle with food for the public store, or talking to one another as they met on one of their highways, or fighting to the death in organized battle. Always, of course, he imputed far too much of human intelligence to these strange beings. But even when, at a much later date, he discovered this error, he remained firm in his sense of their fundamental community with himself. Even worms, exploring the soil with their blind noses, seemed to him infinitely more like himself than the soil they devoured. And when one of them was snapped up by a thrush, Paul suffered an agony of indecision, debating whether to save the worm or let the bird have its dinner in peace. When he saw a cat with a mouse, he rushed indignantly to the rescue. Yet somehow, after the event, he fell to wondering if he had merely been meddlesome. In short, during this phase of his growth, he was overwhelmed with what some would call a mystical apprehension of the inner being of all living things, and shocked by their insensitivity to one another, their essential harmfulness to one another. He was troubled by the fact that he himself ate meat and wore leather boots, and amazed that even kind-hearted persons who doted on their own pets did likewise without any hesitation. He was still more distressed by a streak of real sadism which survived in himself. At one time he used to catch wasps and cut them in two, so as to observe the strange behavior of the parts. Worse still was his reaction to stag hunting. His rare excursions into the world of sport did not occur until he was in his last year at school. They ceased while he was at the university. A well-to-do and much-respected friend of his father's sometimes invited Paul to spend part of the summer holidays at his house in Devon. He taught Paul to ride and was determined to make a sportsman of him. When the lad was considered proficient, he was taken out to follow the hounds. With a sickening guiltiness, a sickening sense of his own bad horsemanship, with a sickening blend of adulation and contempt for the rest of the field, he let himself be bumped over moors and through covers, down lanes and through villages, till surprisingly he found himself in at the death. There at last was the stag, chin-deep in a river, or slithering on the roof of some outhouse in a village street, or more majestically at bay in the angle of two hedges. Then Paul exulted, even while he sickened with shame and pity. Why did he do it, he wondered. Why did he stand there watching the great weary beast mauled by the hounds, while the huntsman tried to grab one of its antlers from behind? And when the knife went home, why did he feel just for a fraction of a second a sudden glee and triumph? Why was he so anxiously self-complacent as he stood at his horse's head, chewing cake and apples, while the stag was disemboweled and the hounds clamored for their share? Why did he so desire to be taken for one of these sporting gentry, these overgrown schoolboys? These questions remained for Paul unanswered. Clearly his larval nature was making a desperate effort to reject the more developed mentality that I was forcing on him. In spite of his incompetence, he felt toward the sporting English gentleman not merely respect and envy, but a deep kinship. In his revulsion against the primeval hunter and fighter and aristocrat, he was divided against himself. Essentially, the same conflict racked him a few years later, when the war forced him to choose once and for all between the two allegiances. But of course in his war perplexity, the primitive motive was reinforced by much that was by no means primitive.